special presentation from E-Star Studios. Carry hard. History says, work hard, play harder, embrace the grind. The journey is an arduous lane, yet creates a lifetime bond.
1, 2, 3!
Fight. Learn. Reach beyond. History can't say what happens next.
Hello everyone! After 7 weeks of teams buffing and debuffing, we are here to what you've all been waiting for. Welcome back to the 2023 North America Challenger Tournament semi-finals. Today, I'm your host Liz, and with me are our wonderful casters, Team Red, Eunice and Steph Weezy. Are you guys excited?
Oh, I'm excited. We're literally fired up with the red, right? We've seen all these teams competing in that double round robin, and now the first day of the semifinals with North America's top 4 teams competing for a spot in Vegas.
Yeah, and unfortunately today, one team is going to go home, and we're going to see who is going to be that, but the rest of the 3 teams are going to go ahead and make it into Vegas, and we're going to have to see who will be those teams for today and tomorrow.
And it's gonna be a long day ahead, so let's get this show on the road. Let's take a look at the tournament format once again. After 7 weeks of double round robin, each team got the chance to test the waters and match against every other team twice. The 4 teams with the most wins made it here to the playoffs today with a clean, fresh start. The scoreboard will be reset, featuring the best of 5 double elimination style, and Weezy will give us more details on the playoff bracket.
Right, things are getting spicy as we are now jumping into the bracket. The first series of the day, best of 5, is going to be Outplay up against the Empire. And then to follow that, we are going to be looking at the BloodThirstyKings up against Ackerman. Now keep in mind, the loser of both of these series will drop down into the lower bracket to have a second chance on holding on to a spot inside of the semifinals.
Absolutely, and to see which of these teams are really going to hold on to their last string, because I mean, if I were them, I wouldn't want to go home, right? So we're gonna have to see who is going to hold that spot, or who is unfortunately gonna take some heavy steps back home into the land of Dawn. So you excited?
For sure, and the stakes are high right now because we are coming into the semifinals, and this is going to be the day where we're going to see which of the 4 teams are going to walk away with the prize pool. Once again, this tournament features 50,000 USD total cash prizes, and featuring 24,000 USD cash and 900,000 diamonds. The team that wins the tournament will be walking away with 15,000 USD and 100,000 diamonds, but also 2 amazing opportunities. This will be the first time this team will represent North America to the MSC, as well as the first chance that ML joins the IESF World Championship. So this team will also make it to the most prestigious international esports event. Now let's take a look at a short clip for the IESF.
Well, I'll tell you what, as if the venue, as if the diamond and prize pool was not enough, 2 international tournaments, MSC leading on to IESF, the first ever international tournaments that we are going to be able to see North America lead into outside of the M Series. A huge step forward, and I can't wait to see which team will lead the way to set the tone after the playoffs.
I mean, not only are really talented people going, looking at that short clip, it is beautiful, and being able to perform in that prestigious area, just like Liz said, I mean, not only will you enjoy the view, but being able to play even in that prestigious area, I feel like is really the big grand prize out of this entire league.
It's really a wonderful opportunity. It's like going to the Olympics for Mobile Legends. But for all of you guys watching at home, you have something in for today as well. We have 60 giveaway codes on the screen right here for the hero skin Hellbringer for Granger. So make sure you type that code on that you see on the screen into the link in the description to secure your wins. That's 50 giveaway codes. That's a lot of skins. So make sure you guys get that through, and we're gonna get this game started. Let's see the predictions of the first match between the Empire and Outplay. So we see on the screen all of our casters voted for Team Outplay to win. That is a 3-0. So for you, those of you guys who don't know, Team Outplay is the Ohio brothers. So all of our casters think that the Ohio brother will take a clean sweep on the Empire. I mean, Eunice, you had the best scores so far. How confident are you that the Ohio brothers are going to take the Empire down with that sweep?
I mean, looking at my score, I've only had 9 matches incorrect. So I am leading currently in the caster desk right now. But I mean, if you can't tell by my score, I'm pretty confident. They have been sweeping teams left and right this entire season. So I do strongly think that they are going to go ahead and 3-0 Empire. But Wheezy also voted the same thing as me. So Wheezy, what made you vote 3-0 for Outplay?
Well, you kind of harped in on it, right? We've seen Outplay dominate, previously known as the Ohio brothers, with a very strong performance against all teams so far. Basically undefeated. They lost 1 match, but won every single series. And that's not the easiest thing to do. And, you know, I'm a guy that kind of sticks with the numbers, and the numbers show currently, at least from what we're expecting, a 3-0 sweep.
I mean, there's a lot that could happen because the scores are reset. But let's see if the Outplay will outplay their opponents today. Let's quickly go into the draft of Game 1.
Now jumping straight into it, the first match of the day, the first series of the day for the semifinals, Week 8. We are looking at Outplay, previously known as the Ohio brothers, going up against the Empire. This is spicy, right? When we look at both of these two teams, we would look at Outplay. They pretty much shine, right? They're superstars. They dominate in every single aspect, and we don't really see them make too many mistakes. But when you look at the Empire, they kind of had a hard time getting into that number 4 position, right? They were barely able to pass Fallout, honestly, by 1 series win. So having that set in their advantage, they were able to claim that number 4 spot, and here they are. So definitely the odds are not in their favor, but we got to root for the underdogs as well. Anything is possible, and we've seen the hunger from the Empire. We've seen Demon kind of perform really well on the Mage. We've seen Alex kind of swap between the jungle and the marksman. So I do think they have the potential, but this is definitely top of the line, and they're going to have to bring their A game up against Outplay.
So, as we both know, Empire does go that 1-3-1. So I kind of see already Outplay over there kind of banning out those fighters, which is something that you want to do when you're going up against the Empire. But they're going to also go that safe route and ban out that Melissa as well. So we've seen Alex be that multi-role player, right? Play in the marksman area, but also be the jungler for the Empire. But the last time, their 1-2 strat actually worked, which Wheezy and I mean, we've been watching Empire play, right? But they have the highest success rate with 1-3-1. So being able to pull off that marksman pick. Alex played Beatrix, I believe, and was landing sniper shots left and right, taking people off the board, popped off early to mid game, and sustained that till that late game. But we see Fanny getting banned out, which is a very good ban, knowing that best player runs that Fanny, and Shark surprised Wheezy and I that one time we were in draft, bamboozled both of us. So I definitely think it was a good idea to go ahead and ban out that Fanny. But I feel like these bans right now look very normal. They're pretty consistent with the entire NACT season. So anything you want to harp on, Wheezy?
Well, I definitely can feel the energy right now, man. The anticipation is climbing. When you're looking at this draft so far, there goes the Kaja ban, which means typically we may expect best player to pull out an assassin. I know Fanny was taken off the table, but you still got to keep in mind Ling is still there. And that's just kind of what he brings to the table, a different dynamic in the draft for Outplay. But we look at the Empire, similar situation. They swap Mikasa, let Mikasa run an assassin jungle and put Alex in the gold lane if need be. So it still can work on either side's favor. And I really want to see how this plays out. Typically on paper, when we look at Outplay, they're a team that kind of dominates in every single role. So they even pretty much win the draft when it comes down to that as well. But if the Empire can have a little bit of a cutting edge, find a way to disrupt this draft and take the slight advantage, they may be able to have a good footing on a good start for a possible early game.
So I do hope to see a early Faramis pickup or a Valentina as well. Hoon has been running those MVPs, locking in the Faramis, the Valentina, the Farsa as well. So we've seen him be able to kind of flex around with those three mages, but he's also open to run around with different mages as well. He has a very wide hero pool, but instead of opting in for the mage, we are seeing a 1-1. Now, 1-1 obviously takes a little bit of time to scale. She does need that Trinity build, but Iso from BTK got savage, right? So it just shows how strong 1-1 is once it comes to late game. But if there's no punish for it, which now Empire has to respond with and be careful with what Basic is going to go ahead and run this 1-1. So maybe a Lolita would be good to use that shield to kind of block off the crossbow of Tang that can possibly be triggered, right? Maybe a suppression, possibly a Franco might be also a good idea, or maybe a backline divers that can really harass the 1-1. So already a Minotaur King's Calling blocks out basic attacks skills as well. I feel like that is very smart. So Wheezy.
It's a good read. I think that was possibly one of the best things they could have did right there, picking up the Minotaur and then comboing that off with Valentina to provide a little bit of draft pressure for the Ohio Brothers going forward. Like we said, the Ohio Brothers, one of the teams now known as Outplay, who dominates in terms of drafting. But when you put that draft pressure on them, we have to see how they react. And I think that's a really good read for Demon to lock in this Valentina. Let's just take a look at Demon for a second. Even when Empire doesn't perform at their greatest, Demon always performs well. He's definitely the one that kind of leads the way for the team. And, you know, you can go back, rewind the tapes. The proof is in the pudding. And with him having that Valentina, it's a very good start. Now, looking at basic on the 1-1, there's still some things that he can struggle with. Like you mentioned, they have Jordan on the Minotaur. There's still a Franco that could be brought to the table too, as that Minotaur is going to be in the XP lane. So you have two frontline sustainability heroes that can kind of provide that set for the team. But no, Franco taken off the table. That's what you say when you play against Outplay, previously known as the Ohio Brothers. They kind of expect the unexpected, and taking up that Franco in their favor will kind of deny the assassin for the Empire when it comes to Mikasa or Alex picking that up.
Yeah, so just like harping on what Wheezy said, they're the ones that take away your potential picks, right? So they're going to be like, oh, maybe they might just ban it out, or we might pick it up, but they're going to be the ones taking off. It was like, you can take my Kaja, but I'm going to go ahead and take that same suppression back away. So I feel like this already gives a little bit of that safe insurance for basic, right? There is no suppression right now currently on the table. There is Kaja taken out. They have a Franco as well. Now, I was going to harp in on Chow really quickly, but her second skill is pretty much a free purify, so no matter if the way the Dragon and G-Kun lands, you just really need a rock hard suppression. But as I was speaking about earlier, the Lolita has been picked out, so the genie in the bottle wish came true. Those two rooms that I was just talking about just got picked up on the board equally in response, and talk about good predictions.
That's why you have the highest prediction rate so far from all the casters. Look at that, just manifesting this into reality. But now, looking at this Lolita being picked up, right? When we kind of do a matchup in terms of heroes, you have Shark who picked up the Franco. He throws that Iron Hook out. It gets hit with the Bulwark Shield from Lolita. So that's already a denial working in the Empire's favor. Right. You have Demon on the Valentina. He has the IMU. He can steal Shark's ultimate. He has a Bloody Hunt. He can rush in, put some pressure on the basic, get a possible kill in the early game for the marksman. Or he has the 5x5 Zonus control because Hoon picked up the Farza, so he can also use a Feathered Airstrike. That's not something you want to allow a mage like Demon to pick up. especially with kind of how we mentioned. He's one of those mage players who dominates in the early game, no matter how his team performs. So right now, looking at the draft, it's leaning more in the favor of Empire so far.
Yeah, and Demon is able to kind of, you know, if he is able to go towards that backline, flicker, suppress with the Bloody Hunt on basic, which now leads them to having a AoE CC coming from Lolita. The Numina Blast will definitely be able to CC the entire rest. But if they're running one more of those like Purifies, especially pretty sure coming in from Hoon as well, maybe the Flicker, both work really well, but to give that little bit of an assurance, a little bit of that safe package, maybe the Purify might be a best option. But the only issue that I have with Farsa is if you do not have the Flicker, you lose a lot of mobility. I just saw your reaction on your face because of what just got picked on my side. Alex is going to go ahead and run in this Granger. Now, we've seen Mobazane run Granger before, and I mean, we got to be careful, right? Knowing Empire, a little bit of their backstory and a little bit of their stats, right? Empire needs to scale a little bit in that early game, right? They need the drive for them to keep going. And we've seen it, right? They struggle a little bit early game, yes, and we did harp on it a little bit earlier, but if they don't have that early game strong presence, it might be an issue for Alex to scale because that is a marksman jungle. Now, Weezy, I know you're dying to talk about this draft. So Weezy, take it away.
Phoveus. They put Phoveus up against basic in the gold lane. They run the 1-3-1 like they like to run. You're going up against a Lancelot. You're going up against a Wan. You're going up against a Terizla. It may actually slide out here and work in their benefit. I wonder if they actually see this and if they're going to go for it. Not something you typically see. I mean, we've seen it a couple. Actually, we've seen it before by the Empire when they're going up against BTK.
We did, and they played well.
Mikasa was the one that picked that up.
They played well.
They did play well. It was a little bit of a misplay by Mikasa at the very end, using that demonic force from Phoveus, or they could have closed that game out. Yes, exactly. So if they pull this out here, that might be the best draft they could have pulled out here against the Outplay. And honestly,
5 seconds. Come on.
I'm wondering if Outplay wanted to bait that out, but time will tell. Trying to do a little bit of manifestation of my own. I picked the Lapu Lapu. Okay, so Lapu Lapu. I guess he has a little bit of sustainability. He has a little bit of CC in his disposal as well, and a good frontline presence. But I'm not sure if that was the best answer. But you know, time will tell. It's definitely going to be boiling down to the macro and micro from the Empire to be able to pull this off. But they still have a very solid draft.
Yeah, I really would have liked Phoveus here. I mean, 2 people direct counters on the side of Outplay could have very easily harassed basic or best player coming in on this 1-1 and lands, but Lapu still has a bravest fighter stance, is able to, hey, we can't disclaim the bravest fighter. He does hold a very strong punch in that backline, and Hoon actually might be the one in danger if there is no AoE magic sustain, as he is really the only one that is coming in with the most amount of magic. So we're definitely gonna have to see, but Weezy, that Phoveus pick would have might just.
This is why you have the highest prediction rate and I don't, because I would have guessed Phoveus, and there you go, my prediction rate ruined by the Empire. But now we are jumping into game 1 of the semifinals, day 1. Outplay up against the Empire in a best-of-5 double elimination.
I am so excited. We are seeing Alex run this Granger. Beautiful skin coming in from Alex, but this really is, everything is on the line, right? You never know what could happen. We are seeing Outplay right now coming in very clean, new team name, new fresh start, right? And these scoreboards have all been reset. This is anyone's game, but this is also anyone's game to walk out of this NACT season. So I'm on the edge of my seat, Weezy, right now. Like, I don't know what to say. We have to see how the game goes.
Yeah, definitely a lot of pressure on the line. Some huge plays are going to be made today, right? One team is going to be sent home, and one team is going to be knocked down to the lower bracket to face against the team tomorrow to close out the semifinals. But already looking at this match so far, 1 minute in, we are looking at Alex running this Granger jungle. And like we said, he's one of those junglers who's very creative. He keeps you on your toes with what he picks. But speaking of picks, Shark already eyes on the prize. Gonna go ahead and grab that orange buff nice and early and try and delay the farm path from Alex.
That's a 4-man rotation already, being a huge menace in their jungle. And best player already invading to deny that 4 coming in from the Empire. Now, Alex, like I said earlier in draft phase, right, you need to get that momentum going or else you're going to fall behind. Knowing that Alex is also running a marksman jungle, so he needs to kind of put his head into the map and just kind of farm around everywhere as much as he can. But he's actually waiting for Basic to come out of his little hiding spot there in the backside.
Yeah, and I really want to see how this plays off, right? You're looking at Mikasa running the Lapu up against Basic on a 1-1. Lapu who's going to kind of have to fight a little close. Yes, he has the Justice Blades for a little bit of range, but is that the best answer? You know, I still think they could have picked in that Phobius, but 3v1 on the bottom side is going to go ahead and find a kill. Reckless takes down Basic with first blood, but best player on the opposite side of the map is going to pick up this turtle. Shark now inside of the turret, trying to defend, but Bloody Hunt drops down. Alex is going to pick up the kill, takes down Shark, and look at the turret, already stripped of all of its gold. We are only 2.5 minutes in.
That's a good trade, right? They did take a neutral objective, strip down the gold turret, and take Basic and Shark off the board. But the neutral objective, however, the turtle has been picked up by best player. So the gold lead is right now currently into the side of Empire. Same with the kill score. Now, we do see a little bit of babysitting happening on that bot side as they just saw a huge clash. But we've been blast.
Does wind down, not going to hit anybody on Outplay. A little bit of wasted utility nice and early, and it might advantage possibly if Outplay does want to punish. Are going to go ahead and see Yureshi and best player already rotating to the orange buff for the Empire, and already best player getting that farm that may have caught himself in the middle of the King's Calling. Demon is going to pick up that kill on that jungle rotation, but on the bottom side, 3v1, possible push in from Outplay to strip some gold off this turret to respond from the Empire earlier in this match.
Absolutely. Now, we already see the babysitting happening, and I want to harp on this a little bit more because earlier we'd said Basic kind of being a little bit of a menace in his lane, but not needed. But look at the top side. Yureshi might just be caught out here.
Yeah, penalty zone does go down, and now he is going in for blood. You already see the retribution out. Alex very low. Desanada raining down. Yureshi takes a kill onto Alex. One-man army. Make that 2v1 now. Numbers in favor for Outplay. George in the middle of a feather airstrike. Yureshi picking up the double kill.
That is a very clean play, and Hoon also helping with that assist as well. And now we already see the rotation happening on this neutral objective turtle. Demon getting in position, but I feel like Shark not being present for those neutral objectives might be a little bit of an issue, but Hook going wide.
Ooh, now the Bloody Hunt from Shark just in time as Basic was taking some serious damage. Crossbow Tang goes out. Oh my goodness, with the flicker in with the Earthshaker. Mikasa picks up a kill, takes down Basic, and sends Shark running. Numion Blast winds down for the stun, 3v1, and the Empire is going to pick up the kill. Alex takes down Shark, and they're going to go ahead and take down this turret for the bottom side.
And that's what happens if you run a very squishy marksman in that early game stage, right? We do see 1-1 does need that time to scale, but they're already abusing that. But Yureshi already doing a good job trying to body bag Jordan, make sure he doesn't get too much off of this. But a little bit of invade.
We are seeing that invade on to the orange buff, and it looks like it was actually able to be taken by Alex. Looks like Shark was trying to get the denial, but not in time. Now in the mid lane, a little bit of battle onto Demon. Mantis execution in for the airstrike to respond from Demon, and the flicker backward. Thorn Rose to negate the damage, but Numion Blast for the stun does not find best player. You are looking at the seal play from Reckless, not going to let him go. He is rushing in for the kill, does get the stun, and takes him down.
And that is a little bit unfortunate for the side of Outplay. And actually, their backs are a little bit against the wall right now. 2K gold lead objective has not been found yet. We're talking about turrets, and looks like they're going to go ahead and claim this mid turret. And this is not something we usually see coming in from Outplay, but knowing that Empire is running that 1-3-1, they're going to have a little bit of trouble in the early phase, especially Basic. But, ooh, looks like there was going to be a little bit of a fight there, but we do see Outplay really needs to look for a little bit of answers. They lost 2 turrets right now, but look at the bot side, 3-man rotation.
That 3-man rotation on the bottom side. Outplay trying to find some answers. 6-2 Empire showing the world we are ready for the semifinals, trying to claim our spot in the upper bracket. Putting Outplay on their backs right now, only 6 minutes in, and you are seeing them nice and confident, and this just shows you how much they have improved since the beginning half and the second half of the double round robin. And now in the semifinals with everything on the line, there's so much pressure. right now, the Empire putting on a great performance.
Absolutely. Now, best player being 0-2. That's not something you usually see coming in, actually, from best player. Yes, he is objective focused. He is able to take these. His red tree has been good as well, but KDA-wise, that's not something you really want to see from a jungler, but here we go.
Alex is going to pick up the Retribution, picks up the turtle for the Empire, but Outplay still has 2-1 in terms of turtles, and now Conceal Play onto the top side for the chase. Basic trying to get out the Numion Blast, gets the stun. Mikasa is going to take down Basic. Fight not over, though. You already see best player puncture in, takes down Reckless. Alex is going to find Shark. Thorn Rose goes down, finds Alex. Fight not over, though. Mikasa trying to stay in there. Best player picks up a triple, is going to find Demon. Mikasa on the run, hit! And a maniac by best player with the Thorn Rose leading the way for Outplay.
And this is what they needed. The goal lead is definitely going to be caught up. Now, with this said, they're going to go ahead and focus their shift onto these objectives, going ahead and taking these turrets down as fast as they can. There was a 4-man down for the Empire. A little bit of a throw overstayed with no minions. Diving under a turret like that, right? You kind of have to make sure the skills are secured, or it could just go the opposite way, as best player just did pick up a maniac, and I was just harping on his KDA, but looks like it did just get fixed. But let's talk about Basic right now. Not looking too good. 0-3 coming in from 1-1. That's not something you want this early, and he needs to start scaling now, or it might be a little bit too late, but right.
Zone for the airstrike from Boom. The Bloody Hunt. Shark picks a kill, takes down Reckless. One member down for the Empire, and it looks like Outplay was able to find their groove, and Empire now on the other end, a little bit of a struggle, but they still have the slight advantage in terms of the map. But on the bot side, 2v1, Mikasa rushing in, doing some damage. Earthshaker not able to get the stun. Shark trying to go in with a possible iron hook. Can he connect as you RC to rescue, wrap around, Fiddle Zone dropping down, trying to proxy the lane, but Demon is going to punish him. Down goes Yureshi, and it looks like Shark is going to go ahead and retreat alongside Basic outside of that lane.
Yeah, it looks like Basic was looking for a pick off there, but knowing that he can't do too much yet, as the damage is not there, he wasn't able to pop his crossbow of Tang, knowing that it's not going to secure a kill onto Mikasa. He is a little bit tanky in the early stage, but neutral objective has been spawned in, and Alex is going to go ahead and put his hands on it first, but we do see the rest of Outplay are already trying to see what's going on, but Conceal Play coming in from Shark.
Also trying to find a way into the Lord pit, stacked up with best player. Hoon and Yureshi about to join the fight. Lord at about half HP, and it looks like the Empire now trying to take the Lord dance instead of taking the health down. It is going to be reset. Empire is going to pull their punches. Not the worst decision. They do not want to give Outplay any slight advantage, and I respect the grind. But when you look at Outplay, they are just as hungry, and both teams trying to find a way to take this first neutral objective.
And they are hogging the side of Outplay right now. They are trying to get a hand on this Lord. Shark is able to do a little bit of pressure. Best player getting his buffs as well. Hoon being able to spot out Reckless in the mid-side bush. Now, this is all about that Lord dance. I love to call the DDR dance, and Basic is running that skin as well. Look at her bouncing around, but the actual question is, are they able to execute that dance out flawlessly? But we already see the little bit of a change. We do see best player already having his hands on it first. A little bit of Zonish coming out, as he does need vision on the side of Empire, but Conceal Play Yureshi might be caught out here, which is not good.
Yeah, you are seeing the Empire on the chase. Is not going to go ahead and commit to taking down Yureshi, but best player still pulling the aggro of this Lord. But look at Reckless in the bush. Does best player know he is there? Jordan and Alex now joining the fight, but in the mid-river, you are going to see Bloody Hunt go down. Hoon picking up a kill with the feathered airstrike, takes down Mikasa. Lord has been reset for a second time. Question is who will be able to make those triple penalty zone. Hoon is going to take down Demon. Pure Gory, Alex back in. Jordan, Alex on the retreat. Reckless with the Bulwark Shield trying to deny the damage. Best player unstoppable is going to find Alex. Jordan, similar situation, is taken down by Hoon as well. Killing spree activated. The stun on the best player who does puncture in. Thorn Rose onto Reckless. Trying to secure the deal. Execute strike does go down, and a monster kill from best player. Currently sitting with a 6-2-2 KDA. A full wipeout on the Empire, and a huge advantage for Outplay to take this Lord.
And looks like they are going to go ahead and trade some objectives as well. They're going to go ahead and harp on these turrets and take them off the board, as best players going to go ahead and take this Lord into their hands. But look at the top side, already putting a lot of pressure on Demon, denying that turret, but for them to go ahead and take it. So, oh no, Mikasa
trying to take the fight. But this match is going south really fast for the
Oh
Empire.
my
Who
goodness.
is able to take down Mikasa. Man, they're just dominating now. What a match. As you've seen, Outplay was on the bad half of this game and now flipping it around, and the Empire now currently struggling, trying to find a way to turn this back in their favor, and Outplay not giving them any room to breathe.
And Hoon sitting at 404. That is the MVP, multiple-time MVP player being in and coming in with a perfect KDA right now. 404 being there for as many fights as he can. But look at the rotation coming. They're going to go ahead and let that Lord kind of walk on his own. But they're going to go ahead and trade out some turrets as well. They are only left right now with their high base ground turrets. And are they looking for a pickoff? Shark!
Yeah, this pressure bloody hunt on Alex. Basic takes him down. An amazing assist from North America's #1 Rome. Numion Blast does go down for the stun. Mikasa takes down Shark to respond. One member down for both sides, but it's not going to stop Outplay from trying to take these high ground turrets, as you are seeing them make their way into the top side. Kind of execution onto Demon. Best player behind that front line presence. Basic is going to go ahead and take down the high ground turret for the top side. Penalty zone dropping down. Best player Godlike finds Jordan. Crossbow Tank activated by Basic. Demon going back to the base to go ahead and regen, but the base has been cracked in. Outplay leading the way.
The shield was able to take off a lot of damage from Basic's crossbow of Tang the Inspire. Has been popped, but only taking one off the board, which is going to go ahead and beat Jordan. But at this point, for the side of Empire, you do not want anyone taken off the board. You do need to find answers to flip the script, turn things around, maybe get some pickoffs as much as they can. But look at Outplay already making sure they don't get anything off the board for the side of Empire. And now we are looking at the gold lead almost sitting at 10k right now. And that is not something you want to see. Alex still is looking for an answer, but best player.
He's going to rush in with the tanks a lot, taking a lot of damage from the Empire. Now the triple penalty zone, followed by the feather airstrike from Hoon. Fight on the way. Best player, Legendary, takes down Alex. You are going to see the execution strike drop down alongside the Numion Blast. Hoon picks up a kill, takes down Jordan. That is going to be 2 members down for the Empire, and best player falling for Outplay. And right now, the stakes are high, and it is showing in today's match 13 minutes in.
Yeah, 1 for 3 trade, I believe. No, 1 for 2 trade. That is a jungler down, but that is also 2 members down, which is going to be Jordan and Alex. Now, Jordan sitting at 0-4 was having a decently okay time laning up against Yureshi, but Yureshi giving these flicker sets, the penalty zone, he is kind of giving that set potential. As you know, that Shark is one of those single target CCs, right? The suppression. He is only able to target one person at a time, but Yureshi is able to give the AoE CC, right? It might not be a full stun, but giving a little bit of that presence, but Shark can seal.
He's going to go ahead and rush in, trying to find a pickoff. Not able to find anything from the Empire. A little bit of wasted utility, but definitely working in their favors. Now they have control of the Lord Pit, and the Empire not able to find a way in, and it's like Outplay is going to be able to claim this uncontested.
And now Empire has to be careful with how they're thinking about syncing their lanes here. A little bit of a recall going on, giving him some additional attack speed right there. But we do see them now getting their buffs, and this is not the answer we expected coming out of Empire. But are they able to defend this Lord? They have to be careful. They have to save their utilities. We do see the spells, though, however, is not going to be up completely just yet, but might just be in time when this Lord does come down that top side. They are looking to sink that top and mid wave and kind of let the bot lane push up on his own. So we are seeing a potential 2-lane sync coming in. Yureshi is going to go ahead and give that front line presence once this lane is pushed in, but here we go.
Picks up a kill, takes down Demon. A mage taking down a mage, as we are seeing the Lord push in on the top side into the base for the Empire. Now the Ohio Brothers following. Outplay following. Numion Blast goes down for the stun. Basic finds Jordan. Penalty zone out. Reckless in a bad situation. Alex takes down Basic to respond, though. You're going to see the Thorn Rose go out by best player Mikasa with the denial, trying to hold off Outplay from pushing into the base and closing this game out. An Iron Hook missed by Shark, trying to catch Alex out of position. You are seeing another feather airstrike from Hoon, raining down from afar. Godlike is going to go ahead and take down Alex, and now leaving Reckless and Mikasa by themselves. The Iron Hook, and Hoon, to be able to secure the kill, takes down Reckless. Mikasa all by himself. Raven Spider, Raging Slash, needs to clear out the minions, hit by the penalty zone. Demon spawning in just in time. Immortality has been procced onto Yureshi, but look at the base crystal, down to about a quarter of HP. Hoon Legendary takes down Mikasa, and down goes the base crystal in favor for Outplay. They have secured game 1 against the Empire.
They did secure that win, and we're going to see a 1-0 currently standing. for Outplay. Now the question is Empire able to bounce back to go ahead and maybe potentially get a win back? Because the first match we did see pretty, I mean, if we are really talking about early game, Outplay actually struggled a little bit. Let's be honest here, right? They weren't finding the right answers. Basic just kept getting picked off continuously, even with Shark in that bot side. And if that's the answer, right? If that is the answer to making sure Basic doesn't get online, Shark can't be at neutral objectives. Early game, Shark was able to harass Alex in his jungle a little bit, deny the orange buff, deny some creeps from best player, but if the marksman focus is something that they need to harp on, that might be a little bit of a game changer, especially in the early game stage. And is that the answer that everybody has been looking for to give Outplay a little bit of that hard time in the early game stage?
Yeah, speaking of the stages of the game, a little bit of look at the replays as we are seeing the Empire, when it was nice and early, had a slight advantage. 6 minutes in, 6-2. This is where they needed to be. New Man Blast going down for that stun. Execution was there from their team. Mikasa picking up a kill, takes down Basic, and this is where the fight begins. Best player turning the script around. Alex taking down Shark, but best player picking up a double, slowly making his way to that Maniac. You can definitely tell he was definitely on the hunt for it as he finds Mikasa as well last minute, and there it goes. A Maniac in the first match of today in the best of 5 series against the Empire. And I gotta say, that is what has let them live up to the name that they have now, Outplay.
Absolutely. Speaking about Outplay, let's take a look at these game stats. We are looking at a 16-minute game. Not that power spike that Empire was hoping to see coming in from Alex, but 22-12. We do see the gold. A little bit of the back foot coming in from Empire, as early game, they did have that gold lead and that kill advantage, but they did end up falling a little bit behind. Objective-wise, they were able to trade the first 2, but Outplay coming in with a response was able to take that 9 away. But Hoon coming in with a perfect KDA, just like we said, multiple-time MVP from a lot of series, is able to possibly take it home today if he does play like that as well. But maybe Empire might try that 1-2-2 strat, and Weezy, you and I've seen it, right? Multiple times. If 1-3-1 doesn't work, they have the 1-2-2. If 1-2-2 doesn't work, they'll change up their draft and bring it right back to 1-3-1. But if we're going a little bit back, right? If we kind of do a blast from the past a little bit, if maybe they drafted the Phoveus that game, because if we saw the Phoveus pick actually come in against BTK, and they almost took that crown home. And is that really the pick that they need to bring, the 1-3-1, but put them on some good picks, put them on some really beefy, tanky heroes, deny that marksman, deny that backline, we might see a potential long game or even taking a win home. And that's what I want to see from Empire. Empire, prove my prediction wrong. Get me off the board. That's what I want to see coming in from Empire.
Well, they proved my prediction wrong when they didn't pick up the Phoveus. But as you kind of mentioned, right, they run the 1-3-1. It definitely works, and it actually really could have worked right there. But it boiled down to the micro and the macro, the little last-minute decisions when you have to choose to either take the fight or pull your punches. And I feel like that's where they kind of struggle a little bit. When you look at Outplay, they don't have that little slight pause where they have to think about it. They're either all in or all out. There's no in between. And that slight moment is what allowed best player to pick up that Maniac. And that is why, teams have a hard time going up against them. And I think if they can find a little bit more unity in their plays as a team as a whole, then they'll have a little bit higher of a success rate, or maybe a huge change in their success rate. Is even without that Phoveus, I still think they had a really great early start. And to see it kind of flip around into Outplay's hands that fast, within like a minute and a half, it shouldn't normally happen like that. That definitely boils down to there's a little bit of lack in synergy and objective prioritization. I think when they have that slight advantage, they need to hold on to it. Don't always take the risky plays. You're ready, or up in gold, you're up in farm, you've taken a mid lane turrets, and you're leading on the scoreboard. Yeah, exactly. So when you have that slight advantage, you need to find a way to make that grow even more and start that snowball. But when you start taking risks that aren't really necessary, you kind of even out that playing field, and that's what Outplay waits for. That slight mistake, that slight pause, and that synergy, and they punish.
Yeah, and speaking about that snowball, right? I would want to see Empire play safe. They had that lead, just like you said. They had that insurance. It wasn't even like a 1k lead, a 2k lead. They were looking at like a 3k gold lead. Towards that early game, they were not taking objectives, but they were punishing basic over and over and over again, taking objectives very, very fast. We've seen the mid lane turret and the bot side turret, which is what Basic was standing in, be taken out. And getting that mid lane taken away early opens up a ton of vision, and not taking that at your advantage is not something you want to do. So maybe kind of slow your pace down a little bit, you know, take the game a little bit slow, just focus on farming. I feel like Empire really has to be disciplined. If this is the fight that they want, is this going to be successful or is it not? Because when we saw in that first team fight that changed everything around, just like you said, in literally a minute, right? That's not something you really can do in those last minute decisions. It's either you're all in or out, just like you said. But is that really a dive you want to take? Is that really some sacrifices that you want to give? Is that some objectives you want to take some off the board? So I do really hope that Empire does not kind of hesitate. You know, if you think this is going to be the fight you're going to take and win with, go for it. But if you're unsure, don't do it, you know? But Demon running this Valentina once again. Now, Demon did show a good Valentina last game, right? Was able to use a lot of suppressions. The Bloody Hunt coming in from Franco was able to kill Basic multiple times, but now we do really have to see if Demon and the synergy between the mid laners and the junglers really able to rotate around, and that's what I want to see.
Yeah, you definitely have to keep your eyes on Demon, but when he locks this Valentina in this early, up against a team like Outplay, you know, they can have a plan around that. That's showing a huge trump card too early in the draft, in my opinion, and they can definitely make a way to work around it. And not to mention, they had the Valentina last time, and he had a lot of ultimates he could have used at his disposal. He did perform well on it, but it didn't really phase Outplay. I think it boiled down to, it wasn't really Demon that was the issue, it was the overall team and how they were rotating after they took that first major objective for the mid lane. And now looking at the scoreboard, you are looking at 1-0, Outplay leading the way, trying to possibly take this game too, as you are seeing Franco locked in from Reckless alongside Mikasa with the Lapu Lapu. They're not even wasting any time on the clock, and looks like they're pretty much comfortable with what they're going to be drafting here. And I do like the Franco. I mean, you can rush in, you can take down Basic yet again with the Bloody Hunt, and now you have a Valentina who can profit after somebody else's ult, but it depends on what Outplay is going to lock in. But the problem that I'm seeing right here is the glue. How do you deal with it?
Ooh, Atlas coming in from Shark. That's a pretty bold pick coming in, as there is Demon running this Valentina. The IMU is going to be able to copy the Fatal Links. Now, there is still Mage and Jungler missing for the side of Outplay, and a Marksman and a potential Jungler or another EXP lane missing for the side of Empire. Now, we already see Outplay banning out the Martis, which is what Alex really likes to play in his jungle area as well. But now, if I'm already looking at these team fights, right? Basic has a free Purify, so I'm not really worried about the hook or the Fatal Links if Demon does copy, or even the Bravest Fighter stance, the stun. Not really worried about Basic. He is able to use his utilities to get away, but side of Outplay does have the Fatal Links, has the split and the grab to go ahead and give a little bit of that CC backline presence and a good frontline presence as well. Coming in from here, she's able to just go back and just do whatever he needs to do. But now, I just want to see Empire be more smart now. From here on out, right? They did pick a Lapu. Now they need a little bit of that late game insurance and a split push potential as well. Maybe if, you know, the team fights aren't going their way, you can also harp on a split pusher, right? Not everything has to be team fight oriented. You can always go ahead and use a split push route. Now that the issue is, if they have a decent comp, even a 4-man comp that can at least sustain a little bit of a fight, the split push is available, right? But you see Carry getting banned out. Now, once Carry gets banned out, I immediately think there might be a tank jungler coming in from the side of Outplay. We did see the tank slot, but I'm thinking more like a Fredrin or like a Barats or like more of those types of tanky junglers. But Lancelot's still walking once again. Who's going to opt in for this Kagura? It's already limiting Demon's copy potential.
And that's why we kind of mentioned when Demon locks in this Valentina that early, up against a high caliber drafting team like Outplay, they're easily able to overpressure or even just deny any heroes that he can really profit on. But they do have Shark, who did lock in this Atlas, which means now Demon does have the Fatal Links as well. It's going to be an amazing time casting all those Fatal Links. those 5-man sets on both sides. But Now looking at something that you don't traditionally see, at least in the North America side, the Empire has locked in Hanzo.
Is Assassin Dave playing for Empire? Dave? Are you playing for Empire? Oh, we talked about the Phobius pick. Here it is. They did hear us. Heard us loud and clear. They did pick up the Phobius now. So we're going to see Dave play Assassin. I'm just kidding. But Alex is going to lock in this Hanzo. The Pinnacle Ninja is able to go pierce through that back line, right? Which will definitely force Basic kind of to be careful when it comes to those team fights as well. But Best Player is going to go ahead and lock in this lane. A little bit worried now. This is a damage assassin jungler, but there is a Franco on the other side, as well as Mikasa running in. But the Demonic Force is going to be able to jump on that backside, especially Basic. So this is what we wanted, Wheezy. This is what we wanted. Is this going to be the game? Forget the Fatal Links. Forget the IMU. Forget everything. We're seeing a Phobius, the one hero that almost took out BTK against them. So, Wheezy, how are you feeling right now? This is what you wanted. This is a draft that you wanted.
I feel like the only problem with their draft is they don't have push potential to be able to clear this turret to close the game out. You're really going to rely on Alex going out there and pretty much shutting these turrets down. But you got to keep in mind, Best Player is running a Ling, so he can definitely find you no matter where you're hiding at in that jungle and take you down if you're not protected over there. So that may be a slight vulnerability that I see as we are jumping into game 2. Outplay up against the Empire. Outplay already has one game on their side in this best of 5 series for the semifinals. And, you know, kind of jumping into what we were talking about, when we're looking at these compositions, you have Basic running the marksman, which means if he can scale, if he can get online, get his items nice and early, he has the push potential in the late game damage. But when you're looking at the Empire, they can win in the 5v5 scenarios, but when it comes to clearing these turrets and closing the game out, that's when they're going to have a little bit of a struggle. But when we talk about synergy compositions, right? Mikasa on the Phobius, he's definitely going to have a little bit of advantage with that Demonic Force, and then Demon, if he does pull out that Fatal Links to combo with it, he can possibly set an entire team.
Yeah, and I really want to see Mikasa take this Phobius pick to his fullest advantage, right? We did see them play it really, really well. I do want him to use it and abuse it against Basic, as he is giving all those dashes up to Mikasa. But now looks like Outplay is not going to let the same story happen twice, right? They're going to go ahead and make sure Basic is protected down there, as Shark is going to give that little bit of insurance, as Alex can use that Pinnacle Ninja and already do a lot of damage.
Yeah, and that's the thing. Like, the only one who can really get back to Alex for the denial is going to be Best Player, but already a nice and early engagement. Alex picks up a kill, takes down Shard. It's kind of similar to game 1 when you've seen the Empire leading the way for the first 6 minutes.
Yeah, but the issue that I have with Atlas, right, he is a little bit squishy in that early game compared to most roamers, right? He only has that CC coming in with the second skill, a little bit of that freeze, right? Compared to like Kufra with the Tyrant's Rage and the Magic Ball is able to give a little bit of that sustain, or like Lolita with a little bit of a shield is also able to protect herself as well, and just like she loves to say, protect her teammates as well. But I just feel like Reckless and both Shark running a little bit squishy, but here we go.
Blades drop down. Best Player able to secure that purple buff, and now a battle possibly on the way. Down goes the Demonic Force. Hoon is going to flicker out, is going to have to try and get away from Mikasa, but unable to. Mikasa does pick up that kill, but not before Reckless falls as well. There's going to be an eye for an eye on both sides of the table, as Jordan already trying to take down this turtle, but Pinnacle Ninja going out from Alex is going to rush in. Jordan trying to get the denial. Alex finds the turtle just in time, 2-1, and one turtle in favor. Empire leading the way for the early game.
But bot side, Shark already being a menace over to Mikasa, making sure basically to denied, but
you see Best Player pick up the kill, takes down Jordan with the assist provided by Yoreshi. 2-2 so far. The question is, who will be able to take advantage of this early game?
Now you do have to be careful. As we see, Basic hasn't been taken off the board yet. Shark has, which kind of denied the objective coming in from Outplay, right? Best Player was also late to the objective, but this is what I'm seeing though, right? Alex is running this high and dry. Best Player is actually running Demon Slayer on Ling, so I want to see a little bit more objectives being picked up, but Pinnacle Ninja, here we go.
It's going to go out. Basic is taking some serious damage. You are going to see Mikasa take a kill, is going to find him. Down goes the Iron Hook from Reckless, not able to connect. And now Hoon trying to pick the kill is suppressed by the Bloody Hunt and Demonic Force. Reckless is going to take down Hoon. Shark now one-man army, 1v3, is going to try and get out, but he's not really in the best situation. I think he'll be able to escape this one. Hit with the Fatal Links from the IMU from Demon, who is going to secure that kill, but now best player rushing in like Superman, tips the blades, dropping down. Is going to try and find a kill, tries to find Demon, is going to pick up all of his blades, but not able to find any members of the Empire.
Uh-oh. Is Demon and Mikasa overstaying, but Alex is going to go ahead and use a Pinnacle Ninja. Just like you said, he's going to really be that push potential. Now, there is a lot of members going back home as they were dropped low to that bot side, but Reckless looking for something.
You are seeing Reckless in a bad situation, quickly taken down by Yoreshi in the mid-river. 4-man team of Outplay right now, trying to find a way into the map for the Empire. Fatal Links does drop down onto Alex in mobilization, tries to Pinnacle Ninja out. Jargon C crossbow tank for the denial. Basic is going to pick up the kill. Demonic Force for the response from Mikasa, jumping on top of Basic. Is going to rush in onto Yoreshi, who did get hit by the Terrify from Demon as well. Now Basic still hit with the Demonic Force. Mikasa is going to secure the kill, the direct counter over to the Wanwan, which we should have seen in the first game, but now seeing it in the second game, definitely working in Mikasa's favor. And you are going to see a turtle be slain this time for Outplay.
Absolutely, and now that Demon Slayer emblem is doing its work, but we do see a little bit of a pressure coming into the mid side. And now the thing is, when I see these two teams fight it out, these high elo teams, they kind of don't give two minds to their sides, right? But they really care about their mid lane, as the mid lane is the most important lane that doesn't give up too much vision. But Reckless looking to deny. Best player is blue here. And when it comes to these assassin heroes that requires energy, aside from the red, you really need the blue insurance, the purple buff, to make sure you get that energy back and to be able to hit your skills. But best player, already seen Jordan low, might look for a kill here.
Yeah, you are seeing Jordan possibly overstaying his welcome hit with the slam, but on the other side of the map, a little Pinnacle Ninja action. Jordan now hit with possible tips of blades, dropping down, and the split on top of him. Earthshaker as Yoreshi decides to jump off and get out just in time as Demon and Reckless join the fight.
And looks like they're still not done yet. Reckless already getting spotted out by Hoon. It looks like they're just gonna go ahead and disengage, but the top side, just like you said, Alex is gonna go ahead and steal best player's red and gobble it up for himself. And with the split coming in already from Mikasa.
He's gonna go ahead and claim that turret on the top side. And you're right, that denial over there on that orange buff. Definitely a good read over there from Alex. And you are gonna see Outplay now still trying to find their footing. It still can be either side's game. And this is very close, considering the Empire was kind of struggling to maintain that 4th position. And they're going against the superstars so far, who have been almost flawless with their record. Outplay, and to see it be pretty much an even match kind of keeps you on your toes, wondering which way this will go.
Alex, he's hunting for Basic all the way to the backside.
He's trying to pick up the kill, but not in time. He's going to run out of that energy right before he can secure that kill. And look at Basic already getting topped off with full HP.
We are, and we do see the rotation over to the neutral objective. We already see Empire already giving that front presence already. And now best player is now finishing up his blues and moved himself over to give a little bit of that vision. And looks like they're going to look for a little bit of a trade, right? We do see Basic and Shark already getting enough vision. And Hoon also working as well to give that vision. But mid-side, and looks like Demon might have a little bit of an advantage as he is a little bit late to the party. But
fight on the way, the Bloody Hunt for the suppression. Reckless takes down Basic. Iron Hook not going to be able to hit Shark, who is trying to contest the Empire taking any of these turrets. And I don't know if I really agree with how the Empire kind of responded. They gave up that bottom turret, and they also gave up a turtle and didn't really take anything in their advantage. And this is what we kind of mentioned, right? Those little slight pauses in terms of synergy and micro. And this is where Outplay kind of outshines them. And they got to find a way to keep it together if they want to stay in this game. So you are going to find best player pick off Alex inside of the jungle. And this is what we kind of mentioned. When you run that link, you have that mobility, that split push potential to be able to hunt down Alex when he is not protected by his team.
From offside, we do see a little bit of a punish Basic coming right back to help with the team fight. And conceal play coming in from Shark.
Blue
Yeah, I can still play on the way, but a little bit of a waste from Outplay, but they didn't really lose too much from it. Looks like they are trying to ease their way up on the map even more as you are going to see the Retribution go out to Demon, down goes into some plays, and you are going to see the Fatal Links from the IMU from Demon flickers out. Yoreshi finds Reckless. Demon takes down Shark. Is trying to get out of there, but best player for the denial is going to find Demon. Killing spree activated. Jordan in the mid lane still trying to deny Outplay for pushing in that turret.
Yeah, but we are looking at Mikasa though, sitting at a perfect 88, 303, but best player also seeing a 302, and Yoreshi as well. We are seeing 2 perfect 88s up on the board. Now Hoon has not been able to find kills, but is able to find those assists to help. But Mikasa coming in with the Demon Horse.
He's being such a nuisance to Outplay, but may be punished on that early aggressive play as Hoon is going to shut him down. Crossbow tank from Basic, doing some damage onto the Empire. Jordan rushing in like a madman, and Hoon is going to pick up the double. Mr. MVP, and Mr. picking up grass. Shark's not going to be able to get the set right there. You are going to see the bloody hump for the suppressor. Reckless stunning best player just in time, securing the kill inside of the tier 2 turret.
Yeah, there has been 2 shutdowns now coming in from both sides. Mikasa getting taken off the board, and best player into the right hands as well, who did get a little bit of that extra gold, and we do see items getting picked up as well from both sides, but the gold is not too far apart as I thought it would be. We are looking at just a little bit under 2K. We are also seeing the scoreboard is the same, but objective-wise, Empire is on a little bit of the back foot, right? 4-1 turret trade mid lane is gone, which means it already immediately opens up too much vision with conceal play coming in from Shark. Might look for a potential fight here.
And Mikasa on the chase with the Demonic Force, picks up kill, takes down Basic. Huge play, finding the backline marksman of Outplay. Now rushing into Hoon, hit by the Iron Hook. Alex securing the kill. The Marksman and the Maze have fallen for Outplay. Can they claim some more bodies? Outplay on the back end, trying to get out of the situation. Yoreshi and Shark definitely has sustainability, but the Empire has the numbers. Yoreshi trying to hold them off, and now the Fatal Links from Demons from the IMU not going to get the stun, but Jordan going to shut down Yoreshi nonetheless, as you are seeing best player still the purple buff, but now diving in with the Finch Poise onto Alex is going to Pinnacle Ninja out, but you are seeing a possible push for this Lord in favor of the Empire, but no, they're not going to go for it. They're going to go ahead and try and even out the map and get some wave management.
And that's what happens if you put best player on that split pushing jungle, right? He was able to take a lot and only left with their high base round, but pressure
with the Terrify. Alex takes down Shark. This is still looking really good for the Empire, trying to shift the momentum in their favor, take control of this game. Alex is going to use the Pinnacle Ninja, is going to go ahead and find that turret, and now rushing in, trying to take down Hoon, a quarter of HP. This play's going down for best player, 1v4. Finch Poise is out of there, but the Demonic Force for the chase. Is he going to be able to catch him in time? He is not, but he is going to spot out Alex in that bush and get away with a sliver of HP, and now with the sustainability in that region, he's able to kind of get back to full HP. Still on the chase, though. Alex is not letting him go.
Still
a frame
running.
shot from nowhere. What is going on right now? Just let that man go. Focus on the objectives, as you are seeing a battle in the Lord Pit on the way. The Fatal Links in. Shark trying to get a pick off. Hoon takes down Reckless, and the Lord Pit controlled by Outplay with no contest.
Look at Demon. This is kind of chilling to give Alex some vision. They still don't spot Demon out. Is this going to be something that might get their Lord taken away if they are not careful? Alex coming in.
Ooh, Alex a little prematurely is going to rush in, trying to get the Retribution just in time. Can he do it? No, best player a little bit quicker with the Retribution. Secures it for Outplay in the nick of time. 12 minutes in, 13-10. You are seeing on the bottom side, Yoreshi with the split, providing that pressure. 1v5. The man's taking on the entire team. Jordan is going to go ahead and shut him down.
Yeah, and that is going to be the EXP laner down for the set of Outplay. And that is not something you want. They have the frontline presence from Shark, but that's not enough. But look at the setup coming in. They are looking for an immediate pickoff as Yoreshi has been taken off. So it looks like a little bit of a revenge call. Maybe they are looking for a little bit of a mistake. Now, the thing is with Outplay, they don't snooze when it comes to these mistakes. If they find a opportunity, they're going to immediately go for it. You don't see any hesitation coming in for Outplay. Now we already see Alex denying this Lord push, and we do see best player trying to look for Alex's body, but Shark already moving his way over.
You are going to see Hoon claim the tier 2 turret for the bottom side. Best player making work with the tier 2 for the mid. Iron Hook unable to connect, and down it goes. Map definitely opening up in favor for Outplays. They are pushing in to try and crack open the base of the Empire.
We are seeing a conceal. I did hear it from somebody, but I don't know who it was from. But oh, Shark just getting, oh my goodness, dangerously low just by Alex free hitting. And now once Hanzo starts to scale towards that mid to late game, we are looking at a 14-minute game as well. He's going to start to hurt. Once his items does go into his favor, he is going to do a lot of damage. But the issue is he able to sustain that damage with the rest of his team to give an answer, right? They are looking at the back foot once again. We are looking at a 3k gold lead into the hands of Outplay, which is not too much. They have the ability to catch up only if they are able to take one of the members off inside of Outplay. And if you take a look below at Hanzo, right? He does have that Demon Hunter Sword, the Golden Staff, and the Corrosion. So he is looking for that Trinity as well. But we also see Basic coming online with the Sea Halberd, which means he's going to do a little bit of that damage, that frontline presence as well. Hoon coming in with some really good Magic Pen items, but the same response goes for Demon. So this is really just an execution. But, oh my goodness. Getting me a little bit scared over here.
Yeah, he's able to deny that Iron Hook over there last minute with that invulnerability from that CC. Definitely working in his favor, but it's a close call. Talk about a speedy reaction as we are now 14 minutes in, slowly to that 15-minute mark, hitting that late game. And like we said, they do have the marksman in their favor, having Basic, who hasn't had the best start so far, but the later this goes, the stronger he will be. And once he gets that crossbow tank, it may be a problem, but they do have Mikasa to kind of deny him, which we've been seeing time and time again so far. As you are seeing Outplay taking control of the Lord Pit. Conceal play has been opted in. Not going to be able to find any members of the Empire. Only lost the utility of that Conceal, but still has the map control in favor for Outplay. Yeah,
it kind of forced Reckless to flicker out though as well. So it's another utility of Burns. But it looks like they aren't willing to fight this Lord. Alex already doing a little bit of split pushing on that top side. Actually, Yoreshi is getting caught out by Alex right now.
Yeah, he's going to try and secure the kill, but this is what Yoreshi needs to do. He's running the glue. He needs to be that presence, that distraction to allow Outplay to take that Lord, and that is what is happening. Now, Basic secures a kill. Is going to go ahead and find Alex just in time. Demonic Force winding down from Mikasa a little too late to the party. Crossbow Tang has been activated. Demon takes down Shark. Basic finds Mikasa in the middle of that Demonic Force. And now Yoreshi on the split is going to go ahead and get the grab for the immobilization. A triple kill from Basic, trying to match Best Player with that Maniac. As you are seeing the Tips Blades go down, Best Player is going to possibly try and steal the kill. But now Demon is going to shut down Basic just in time. Picks up a double, finds Hoon, the stun onto Yoreshi. And Jordan, Killing Spree activated, is going to take him down.
That was a wild fight. 3-for-4 trade. Jordan and Demon still up inside of Empire, but Outplayer still has the Lord in their favor, and Jordan looks to deny. Oh no. Oh.
Jordan is going to go ahead and take down Best Player. As you are seeing the Lord crash into the high ground turret and burst it down. Demon for the denial is going to go ahead and drop this Lord. But still anybody's game. 16 minutes in. Base has been cracked open for the Empire. Outplay definitely has advantage in terms of turrets, but the later this game goes, the longer the respawn timers, the less aggressive you can be. Because once you're picked off, you're down for almost an entire minute, which could be the difference in a game winner for either side.
We do see already the proxy, but
Bloody Hunt does go down with that Iron Hook from afar onto Shark, who is going to use a Fatal Links to respond. And you are going to see Immortality be proc from Reckless. Left alone, Empire's not going to take that fight, and Hoon is going to find Reckless.
And that is a roam for roam ultimate use, but now we are looking at these KDAs, right? Mikasa is looking at 4-2-7 right now, but Basic is sitting at 4-5 now. Basic is just gonna get focused in by Mikasa every single time, so he will be taken off the board a couple more times if Mikasa is able to land his Demonic Force in that backline side and only focus on Basic. But that also means that he is going to have to rely on his team to finish off the rest of the members. Now we do see the damage is starting to come in, which is making Alex, his ult, Pinnacle Ninja, not do too much as his blood just keeps running out. But not only his blood, his health is getting taken off the board multiple times, which means this might be a little bit hard for Alex to engage because no one's really going to protect him, right? The only thing that needs to be protected is his actual body. But the setup on the top side is what we're seeing by Yoreshi.
Still being that lane bully, that menace that is giving the Empire a hard time with that sustainability. Just look at the split. Nothing they can do about it after they kind of banned out the Faramis. And right now, both sides kind of holding on to their high ground turret in the mid lane. And they lost the high ground turret on the bottom side for the Empire. So map advantage still in favor for Outplay. But 18 minutes in, like we said, that respawn timer is huge, as we are going to see this Lord spawn in. And looking at best player already in position to go ahead and pull the aggro.
They already do have the aggro as well. They do have a lot of map control and ground control as well. We do see Mikasa trying to look out for Wanwan and Basic and Shark, but they are in the opposite. But Yureshi giving a little bit of that split push potential, which forces Reckless to go back. And every single time Weezy and I've been casting, there's always have been a backdoor play, but Basic and Shark is losing patience. But best player just got hooked by Reckless on the map, but is not able to secure that as the rest of his team is not there. But Yureshi being a big body bag right now.
Yeah, and too much focus on him as well, as the Empire keeps trying to take him down and allowing these Lords to go to best player. Little to no contest. Hoon is going to pick up that Lord, as you are seeing that bloody hunt onto best player. Crossbow tank activated, but denied by the Wind of Truncheon from Mikasa. High IQ moment right there. Basic is going to find Alex, though. Split activated, possibly a grab on a demon, not able to hit all the glues onto him. Mikasa now on the run, Hoon on the chase, is going to go ahead and get a little bit of that additional shield. Look at it, the man is on skates right now as he gets the speed boost. Best player is going to rush in, is going to try and pick him up. This is a huge distraction, but not sure if that's what Mikasa kind of planned on, as you are going to see best player take him down, and the Lord is going to push in on the bottom side.
We already see the pressure in the lanes coming in from Basic and Shark. Then go ahead and push up that mid side and that bot side. And Lord is coming in. And we do see Shark looking for potential set. They're just going to go ahead. But flicker set.
You can see the Fatal Links go in for the stun and the suppression. You are going to see Mortality be procced onto Demon. Needs to get out of there, but is still going to try and fight. Shark very low, needs to get out. Best player is going to take down Jordan. Reckless still in the mix, trying to hold off the team of Outplay. Demon still there, as well as Alex, as you are seeing this Lord make his way into the base crystal. They need to burst it down. They need to stop Outplay from closing this game out and taking another win in this series of a best of 5. Down goes the Lord, but the Ohio brothers, they Outplay, sitting strong. They are trying to find a way to still close this out. Base crystal at about a quarter of HP. Best player rushing in and secures the damage. Down goes the best base crystal, and Outplay takes game 2 against the Empire.
Absolutely. No, this is going to be a 2-0 right now. Outplay is definitely in the lead right now compared to Empire. This is not the insurance that you want, right? We do need Empire to take a game right now, potentially the next game, or they're going to be going down into the losers bracket. And this is a best of 5. Currently 2 wins into the favor of Outplay. Now, if Empire does secure a potential win right now, this could be a little bit dangerous for the side of Empire, which already secures that win for Outplay. So we have to see if Empire can pull off something in that next game. The Phobius was doing great, right? We were talking about that draft. They did harass Basic a little bit in that goal lane and that backside, but I still am looking for a little bit more answers coming in from Empire, as they weren't able to close out that Phobius pick into their draft and make it into their favor.
Yeah, definitely a hard game, and it's kind of similar. Empire had the early game advantage, but then they just kind of lost their momentum, as now we are looking at the stats. And that was a 20-minute game. Honestly, Empire definitely stepping their game up, but needs to find a way to close these games out and take advantage of the mid to late game. If not, you're always going to see Outplay kind of shine no matter what happens in the early phase.
Yeah, speaking about the game, 20-minute game, 19-19. Score is the same, but unfortunately, we do see the sub-stats, as we do see it leaning more towards Outplay. We do see Shark coming in with 0.5 KDA to really protect Basic, but Basic's 1-1, let's be honest here. Every single time it's being drafted, Empire has been punishing it well. But we do see the objective lead coming in as well from Outplay, but here we go. Weezy, talk about this fight here.
Yeah, a lot of fights happening. Hoon able to take that Lord with that bloody hunt that did catch best player. And like I said, Empire has their moments where they shine, but they also have their moments that is their downfall. And you see Outplay kind of punish them for that. But we are seeing Outplay having, even though they're taking these victories, it's not a smooth sailing victory, right? we're seeing them kind of struggle in the early game and almost an even matchup. But once it comes to about that 10-minute mark, that's where you see them kind of thrive. And the Empire kind of looks a little lost out there on the objectives, especially when they chase your Rescue. I think we got to keep our eyes on him, right? He ran that glue. He provided that distraction to allow a lot of these enhanced lords, evolved lords, to go into the hands of Outplay. But little to no contest, as now we are moving on to a little bit of the team fight, right? If you are looking at best player, he did pick up the rich guy, most gold per minute, definitely master of the farm. The carry leading over to Hoon with the most damage dealt. And looking at your Reshi, the sandbag, like we mentioned, taking all those hits, that distraction on all these neutral objectives. And let's not forget, literally forget the forgotten one, Shark, as he's gotten 13 assists so far for game 2.
Yeah, and I feel like Shark has really been the one protecting Basic as much as he can, right? Even in that first game, running that Franco was not... It wasn't looking pretty early game at all, because the EXP double lane is the marksman's weakest thing, right? The early game presence, the really strong body bag, letting them know, you know, I'm here. You're not going to do anything to my lane. You're really squishy early game, so I'm going to go ahead and take advantage of that. But we are going to go ahead directly into that third game, which everyone's been waiting for. Now, this is anyone's game. This can be a win home for Outplay, or we are potentially seeing another match in place, but it's anyone's ball game right now. But Wheezy, let's take a step back before we even go to the draft, right? Empire has been doing well early game, actually. When we've been watching Empire play, they actually struggle. They're the ones that struggle early game, because they are running that 1-3-1. There's no damage, there's no push ability in the early game, right? But right now, against Outplay, shockingly, they are doing good. They are snowballing a little bit early, but the thing is, they can't hold on to that ball when they do snowball, right? Every time we look at the scoreboard, I call it out too. They are at a lead, kill lead, goal lead, objective lead. It's one of those. But now the thing is, once they start that, they gotta hold it, and they gotta hold it and take it down, knock down all pins, just like in bowling, right? But the issue is, are they able to bullseye that execution out through the end of the game?
Yeah, I definitely make an excellent point, right? We see them have too much of an early game advantage to fall short, and when you do fall short, Outplay is going to punish. And honestly, if Outplay was able to take the early game advantage, you would never see the Empire get online.
Oh,
so
yeah, no.
They need to make the most out of this early game potential that they start and find a way to pile up that snowball. But when they don't, run into that situation where all that hard work was thrown down the drain, and Outplay is able to secure a victory regardless of the mistakes that they made in the early phase. But we can't overlook the mistakes from Outplay so far, right? Early game, I'm not sure what's going on, but even though they took both matches, they lost in the early game. And the higher we go inside of the semifinals, the closer to the grand finals, the higher that ladder gets, the better the micro and macro have to be. And to see a team like the Empire, who was holding on to that number 4 position, took it over Fallout to be able to make their way into the semifinals, let you know that they're definitely advancing and developing even further as a team. They need to fine-tune the mid and late game if they want to be a force and hold on to a spot in the semifinals. As we mentioned, this is a best of 5. Whoever gets knocked down out of this series is going to drop down to the lower bracket. They're not out yet. They still will have another chance to fight it out in a best of 5 today after the halftime, to have another shot to be able to remain in the top 3 teams for tomorrow.
Now, Wheezy, help me a little bit. What ban is that? I can't really...
So on my side, you got Hanzo. So looks
like
that's
a Hanzo?
Yeah, it looks like they got annoyed of the Hanzo. Maybe just denied. I mean, it was a problem, but they just, like we said, it just boiled down to the micro and the macro. But I think right now Outplay is just trying to limit any advantage that the Empire has, especially in the early phase.
So now Hoon is going to grab that Valentina. This is not something you want to give into the hands of Hoon. He is a multiple MVP holder with that Valentina. We also seen it from Nicolette, from Ackerman. We also seen it in so many other teams. Yado also ran the Valentina, played it excruciatingly well. So Valentina is a strong pick, but just like you said, Wheezy, trump card is able to kind of limit that draft. But I already see 2 good ults walking again from the side of Empire. Now, the suppress, good, right? The Bloody Hunt, he is able to use it to his advantage. Feather Airstrike is able to use it well. against the side of Empire. Now, I feel like you kind of still have to be careful when you run the Valentina on the opposite side. Yes, you might not want to give up too many ults, but knowing that these are really good high elo players, they will use it at their advantage. Flicker plays, backline plays, you name it, they are able to execute it, and we've seen it coming in from Demon, any mage player. But Shark is actually running this Grok, and I feel it's a little bit of a flex pick, right? That can also run it into the EXP lane, can run it into the roam position, or can run it in the jungle position. We've seen it before, and they can happen again. But we are currently seeing Basic run in this Claude. Looks like he has a little bit of a sick time with 1-1, as his KDA was not looking too great for the last 2 games. So looks like he's gonna run in for that Blazing Duet, and he's gonna now have Dexter at his side, and Mikasa running in his signature pick right now. It's gonna be that Alice.
Now, looking at this draft, I do see one thing that could possibly happen, right? Faramis is still on the board alongside Glue. Either one could be picked up, and honestly, if Outplay picked up the Faramis, ran that as the roam, and put the Glue in the XP lane, then they would have sustainability checked off the board, some group CC and frontline presence, some late game damage from Basic, and not to mention Hoon, who does have that IMU to be able to take a feathered airstrike and a bloody hunt. And now the Empire doing Empire things, running 1-3-1. They're going to go ahead and pull out their trump card, that Alice that we've seen be a little bit of that nuisance time and time again. The only team that we ever see pull it out, matter of fact, and looks like they're putting everything on the table. As we mentioned, this is match 3, right? You're looking at Outplay. They have 2 matches under the table, under their belts, and all they need to do is claim this victory to get a clean sweep over the Empire and secure their spot in tomorrow's matches in the second half of the semifinals. But for the Empire, they have to win 3 games in a row to be able to pull this off. That is what we call a reverse sweep. And the question is, do they have the mentality, do they have the hunger and the thrive to be able to pull that off?
I mean, even though they lose this series, right, they still have tomorrow, or not tomorrow, later today, to try again. But I still want them to at least, even if they don't win this current bracket, at least take a win home. Everybody wants to see somebody take a win home against Outplay. We've seen it once, right? But that was kind of a little bit of a troll pick, but I want them to see it in an actual 5v5 draft. Now, Empire still hasn't tried the 1-2-2. They've been running 1-3-3 or 1-3-1 this entire time. So maybe we might see a little bit of a change coming in from Empire. They didn't have the split push that we were looking for, right? They did have the team fight. Every single time the Empire drafts, they always have the team fight. They have the frontline presence, the backline presence, and the beefiness, the CC. They have everything. They really do. But now it becomes on the execution towards the mid to late game that they struggle just a little bit. Now, Outplay, on the other hand, they have the all-round. They do. But in the early game, as we both said, they need time to scale. And actually, they haven't been doing too great. Let's be honest here. They've just been continuously getting, especially in that goal lane, they've just been getting harassed by Empire back and forth. And if they know these advantages, I feel like they should really just go ahead and take that advantage and just slap it in their face and be like, hey, you're running such a squishy comp early game. I'm going to punish you for that, running 1-3-1, and I'm just not going to let you get anything. They did that really well early game, making sure Basic doesn't get online, right? But
beep. There goes the Faramis. It definitely is going to work in their favor. They have the sustainability, not really much to deny, and it's not,
so,
I mean, Glue's not going to be picked up here because Jordan locked in that
Rock jungle?
Oh yeah, this is going to be a...
This was a flex pick.
It is
both
a flex pick.
Both of our thoughts were correct. Okay, Alice is going to run the Karina. So here we go. So we're going to see a little bit of a swapping potentially happen. So drafts are complete though. Oh! Alright, so here we go. I've seen best player run Valentina jungle before.
That's what I was thinking.
I don't know if you guys think in the every time somebody from Outplay has their lives on or anything, you will see them run very obnoxious, unique drafts. Best player has been running Valentina jungle. He ran the Lunox jungle. He ran the Chow jungle. I mean, he's ran pretty much everything. And the thing is with Outplay, since their synergy is so tight, they kind of run anything they want as long as they have the response for it. But we're seeing a Benedetta getting drafted in by Jordan. I've never seen them run a Benedetta in their draft. I've seen it in NACT already once or twice. We have seen it, but Now the execution is here. This is the execution that they need to think about, right? They have the split push from Benedetta. The final blow is able to go through the backside. This is gonna run with that Petri as well. But we are going to game 3, guys. This can be anyone's game. This is either going to be a win home for Outplay and a walk down for the Empire, or this could be another game into the favor of Empire as they will hold on to the last string. But the question is, are they able to execute this out going on?
That's right, as we are going to see one team kind of get knocked off today, as this match is going to determine who's going to drop down to the lower bracket. From there, after the second series of today, the final series would be both teams from round 1 and round 2 competing in a best of 5. And right now, Outplay 2-0, having a slight advantage. Hoon picks up first blood nice and early, is going to go ahead and find Jordan before the first minute.
Looks like a little bit of a greediness, right? Being able to try to punish best player from in his orange buff. This might be a little bit of an overextension, but that is already a first kill off the board. But the gold lead is still this game, but the kill advantage is towards Outplay.
Yeah, definitely have a slight advantage, and that is not what you want to allow Outplay to have. They don't miss a mark, they don't miss a beat, but we've seen them struggle in the first 2 matches in the early phase, and looks like they may have found a possible game plan, as now the Empire trying to find some objectives, is trying to provide some pressure onto the top side, but the minions are falling, and you are going to see Hoon wrap around Iron Hook on to the farm, trying to deny best player's rotation. He is going to be able to pick it up. Down goes the Guardian's barrier, not really able to hit the mark, and right now you got to admire both sides' pressure, trying to take advantage for the early phase.
Iron Hook running a little bit wide, not able to hook onto anybody, but we do see Yoreshi already trying to zone out this neutral objective, but looks like everybody on the side of Empire is already online, trying to make sure this objective does not get taken away by Outplay.
Yeah, you are seeing the turtle spawn in. Yoreshi and best player in position alongside Jordan and Alex to mirror them. Shark and Hoon are definitely joining the party. Definitely numbers leading in favor for Outplay. Empire needs to even the odds out, or at least take an advantage on the opposing side. As you are gonna see best player pick up the turtle. Oh my goodness, huge play with the wild charge, triple knockup. Hoon is gonna take down Alex. Hoon gets a double, finds Jordan, a triple, takes down Reckless, Mr. MVP, leading the way for Outplay.
And that is a beautiful synergy play. Wild charge coming in with the King's Calling combo, as well as Ghostbusters coming in from Hoon, was able to execute that well. Now they're going to go ahead and deny a lot of farm. This is what happens if you get taken off the board, and there's no hesitation. But I don't think this series is going to be fun for Basic. He's been getting harassed every single time right now, right? Not having the greatest fun time, always needs to be really careful. But we see Reckless and Mikasa kind of working as a duo right now to make sure Basic can't get aligned too fast. So we do see a little bit of a menace in that gold side, but is that really something that you want to start with and not finish off with? They are making sure Basic is not getting the gold, but they're not following through with it. But look at the top side.
Yeah, you are seeing the top side pressure, and right now 4-0, 3 minutes in, Outplay having the advantage that they needed, that they didn't find in the first 2 games, and I'm really wondering how the Empire will respond. King's Calling dropping down, best player finds Jordan, increasing the kill lead 5-0, 3 minutes in. They're slowly digging themselves into a hole that they cannot find their way out of, and Empire needs to be careful on their next engagements that they take, because the later this game goes, once we hit that mid game with the slight advantage you already are seeing Outplay have, they're going to kind of shine and punish the Empire very bad. And this is not where you want to be, especially when you have no matches won so far, and this may be their final match before they're knocked down to the lower bracket. But still, they are sitting strong and confident. Battle on the way for the top side. Down goes the feather airstrike from Demon. You're going to see the Guardian's Barrier trying to deny him, trying to cancel out that ultimate. Flowing blood from Mikasa going back into the base, but Outplay still leading the way so far.
Now, Weezy, I've done enough talking with the win conditions. What do you think the win condition has to be for Empire in order to really make this draft work their favor?
Well, definitely trust in Demon, right? Create a composition that rotates around him and tank mage synergy. Reckless and Demon need to work together to get some pickoffs inside of the gold lane, or a possible pickoff for the jungle, as best player is going to go and secure yet another turtle for Outplay. All objectives so far have been claimed from them. Another thing we got to look at is micro gameplay, right? Do not fall into the traps that Outplay sets, as they want you to take these fights. They have the advantage. They have the numbers. Demon is going to find Shark, though. Mikasa, 3v1 situation. Reckless trying to join the party. Hoon is going to go ahead and take down Mikasa just in time. And now, looking at Outplay, is going to go ahead and try and clear these minions in the mid lane and possibly take this turret uncontested.
Yeah, and just like you said, right, this is not the execution that you want, right? You were just talking about that mid lane synergy, but all we've been seeing this entire game is actually the gold lane and the roam synergy, right? It's going to be Reckless and Mikasa running in that 1-2-2 area, trying to deny basic, but every single time they try and do that, drop down basic low, there's just no punish coming out of it, right? Basic getting low by Mikasa, the BloodThirstyKings doing its work and its job, but where is the follow-up? Where is the punish? But here we go.
Yeah, you're already seeing another bad situation for the Empire. The wild charge for the knock-up, and Basic for the kill in the mid lane, though. Best player drops down for the airstrike, gives a kill onto Demon, but hit by the Iron Hook and the Bloody Hunt inside of the turret, but the Colt Altar just in time from Hoon to keep him alive.
That is a beautiful save coming in from Hoon, but this is also Colt Altar gone, so here we go.
Yeah, still fight on the way. Like the final blow from Jordan, trying to clear out these minions. Job well done, but Alex now joining the fight. One-man army pulled back over there by Hoon, and a Guardian's Barrier trying to deny his rotation. Just look at how hard Shark is hitting already 6 minutes in.
And he is being a huge menace already in the jungle, giving enough vision. And Hoon coming in with the Shadow Stampede and the Ghostbusters, currently sitting at 5-0. Someone needs to shut him down before it gets too late, but Shark might just have overstepped himself in the jungle.
Yeah, Shark now trying to get away. Alex on the chase, but is that the one you want to take down? And you are going to see Basic kite that damage and allow Shark to get out of there. 8-1, 6 minutes in. Empire backs on the wall. Maybe their final game for this first series. A monster kill did happen, though, by Hoon. Does find Reckless, and now on the top side, you're going to see the Blazing Duet go down. Flowing blood from Mikasa, and the Blood Ode has been activated. Basic doing some damage on Mikasa, needs to get out of there. The immobilization too much to handle. Hoon is going to take down Mikasa, godlike, and now in the mid-river, you are seeing the Empire having the numbers, but quickly being matched by Outplay.
And Jordan might just get caught out here, but is able to get away as he is a little bit mobile in that area. We do see another objective getting picked up. That is all 3 objectives being picked up by best player coming in on this Valentina. Now we do see the mid lane proxy coming in, but Shark already forcing Demon back with the wings by wings over there on that far side. Now, we're going to see, but Ryureshi!
By the way, wild charge for the knockup. Hoon takes down Alex. Best player finds Jordan. Blood Ode hitting the Colt Altar provided over there by Hoon. The airstrike drops down. Yureshi finding Mikasa. Bloody Hunt does go down. Iron Hook not able to connect by Reckless, but pulled in by the Spear of Glory from Yureshi. Hoon picks up the kill, takes down Reckless. Now you are seeing Demon by himself trying to contest Outplay from claiming this tier 2 turret and making a way into their base. There goes that additional recall spam for the chip damage. All they need is a 4-man recall to be able to burst down this turret, and here it goes. But look at the Empire trying to find a way in. Guardian's Barrier for the denial. A little bit of time working in Outplay's favor. Talk about the micro, talk about the macro, but now the denial from the Empire forcing them out of that lane.
And Hoon is currently sitting at 9-0-3. He is currently carrying his entire team as well. And we are looking at an 8-minute game already. Turrets being dropped down left and right, and there is no exchange and no punish responded by the side of Empire, and Hoon already zoning out the entire backside. But Hoon also has to be careful. He's not running a Purify, so once an Iron Hook lands, it might be deadly, but the question is, can Reckless execute that? But with the topside trade, but here it goes. Jordan might just be sandwiched here.
Like the final blow, but unable to get away. Hit by the wild charge, and Hoon picking up the kill for the airstrike from best player with that IMU running this Valentina jungle. And now on the top side, a little bit left uncontested. No, you still have your Reshi up there trying to deny Mikasa and Alex from pushing into that lane.
That was still a trade though, right? That was a top side and a bot side, but mid lane is still up. We do see a little bit of your pressure coming in that mid side, trying to go ahead and take away this turret. But Hoon coming with a flicker play.
Basic is going to find Demon, picks up a kill with that Blazing Duet and a recall on his demise. You are going to see Alex fall into the hands of best player. Guardian's Barrier going out. The Bloody Helmet, the Iron Hook, the suppression. And you are going to see Jordan take down best player. The altar has been activated for some sustainability. Outplay still trying to find a way into the base of Empire. They do have the minions, and they do have a matched up numbers 3v4. Actually, no, they have the numbers in their favor right now, and they are going to be able to open up the base. They have claimed the high ground turret in the mid lane.
They have, and they're going to go ahead and back off and look for a potential Lord here. Now, the base has been cracked open. That's not something you want to see at 10 minutes. We are looking at a very fast, one-sided story as well. The goal lead is about to hit that 10k mark as well. Hoon is just going to go in and be a huge mess, and that's what happens when you run this Faramis, the Shadow Stampede. You don't really have to be in their face with those buttons for wall charge.
And Shark picks a kill, finds Demon, like the final blow. Jordan trying to get away from Basic, but not in time. Basic has activated Killing Spree and taken him down. Right now, you are seeing a Lord still in play. Outplay able to take this objective. They do have the numbers, but they may smell blood as they do spot out Alex trying to do some damage. Basic is going to go ahead and use that battle mirror image just in time to escape that Iron Hook, and they have now shifted their focus over to this Lord.
We are looking at the kill board right now, 19-2. Only able to get a pick on Shark and best player. Now, we have yet to see Hoon and Base shut down, and if they do, that's a lot of gold as they are sitting at that high KDA as well. Now, we already see a trade with turrets. Top side is the only side that has a tier 2, but we might see a little bit of a focus game. Now, Hoon is doing a lot of damage. He is also running that mystery shop, so he's looking for faster items with a faster scale as well. Usually, personally, I like to run Magic Worship if I'm the one playing the mid lane area, as he is going to do a little bit of a burn with those builds coming in, but we do see the top side getting taken down now. This is all with the lane synergy. This is going to be the potential final push for Outplay if Empire is not able to deny this, and we already see them running it down with Lord, and the hook goes wide. So, are they able to defend this?
That is the million-dollar question. As you are going to see the Spirit of Glory with the flicker in, connecting on the Demon, forcing out the wings by wings. High ground turret quickly being bursted down by Outplay. Another objective in their favor. Only holding on to the bottom side for the Empire, and a hope and a dream to stop Outplay from sending them down to the lower bracket. You are going to see the Empire use the conceal play a little prematurely, not going to be able to find anything, but Outplay still maintaining pressure inside of their base. Shark and Yoreshi being some front-line bullies, as you are going to see them make quick work of the high ground turret for the bottom side, leaving the base completely vulnerable. The Empire trying to deny Outplay from closing this game out. Down goes a feathered airstrike from Demon, trying to clear out these minions. Jordan still rushing in, trying to clear the minions as well. But look at Outplay. They are not letting off of the gas. They are trying to find a way into the base crystal, but minions have quickly been bursted down. Here comes the second round. Round 2. Can the Empire hold them off? You are going to see the Blade Duet go in by Basic Altar being activated by whom Basic takes down Demon for a mega kill. Iron Hook in the suppression. Basic finds Mikasa. Reckless takes down best player, but Reckless taken down by Shard. And that is leaving Jordan all by himself to defend against the three-man team of Outplay, Hoon, Basic, and Yoreshi. And Jordan unable to do it, not having the numbers in his favor, taken down by Yoreshi, and there goes the recall. They're going to recall for some chip damage onto this base, take as much time as they can to claim their victory as they have secured their spot in the second day for the playoffs. And now this is going to send the Empire to the lower bracket.
Victory!
Oh no. Man, that game was a little bit too fast, a little bit one-sided. Now, unfortunately, this means they lose their chance to go ahead and take that win, or the first winning bracket, which means they're going to be taken down to that loser bracket now. But congratulations to Outplay. You do take a little bit of a break. You can take a breather, and we will see you tomorrow. But we are in for a treat, guys. We are not done yet. There is a loser bracket final as well, which means Empire now really has to kind of reflect, right? They did kind of have that. They had the chances. They ran different drafts. They ran different heroes as well. So maybe take the time, composure themselves, and go ahead and maybe we might see something different in the next bracket we are going to see with the losers. But 13-minute game, 24-4. We do see a very huge goal lead coming in from Outplay. Hoon coming in 10-0-9. Basic coming in at 5-0-10. And Yoreshi 3-0-12. We are seeing 3 members on the side of Outplayers having perfect KDAs. As the side of Empire, they didn't have much answers as Jordan. Maybe the Benedetta wasn't really the answer for the side of Empire, and I'm a little bit curious as to why they didn't potentially run the 1-2-2 draft, as it could have worked in their favor, as they knew they were on the back foot for the entire game, especially towards the early game. But Weezy, run me through this replay.
Yeah, as you are seeing Outplay push through the mid lane, they know they have the advantage, especially looking at the KDA. You're looking at 10-1 on the kill board. Best player taking down Jordan. Alter being activated. Mikasa trying to sustain himself, trying to hold them from closing this game out. Yoreshi finds Mikasa for the airstrike from Demon. A lot of utility for the Empire, but they did not have the farm to be able to sustain themselves in these fights. Hoon takes down Reckless 14-1, 7 minutes in, and you're seeing them inch their way up the map, and that is what led to them claiming victory for the series.
And look at the team fight. Let's look at the rich guy, right? This time it's going to be basic, and Hoon is going to be the carry. Now, you really don't see the mages giving that carry role, but Hoon is going to go ahead and take that role off. But Jordan is the sandbag this time. Now, we don't really see Benedetta taking the most damage, right? We kind of want to see the roamer take the most amount of damage, but as he has that second skill immunity, he is able to. But I would like to see Mikasa take a little bit more of that damage, as she has Alice has a little bit more sustainability. But we do see the Forgotten One Shark coming in with 16 assists, and you know that he was out there with the wild charge plays, locking in with Yoreshi's King's Calling. But here we go, we were talking about this. Look at the synergy between Outplay compared to Empire.
Yeah, a lot of synergy. Empire, see, they had the early advantage for the first 2 matches, but this is where it turned around, and we saw that first Maniac for best player. Able to find Reckless. Alex finds Shark. Best player picking up that double, finds his way into Alex, and now chases Mikasa, takes down Demon. And here it goes. The first Maniac of the playoffs secured by best player from Outplay. And now another look at the Lord push as well. Hoon able to secure that Lord from that bloody hunt that did suppress best player, and also take down Reckless, Mr. MVP, the mid lane mage for Outplay. Hoon at his finest. And now looking at Demon, trying to use the split, looking at Hoon chasing Mikasa. And this was a funny part right here. You saw the flame shot. You seen him trying to run away. You seen best player trying to rush in, trying to get a possible pick off. And not really much Mikasa could have did there. I really was hoping they would have picked that Phobius in the first match, but I feel like in the second game they kind of just had a little bit of a harder time prevailing through this game.
Yeah, but speaking about that synergy, look at that play coming in from Hoon and Yoreshi with the King's Calling, but also the Wild Charge was the potential that kind of gave the insurance, right? Was able to secure that team fight, put it into their favor, and we already see Hoon being a huge menace towards that back line, and the Ghostbusters, the passive, being able to bounce off of each other is going to trigger a lot of damage, and that just was something the Empire couldn't get a response off of. The damage wasn't enough.
Definitely not enough, and just an insane gameplay all around. Congratulations over there to Outplay, now able to sit comfortably and wait for their second match, which will be tomorrow for the second half of the playoffs.
And all I got to say for that series was Outplay is OP. They're overpowered. They've secured that first spot. I was a little bit skeptical at first, seeing that 3-0 trade in the very beginning with the goal laner, but the Empire was on the right track, right? There's always an opening that you're trying to capitalize on, and they continuously did that for 2 games. And with the third game, Hoon is finally like, I have enough. I gotta help my pal out. I gotta make basic not get picked off once again. And you help a pal out, you help yourself out. The MVP will go to Hoon with that Faramis, with that Gali Farsa in the first game, as well as the TikTok CAD. What do you guys think?
Well, definitely, like we said, Mr. MVP, kind of the glue behind the Ohio brothers, and now name change, Outplay. And honestly, that's what he was doing. He was outplaying the opposing mage, taking advantage when needed, and claiming victory.
He has, and now sitting at a perfect KDA for that last match, and also being that saving grace, as Weezy and I love to call it, with the Cult Altar, was able to save best player multiple times in those team fights. And that's what you want, just like Liz said, you help a pal out, you help yourself out. So he is the MVP for the series, and I feel like it is a well-deserved MVP coming in from him as well.
Absolutely. And guys, don't go anywhere. We're going to take a short break. And coming back, we have BTK versus Ackerman, another highly anticipated match. And we'll see you guys back in 5.
We've got each other's back.
Legendary!
We're the best duet ever.
An enemy has been slain.
The melody is my calling. The music of my bow will cleanse their hearts.
Legendary! Monster kill!
Supernova to the rescue. Music is the strongest form of magic.
Welcome back, everyone. We have the second match of the day ready to go. BTK versus Ackerman. Rumors say Ackerman has been holding some secrets back and they're practicing a lot. So who knows what's gonna happen, but right now, double elimination bracket. First match of the day, we saw the I keep saying the Ohio Brothers, but the OP Team Outplay versus the Empire at a 3-0 to our caster's prediction. So the Ohio Brothers are going to make it to the upper bracket. Now, coming up, we're going to have BTK versus Ackerman, and then whoever loses this game will play against the Empire in the losers bracket today. So, give us some more details on the individual player stats, casters.
Yeah, as we are going to be moving on to the player stats. I mean, looking at BTK, looking at Ackerman, right? BTK, the revamped version, led by Mobazane. You know, he has some heavy hitters on there, such as Yato, Joy Baj. You can see him dominating. ISO, one of the first marksmen to get that Savage. One of the first with that Wanwan as well. Definitely a force to be reckoned with, as we still are in the upper bracket, the second match today. Whoever loses this series will be dropped down to the bottom half, but looking at the casters' predictions, already seeing unanimous decision, BTK, but the slight difference being how will they finish the series. You do get a sweep over there from Ben, 3-1 for myself alongside Eunice in private, and then you are looking at Trex and Deku with that 3-2. And now, looking at the caster predictions, Eunice still sitting strong, 42-9.
Yeah, and just like Liz kind of harped on, right? There was a lot of background little rumors going around, so actually these predictions might change very fast as we go into this bracket right now. And knowing that these two teams are neck to neck, right? This is anyone's ball game, just like what happened in our last bracket as well. We are looking at a BO5. This isn't a single elimination. This isn't BO3. This is a BO5. So each team has equal chances. Each team also has a chance to sweep each other back and forth. Now, let's take a really quick look at our stats, right? This is all stats across Swiss rounds, just so you guys know. So these aren't specifically directed. So we are looking at BTK Mobazane and Twinks coming in from the side of Ackerman, and Wheezy go into detail with these stats right here.
Well, already looking at Mobazane, right? The jungler for BTK, the leader, if I may say so myself. Average kills, 5, pretty much per game, pretty decent. You are looking at him dying about twice on average, which means he has a positive KDA right there with 6 assists to tie into that. And that team fight participation sitting at 65%. But then we look over at Toinks, a little bit of a different dynamic that we're gauging, right? He is the roamer for Ackerman, and he's been coming online. He's been hitting the mark, especially with his Kufra. We've seen his Franco kind of dominate as well. Not too many high kills, but I mean, he is the roam, so not really something you can kind of compare right there. It's like comparing apples to oranges. But when it comes to deaths, right? For him only to die 3 times, considering he is the frontline presence, the tank that soaks in all that damage, just shows you he knows how to be at the right place at the right time, but does not get punished too easily.
Absolutely. And knowing that it's really, obviously the stats are kind of very one-sided, right? You can kind of see definitely Mobazane has a little bit of those better stats, but we are looking at a roamer versus a jungler, so we can get that little bit of the comparison. But Liz, let us know what we're up for next.
Well, apples and oranges, they're both great fruit, but we're gonna move into our game between Ackerman versus BTK. Draft 1. Casters, take it away.
That's right. Now moving forward to the second series of the day, best of 5, the Bloodthirsty Kings versus Ackerman. They're sitting at that number 2 and that number 3 position for the top 8 teams in North America, and now solidified their positions in the top 4. But the question for today is, who will remain in the top 3, as one team is going to fall short at the end of today's series and get knocked off the totem pole. We are looking at BTK, led by Mobazane, been dominating, known as the best jungler in North America, and he has a pretty stacked team. ISO, like I said, he did get that Savage over there with that Wanwan, but Ackerman, honestly, one of the most impressive teams we've seen kind of grow through the ranks inside of the NACT Spring season, and they were able to solidify that number 3 position with little to no contest. And you've seen teams in that number 4 position have a hard time even getting up to those top 3 positions, such as Fallout and such as the Empire. So overall, this is definitely going to be an explosive series to watch.
Weezy, we're gonna have to like readjust our seats or something, because we already know that these two teams are gonna be neck to neck. I mean, I also have my third caster back there, so
Oh, there
he's
we go.
watching from the we're watching from all the behind. So we're gonna see what really is happening. But now these two teams are a little bit, I would say, I don't want to say similar, but they kind of have the same mindset, the same focus, the same objective play and everything, right? We do see it's Kush versus Mobazane in that jungle area now. We do know that they both can run tank jungles. They both can run assassin. Well, certain assassins for Mobazane, obviously, but we're going to see more of that tank assassin, like the Lancelot, coming in with a tank as well. So I guess you could say a little bit different, right? There's a little bit more flexibility for Kush when it comes to that actual hardcore assassin players. But Zane is the king of the farm, king of the jungle, king of right now currently for that tank area. But Kush can also pull off some high mechanic assassin players. Now, if we're talking about the mid lane matchup, Nicolette and Iato, right? We are seeing two really good mage players have competed in many different tournaments. We are kind of looking at a very stacked 5 against a very stacked 5. Let's be honest here, right? We've seen some M4 players. We've seen some really long lost tournaments that has been brought back into the air. And just like Liz said, a little bit of rumors been flying around, right? So we're going to see a little bit of a competition between these two, but we see the Pixie Man getting picked up, just like Weezy said it, sprinkle a little bit of pixie dust. We need to give Mobazane Tinkerbell. I think that's what he needs, right? We need Tinkerbell. We need to bring Tinkerbell.
Yeah. You are looking at Fredrin, right? With his comfort pick, locking that in nice and early. That's going to kind of give him a little bit of that slight advantage when it comes to jungling, when it comes to comfortability. But how you kind of talked about both of these teams, right? A couple of those conditions on the board. When we look at Ackerman, they're that team that's kind of like mid to high tier drafting, whereas BTK is just high tier. So they are going to have to find a way to kind of take advantage of this draft if they do want to have a good start on taking down the Bloodthirsty Kings. You are seeing Zia, who we've seen kind of get three-dimensional, blocking some of those mages into the gold lane, is going to opt in on this carry, and I like that for a couple of reasons, right? You're able to burst down not only Mobazane, but also T, those strong frontline heroes who do get a little beefy and hard to burst down, and that is one objective already secured off the board.
I'm gonna have to harp on your idea just a really quick second, right? You did say the draft phase wise, right? Ackerman might be a little bit mid to high tier, a little bit mix of both, and BTK is more of that direct high tier draft, but you also can't kind of count out their team fight potential, right? Before the semifinals happened, when BTK went against Ackerman, we weren't seeing one-sided games. So we were seeing like neck to neck, over 20 minutes, like we were seeing fights happening. I don't know if you remember, Weezy. Remember that one Faramis game where both sides, it was a Valentina up against a Faramis, and it was just a battle of who popped the Colt's ultra first. Like that game just kept going on and on and on and on. Like we can't just diss out the team fight potential that both has, because they also have that mid and the mid lane and that roam synergy. And that's what you like to pay attention to a lot, right? You always say that a lot about Outplay. Shark and Hoon has one of the best synergies. But if we look at Ackerman, Nicolette Twinks has a synergy, and we also have Yada and Joybosh, right? But we also have to talk about the junglers as well. Junglers control the rotations, control the lead, control the jungle, control the objectives. So I also wanted to give a little bit of an insight. We're not looking at two one-sided teams. We're looking at two neck-to-neck, very good teams right now. And Weezy, you said talk about draft. You wanna talk about if this is a high elo draft or a mid tier? What's going on, Weezy?
Well, I mean, if I'm looking at it so far, Nicolette locked in this Eve, and Valentina is still on the table, which could be an advantage to be able to take that manipulation as well, to have the double 5x5. Faramis is on the table as well. If they want to go for the Ube strat, it's definitely a possibility that could work in favor for BTK. Not really in favor. Well, I guess it still could actually work for Ackerman. They could do the same thing. And that's the interesting thing about these two teams. You never really know which way this draft can go, as they have a high hero pool and great flexibility. But when we are looking at some things that are hard locked in, we know that this Yuzong from Galaxy is going to be in the XP lane, going up against T with the Yuzong. So both great frontline heroes that can rush in, get to that back line, and soak up all that damage with a little bit of sustainability in their kit and also CCs. So that's a great start for both sides. You're looking at ISO going up against Zia. That's spicy, right? ISO. Got that Savage over there on that 1-1 and going up against Zia, prior M-Series talent, who did go to the M-Series with BTK, leading as their marksman. And so looking at this so far, not really sure which way it'll go. I think it's going to boil down to the micro and the macro. I think both sides have a really great draft. But when we look at the teams and the players that they have, you mentioned Nicolette, you mentioned Twinks, and you mentioned how I kind of like to talk on tank mage synergy. Yes, that is definitely a huge thing. And I know during the first phase of the double round robin, I was kind of saying Nicolette and Twinks, it's a flip of the coin. It's either they're online and they're on fire, or they're just absolutely lost in the sauce. Whereas when you look at BTK, you don't really see the same thing. You see them just literally usually on fire at all times. But recently, Ackerman has been dominating, right? So hopefully today, that coin that we've been talking about is going to have a heads on both sides in their advantage to be able to be on fire and give us a great show, as they are going up against the Bloodthirsty Kings led by Mobazane. And I can't wait to see where this match takes us.
Yeah, and speaking about recently, right, we did see there was a little bit of an upset, right? Let's talk about a little bit of the disadvantages real quick, right? Did talk about advantages, but each team also has their weakest points, right? Joybaj coming in on the roam. We did see him multiple times. He is a good roam player. However, he likes to make certain decisions that are not into the favor of BTK. Like when he runs that Atlas, very questionable ult plays as well. Maybe the Kaja, even the Chow. The very first time when he did run that Chow, it was a big upset to the crowd, right? He was not doing too great. So we need to be careful. And now we are running into semifinals, which means everything's going to be heightened, right? So it really has to be decision plays. It has to be making sure you don't make any mistakes. Everything has to be flawlessly executed, or else things are going to flip very fast. As you saw in our previous game, Outplay versus Empire, Empire was in the lead, but in 1 minute, Outplay just really just snapped the gun and just took the advantage very, very fast. So we are looking at the finalizations right now. Valentine and Farsa did get banned out. Fairmiss still has not been picked up, which is actually pretty interesting. This is the first time I've seen a Fairmiss just walk with no ban and no pickup. So we did see Hoon play it beautifully well, but finish a draft off for me.
Yeah, looking at the draft so far, BTK versus Ackerman, a couple of answers on both sides. You have the Lolita to kind of block the bullets from ISO, but that's pretty much it. Yes, you have the Conal CC, but it may be an upscale battle. As you are looking at Joybot, you can rush in with the Tyrant's Revenge and get that knock-up. Not to mention Zane, that Walk and Petrify could be a problem for that Numeon Blast winding up, alongside Yato with that Yin-Yang Overturn on this Kagura. But one thing I do want to mention is it may be a little bit of an upscale battle for Nicolette, as that's one of the conditions for Ackerman to get on fire, is to keep Nicolette alive. Nicolette, one of those mages who has one of the best positioning in the NACT Spring season, but you have a composition that really works against her getting online. Not to mention the last standing female player that we have for the playoffs, as we are jumping into game one. Bloodthirsty Kings up against Ackerman in the second series of today, best of 5. Whoever wins this match will be able to kind of relax and wait for the second day live tomorrow, and whoever loses will be knocked down to the lower bracket to go up against the Empire.
Yep, and we do see a little bit of a mirror rotation coming in from both sides. Opposite buffs have been started, so we are looking at the rotation towards that turtle, right? Already see Joybaj giving a lot of vision towards the side of Ackerman, but same alongside with Twinks, right? And recently, just like Weezy said, Twinks and Nicolette synergy has been a ton better, right? We were kind of questioning their synergy, right? Weezy did bring it up a lot of times, but we are seeing them already stick together as a pair and doing a lot of work already.
Yeah, already trying to take advantage of the early game, and this is what separates the good from the great. The little micro macro moves, as you are seeing the Bloodthirsty Kings trying to take advantage. Mobazane, known to be one of the best, if not the best jungler when it comes to farming and rotations, and definitely a challenge that Ackerman has to work against. But Ackerman, a team that has shown the world they are ready to take it to an international level, and this is just one team they have to knock down if they want to claim their spot in the grand finals heading to Las Vegas.
Good from the great to the godlike. We do know that Mobazane is the king of jungle when it comes to these tank fighters as well, and we already see Kush trying to go ahead and go for that gank towards that top side. And now we did talk about this in our previous casting day. We do know that these are really objective focused heroes, and when it comes to these heroes, you are really you just want everything towards the early game. So we already see a lot of rotations happening early, and we also know that they're very disciplined when it comes to these team fights. So this is what I want to see. And here comes that neutral objective where Now both teams are ready, having vision on it.
And you're already seeing the aggro be pulled by Zane. Kush trying to deny, hit by the taunt for that energy eruption. And now Galaxy with the Black Dragon hovering over. Kush secures the turtle over Mobazane. Numion Blast dropping down. Nicolette with the manipulation finds Mobazane. Joyboss trying to get out of there. Is going to flicker out. Bouncing ball on his way as well. Yato to kite Kush from pathing in. And it looks like Joyboss is going to live to fight another day.
Now, Wheezy, correct me if I'm wrong. When is the last time you've seen Mobazane getting taken off the board first in NACT?
Yeah, definitely what Ackerman needs to do. Deny his farm, as he's known for the top jungler, best farming rotation. But if you stop him early, that's definitely one of the objectives they have checking off to be able to get this match in their favor. As you are seeing Joyboss and ISO on the top side, Twinks in the bush as well, providing that vision.
And we are seeing the little bit of a mid pressure coming in from Yato. He has a little bit of a hand right there. But we are seeing Nicolette run this Impure Rage. So a little bit more damage upscale for Nicolette. But we already see a setup on that top side. We are going to see which roamer wants to make the move first here.
Yeah, definitely patience is a virtue. Twinks rushing in, finds Joyboss, hit with Time's Revenge. You already see Yato secure kill onto Twinks. That Bennett's rage did drop down as well. But so far, 1-1 on the board, 3 minutes in. Both sides able to secure a kill, still neck to neck.
But look at the bot side. Weezy, I don't think you're done yet.
Oh, I don't think I'm done, and I think Galaxy may be done. Black Dragon is going to drop down, though. Sustainability not in his favor as Mobazane hits him and takes him down. That is going to be 2-1. BTK leading the way on the scoreboard.
And was able to strip down a little bit of that gold plating, which is something we want to see into the favor of that gold lane. You do want as many things as you want, and one of them is being gold to get online early, right? The gold is still very neck to neck. We aren't seeing a huge difference right now, but in kill wise, BTK is winning. But getting Zane taken off the board early, which is not something we really see, as it is a tank jungle. You do want them to sustain a little bit longer, but here comes the DDR, the waltz, as we would love to call it, and here we go. We might see a big scrimmage.
Inside of the turtle pit, Mobazane trying to secure this turtle. Wasn't able to get the last one. Time's Revenge going down. Bennett's Rage as well. Isaac picking up a kill, takes down Twinks. Manipulation drops down. Retribution secured by Mobazane. Is going to go ahead and claim this turtle for BTK to even out the scoreboard. And they are going to be able to get out there with no members falling.
It looks like he found his little group again, was able to retry that turtle, and actually Kush didn't even retry at all at that objective. Looks like there was a little bit of a knockup coming in from Joyboss. Beautiful Tyrant's Rage coming in to deny Twinks from using the Numenon Blast. And now, here's an issue that I have already with the roamers, right? Joyboss is able to jump on that back line, right? Using the Tyrant's Rage, is able to go and prevent Twinks from being able to set. Also have that magic ball to prevent some dashes, which is going to be Kush running in on this tanks a lot. Now, the execution coming from Twinks has to be very careful, right? As soon as he sees an ult being popped, he has to immediately punish that, or the punish will be brought back onto him, which is what we definitely saw. We do see a little bit of a lane stallage coming in the top side, a lot of macro play coming in, but we do see junglers in the mid side.
That's right, Kush and Mobazane going head to head. A little bit of a background on Kush. Prior to the NACT Spring season, he was always just a player that played on the backup roster, but now on a five-man position, starting five. Matter of fact, he's definitely been thriving and it's shining, and you just gotta love to see his evolution as a player. But 3-1 so far, 5 minutes in. BloodThirstyKings trying to get comfortable, trying to kind of take the pressure in their favor for the early game, but Ackerman still giving them a little bit of a fight. This is still anybody's tempo so far.
We already seeing the tempo, a little bit of a early ult coming in from Nicolette, but we are seeing the goal lead just start to happen, and we do see a little bit. We're looking at like a 1k gold lead. I was just looking at it as a 2k, but looks like they caught right back up. But this is a snowball. This is where snowballs start to happen, mistakes start to happen. But here we go.
You see Twinks check that bush, hit by the bouncing ball of Joyboss. Zia rushing in, Speedy Lipo for the damage. Numeon Blast winding up for the stun. It does connect onto Joyboss, and Zia is going to take him down. Turtle is spawned in. Mobazane already pulling the aggro. Fish is going to puncture into Zane. Galaxy from afar with the Black Dragon drops down onto Mobazane with the Petrify. Jorgensen could secure that turtle. Talk about a great distraction from Galaxy to disrupt Mobazane from taking this objective, and Ackerman is able to claim it flawlessly.
Beautiful rotation coming in from the EXP laner, actually, which is going to be Galaxy now. Galaxy has been playing a lot of tournaments, right? He is known for the lane bully, the lane harassment. His main signature picks are going to be that Lapa, Yuzong, and Glue, and he's going to opt in for this Yuzong, but being able to rotate from that bot side to that turtle, preventing the objective pickup coming in from Zane is something that you need, right? You kind of let Moba Zane walk on his own. He's going to take everything that he wants. He is a madman in the farm, but maybe that's the answer that Ackerman was looking for this entire time. Distract Zane. Make sure he's on the back foot. Don't let him take any objectives, and that might be your answer. But look at the bot side. 3-man rotation.
3, make that 4 as JoyBot's winding up with the Timer's Revenge. ISO's gonna find Galaxy. Huge play from BTK, but on the top side, you are gonna see Ackerman respond by claiming the turret. So that is gonna be a turret for both teams. And kind of mentioned like Nicolette, right? Getting Nicolette online, protecting Nicolette at all times. So far hasn't died, and this is a good start for Ackerman. But same story can be said from Yato with that matching KDA. And the question is, who will be able to tip the scale in their favors? This is still anybody's game, as you are seeing the battle on that purple. The knock up, the Time's Revenge, now the Time's Race for the double set on the Twinks onto Nicolette, who's going to be able to get out. But T does rush in with the Braves Fighter, finds Nicolette and takes him down. You are going to see Twinks knocked airborne from Moba Zane. Energy Eruption secures a kill, takes down Twinks. Galaxy maybe caught in the backlash. Needs to use the Black Dragon to get away, but no, Moba Zane having other plans. Fraser's Wrath goes down, secures yet another kill. Kush puncturing in is going to find a kill as well. You are going to see JoyBot, he did fall. Galaxy fell on that trade as well. 3 members down from the side of Ackerman, and looks like ISO was able to secure that turret for the mid lane, and they are not done yet. This is what we said. This is what separates the good from the great. These small macro and micro plays, BTK able to claim the turret in the mid lane to open up the map.
And Moba Zane did deny that. Did they actually pick it up? I think Kush got it. I can't tell. Did he get it? He did?
Yes.
No, he
yes.
didn't. Oh, he did. No, I see it. I
2-1,
see it. Okay, he did. He did pick up that purple buff. So that is still both buffs into the hands, but we are looking at the neutral objective lord coming up right now, and we are seeing a little bit of a back end of objectives from Ackerman, but the goal lead is still not as bad as we want it to be. This is, did talk about it earlier, the snowball needs to happen. We are looking at a 2K goal lead, but here comes the Lord Dance that everybody is kind of anticipating who's going to go ahead and be the Retreat King here. But let's look at the setup right now. Mid lane is down for the side of Ackerman, so a lot of vision has already been lost. But Twin Story dropped low, and if BTK likes to harp on this, they might take the advantage, but here we go.
Irish Rage into the wall onto Kush, and Yato with the Yin Overturn is going to secure the kill. 1 member down from the side of Ackerman. Galaxy rushing with the Petrify onto ISO. Black Dragon as well, as this Lord is about quarter of HP. Moba Zane picks up the Retribution, secures the Lord for the Bloodthirsty Kings, and now Galaxy fighting the entire team of BTK. Nicolette with the slow of that manipulation to allow Galaxy to get out of there just in time, but on the bottom side, left unchecked, you are going to see Zia pick up the turret.
And this is a split potential that they have. They have the insurance, right? Even though the team fight doesn't go into their favor, they are still allowed to trade out some turrets, and that's going to be Zia coming online with that back end. The gold, again, is caught right up as they were able to take that turret, but the Lord is on the bot side, so we're going to have to be careful with how Ackerman decides to defend this, but JoyBot
is going to rush in. Tire's Revenge on the wall. Tire's Rage onto Zia. Zia picking up a kill, takes down Yato. Zane going to find Zia for a mega kill. And Kush is going to take down JoyBot, but with the Braves Fighter, Raging Slash. T kind of contesting on this purple buff. Nicolette drops the manipulation for the zone-ins. Moba Zane taking all the damage. Is going to rush in with the Brave Assault and the knockup of the Energy Eruption onto Nicolette to cancel out that manipulation. But on the bottom side, with the Lord and T, they are going to go ahead and take the Tier 2 turret.
And that is the Lord pushing in and doing its job, right? And they're going to go ahead and be able to defend that as well. But we do see the mid side already getting pressured.
Now Galaxy in a bad situation here with the finish rage. ISO picking up the kill. Zane taking a lot of the damage. Just that frontline jungler, but Nicolette gonna punish him and shut him down. The RBCT rush in. Gonna go ahead and get the stun onto Zia, but fighting on more than he can chew. Needs to get out speedy light wheels from Zia. It's gonna shut him down. ISO is gonna find Nicolette. A lot going on in the battlefield. Yin overturn from Yato. Takes some damage onto Zia, but he's still alive. You already see the Tyrant's Rage onto the wall, onto Twinks. Still able to sustain himself. That is 2 members falling for both sides.
That is. And lane is into the favor of BTK as the top side is getting pushed right now. But we do see they were able to defend. They still have the turrets up into their favor. The base turret has still not been cracked open yet. So they still have a little bit of insurance, a little bit of wiggle room right now. But Weezy, talk to me about how Ackerman needs to perform from here on out to make sure they don't get this first match taken away for BTK, as they still have time to turn things around. They have the draft to do so. And looking at these items as well, they are pretty caught up with each other in each lane. But give me some win conditions for Ackerman to go ahead and maybe turn this into their favor.
Well, definitely Ackerman needs to play a little safer. They're not too far behind to turn this around. Just wait for BTK to be over-aggressive, and this may be it. Nicolette finds Joy Bosch, Galaxy Black Dragon. Down goes Manipulation. ISO taken down by Nicolette. Mobazane trying to get out, as well as Yato. Ackerman able to turn the tide back in their favor. A little bit of that caster curse from Eunice for that boost of momentum, as they are going to go ahead and claim this turret in the mid lane, and now possibly able to claim a tier 2. But look at Zane, look at T, look at Yato trying to provide that front line defense.
Yeah, absolutely. And I might have just given that curse. They were able to take off that advantage away from BTK as they were members falling off. And ISO being taken off the board, right? You don't want that happening. Zia still sitting at 4-1, and he is running this carry, so he's gonna start to come online with the speed light wheels, potentially start melting down the front line presence, which is gonna be Zane and T. But here we go.
Manipulation does drop down. Zonage for the Lord Pit in favor for Ackerman. Joy Bosch with the bouncing ball, rushing in onto Nicolette. Yato being overturned, finds Nicolette as well. Joy Bosch getting a stun onto the wall for Zia, but he is still alive. Lord bursted down. Zia picking it up for Ackerman. A huge play. Twinks is going to fall to ISO in response.
And looks like the Retribution didn't hit on both sides, but Zia, being the lucky charm with that one last hit, was able to get up the Lord. And now the speed advantage for Ackerman. They have the Lord in their favor to trade out some objectives, but they are still on the back foot. The objectives are not into their favor. They still have 3 turrets. They did pop that Lantern for a little bit of additional vision, but they're going to have this Lord coming down, which means there could be a fight forced here.
And T, not even worried about the Lord, just pushing into that lane, taking the Lord damage, and also providing that frontline presence for his team. But you are seeing Kush jump in, trying to help this Lord make his way down the bottom side. But a request from for a pause from Galaxy. We are 14 minutes in, slowly making our way to that late game, and it's kind of like what Eunice stated. You kind of hit it right on the dot. This is a game that is going back and forth, neck to neck, not knowing which side it's going to go to. And this is only the first match of their best of 5. And this just shows BTK, even with Mobazane, they're not going to have a free ride, as Ackerman has definitely brought their A game.
They did, and we are looking at that mid-game power spike as well. So Zia is going to start coming online, and we did see a little bit of that early shadow, should I say, the force shadow coming in from Zia. Instantly almost took Zane off the board, which made him at a disadvantage already when it came to that Lord fight, which means he wasn't able to pick up that Lord nor be in the position, right? Joy Bosch went in with a Tyrant's Rage and was able to stun Zia, but there was still no follow-up, and Nicolette coming online with a real-world manipulation was able to zone out the entire backline, which constantly put ISO at a disadvantage. Not only is the manipulation a problem, the Black Dragon is also a problem, but look at this replay right here.
Yeah, you just see the bouncing ball. You've seen the Tyrant's Rage for the stun. You see Nicolette taken down by T, and the chase was still on the way. Twinks caught out by Mobazane, and then Galaxy caught with the backlash, was also bursted down by Zane as well for that double kill with that Appraiser's Wrath. And just goes to show BTK is able to punish on the slight mistakes. Zia taking down Joy Bosch. Kush by himself, not able to stop them. Zia as well from claiming that turret for the mid lane. And now the map has been opened up. Back into the game we go. And you are going to go ahead and see BTK clear out that Lord on the top side.
Yeah, but there is still a lot of insurance still left for the side of BTK, right? They said, no, you can pick up the Lord, but they still have the turrets in their favor. Now, let's say that we do see this flipped around for the side of Ackerman. They were able to push up a little bit as the team fight on that bot side. I did kind of curse it, right? Might be a little bit of a caster's curse directly coming in for me, but we are seeing a little bit of a setup. But the thing is, these 2 drafts, the later it goes, the harder it gets. And the harder it gets, the longer the death timers are as well. And Weezy always points that out. But Yato, look at his umbrella getting vision. in 2 separate bushes at once. And that's what the advantage you get from a Kagura, right? Being able to zone out these bushes without you actually stepping in them, which already gives a huge advantage. But same goes for Nicolette as well. She is able to check bushes with her first skill. If there's a speed increase passive, that means she knows that someone's definitely in there. But here comes a split push coming in from ISO.
And speaking of Nicolette, right, got to give her credit, the last female standing in the NACT playoffs. And honestly, looking at Nicolette, even with the upscale battle, with all the heroes that can get to her as that backline mage with that artillery from the manipulation, she's still doing a great job, not really caught out of position. And that just goes to show her mastery over these artillery mages. 15 minutes in, you mentioned the respawn time is getting higher and higher, which means you have to be careful on these pickoffs. If you can find the marksman, if you can find the mage, that may be all you need to take this game. We are looking at BTK going up against Ackerman in the first match of their best of 5 for the playoffs in the upper brackets. Look at Galaxy, one-man army though, is going to rush in, taking the entire team of BTK. Not sure if that was the wisest decision, but he is providing a huge distraction. But look at Zia, look at Nicolette in the bush. Zane does not know they are there alongside Joy Bosch, who is taking a lot of the damage from Zia with the Speedy Light Wheels, proccing his immortality. And down he goes, as you are going to see. No, he's still alive. Kush does rush in, trying to get the final hit off, but Joy Bosch still alive, taken down by the retribution of Kush. Manipulation drops down. Zia is going to find T. Immortality on the Twinks. ISO is going to burst him down right after the immortality as well, and picks up a double, finds Zia. BTK somehow able to turn this back around in their favor, and MOBA Zane is going to recall for the momentum boost.
Absolutely. Now, I feel like you said to protect Nicolette in these cases. I feel like you have to protect Zia. There is no one to actually burst down Zane when it comes to this frontline presence, right? But we are seeing a little bit of a dance here. Both junglers are up 3v3. Black Dragon, here we go.
And you are seeing the battle of the retribution. ISO takes down Galaxy. Kush with the retribution. Steals the Lord. Pass out with the puncture and the Phantom's execution. Talk about some high-level gameplay.
That is a Lord picked up into the side of Ackerman, directly into the hands of Kush, running this tanks a lot. And now, this is not something you usually see Mobaze missing his red trees. He is a king of jungle, and that is just a huge disadvantage already, right? There was already members taken off. It was a fair 3v3. We had equal members fighting that Lord dance, and Nicola camping in that middle bush over there was able to give enough vision. But again, look at the proxy. We're gonna see Lord Dane taken off again too early, but here comes Kush.
This is what Ackerman needs to do. They need to punish the over-aggressive tempo from the BTK. They have the advantage of the Lord. Down goes Joy Bosch from Nicolette. You are seeing the suppression from the Winter Truncheon. Yato going to pick the kill onto Kush. You are going to see manipulation drop down onto Mobazane for the slow. Taken very low. Galaxy with Black Dragon, not going to allow him to escape. Procs Mobazane's immortality, and down he goes into the hands of Galaxy. And that is going to be 2 members down for BTK. Kush did fall for Ackerman, but they were able to claim a turret for the mid lane.
And that is a jungler down. The actual frontline presence of Pixie Dust wasn't enough, and as Mobazane gets taken off, opens up too much now. Zia's gonna go ahead and start split pushing, take away all of these objectives. Now they're almost equal in that turret trade. They are looking for a little bit of a response on that bot side, but now we are looking at a ping pong match right now. Both sides are just going at it back and forth, and now not only is this more directed towards team fights now, it's all a matter of who picks up the next objective, which is going to be that Lord coming in about just a minute.
You gotta give credit to ISO and also Zia. ISO 8, 2, and 5 KDA on this Beatrix. You got that Hunter side. You also have the Blade of Despair picked up alongside the Hawes Claws for some sustainability. And not to mention Zia on the other end. Demon Hunter Sword picked up. Wind of Nature as well to negate the physical damage and the corrosive strike. So this is going to be an interesting match indeed. It's going to be definitely a battle of the marksmen on the way. Find a way to the back line, burst them down, and they may have the advantage they need to close this out, as we are now 19 minutes in.
And they are looking for a split push on that bot side. Look at the setup. We already see Joy Bosch already running alongside ISO this entire time. And it looks like Zia spotted out. There was a little bit of a split potential, but they are doing the same in response. We're looking at a mirror image. Conceal play popped pretty early, but we might see a little bit of a mid-river fight here as both teams are ready to go ahead and move towards. But if BTK doesn't know that Ackerman is currently sitting in the bush right now, they currently have the Cryo and the aggro right now over this Lord. we are looking at this setup right now, and it's giving me a little bit of anxiety right now. But Yato just did spot out Galaxy in the mid river, which already gives up a little bit of position. But Weezy, this is gonna be another Lord dance, and possibly one of those long ones that we're gonna see, as this Lord might determine who ends up getting this win.
That's right. Definitely a huge objective on the board. 20 minutes in. Kush already pulling the aggro. Zane joining the party. Both junglers in position for a possible retribution. Joy Bosch in the bush alongside Toinks. Both teams have the exact same game plan, but the difference is T is on the bottom side for the wave management, which may be the slight advantage BTK needs. And with that being said, that is going to give them that wave management to possibly take this objective, and that's what Zane is kind of waiting on. He's just taking it slow, waiting for these minions to push on the bottom side to force one of the members from Ackerman to disengage from this fight. But speaking of fighting, Galaxy caught off guard, taken very low, is going to Black Dragon out. Mimi on Blast has been canceled out by Mobazane, who did rush in with the energy rushing and the Brave Assault onto Toinks. You already see this Lord at about half HP, but minions on the bottom side quickly making work of this high ground turret.
Oh, no.
You are going to see the fight inside of the bush. Down goes the manipulation. Immortality has been procced onto Toinks, who is going to flicker out, but caught by the stun of T, but not taken down. And now Mobazane still pulling the aggro, not resetting this Lord, possibly trying to get a retribution and this objective secured. But Kush still in a great position for the denial. Needs to path in with the puncture. Wraps around, is going to go ahead and try and hit the retribution with the Thorn Rose. A little bit of that vulnerability. Nicolette picks up a kill, does find Yato. Zane and Kush eye to eye. Huge knockup. Zane picks up the retribution, secures the Lord for BTK. You are going to see the Mirror's Passion go out from far from ISO Dragontail. You are going to see T take down Zia. And now ISO picking up a kill, finds Kush. 2 members off the board for Ackerman to 1 on the side of BTK, but they were able to claim this Lord and now are going to make their way to the base of Ackerman.
Okay, Mobazane's gonna go ahead and pick up that Lord, but we do have a lot of wave clear coming in, right? We're gonna see Zia coming back potentially on the board, but might be a little bit too late. They're already starting to put a lot of pressure here, but they gotta be careful. They can't die. Nobody can die right now for the side of Ackerman. They have enough pressure coming in for BTK, but are they able to close this out right now?
They are taking this fight a little early before the Lord can make his way into the base. Galaxy Immortality has been procced. Nicolette drops down in manipulation for the zoner's control, trying to deny BTK from closing out game 1. You're going to see Ice over the monster kill, finds Galaxy. Can they get another? Joy Boss with the stun onto the base crystal for Nicolette. Needs to get out of there though, very low. Toink's taking a lot of frontline damage. Used the Bulwark Shield, but is it enough? Can he get back to the base for additional HP? And yes, he can. Zia does rush back in. BTK has noticed it, and they pull their punches.
Absolutely, and now that is a very well defense coming in, but they still have a Lord to take care of. There's 4 members on the board right now, but same goes for BTK. Joy Bosch has to go back a little too low, but that is going to be a turret gone. But we might see a potential fight, as we do see a lot of pressure, but the lanes are not in the favor of BTK currently. They have to wait for the next wave. We see Galaxy coming back in about 20 seconds. Red Tree pop to do a little bit of damage, get rid of that Lord as fast as they can, but BTK being disciplined to go ahead and step back before any bloodbaths happen once again. But Weezy, 23-minute game.
23-minute game. This is close, too close to be comfortable for either side, as the respawn timers are super high. If you are down, you are gone for about a minute. So you need to protect your backline marksman, you need to protect your backline mage, and you need to be careful on the aggressive plays from either side. And that means both sides have an equal chance to close this game out and claim victory for match 1, as you are seeing Joy Bash wind up with the Time's Revenge, but not going to opt in for the set. Kind of pulling his punches, playing passively, and that's what you have to do this late in the game. Take it slow and wait for the other side to make a mistake.
Yeah, we do see Yato sitting in at 429, and being able to get through Zia is really important right now for BTK. Yes, Nicolette is doing great with the real-world manipulation, is able to zone out the entire backline, but Zia is really the one that's going to pull the punches, as he has the ability to melt down T and Zane, and as soon as that happens, they have no frontline presence besides Joy Bosch, right? Or take out the set potential, which is going to be T and Joy Bosch coming in with those 2 ults, right? Bravest Fighter Stance and the Tyrant's Rage is something that needs to cancel out, right? But we are looking at the Lord coming in about 5 seconds. Needs to set up right now, but is Ackerman going to be looking for a trade, as they are not in the most favorable position, right? Zia's kind of on the back foot trying to defend some of these lanes getting pushed in, but we might see another Lord dance once again. This is a 25-minute Lord. The Lord is getting hefty and stronger and bigger and heavier in HP. So Lucy, who is going to take this Lord home into their base right now.
Well, if you're already looking at what's going on the bottom side, ISO already clearing these minions, prepping for forcing Ackerman to split push to the bottom side to defend, as you are going to go ahead and see Zia trapped in the base with Nicolette to clear out these minions. So wave management checked off for BTK, which means they have the numbers to possibly take down this Lord. But like we said, the respawn timer too high for either side to deal with, and if one member falls, you can pretty much consider this GG's. And right now, as you are seeing the aggro be pulled by the Lord by Zane, half HP. He's getting ready for a possible retribution, but pay attention to Kush, wrapping around, trying to get yet another steal, which we've seen him do earlier today in the match. May be a possibility to work, but they do not have Zia for the damage, and now fight on the way. Justice Blades does go out. You're going to see the taunt on the 20. Black Dragon dropping down from Galaxy. Zane waiting for the retribution in position alongside Kush, and Kush is able to secure yet another Lord from MOBA Zane for Ackerman, and now they need to get out of there. Kush, immortality has been prepped, and Yato is going to take him down.
But that is a Lord into their favor. Look at their base. Just got dropped down dangerously low, but they still have Lord. But this might be denied once again by BTK. But that is Kush off the board. A minute timers have now started, right? Zia did pick up the immortality, but we might see another not successful Lord. Conceal play coming from Joybaj. Here we go.
Yeah, concealed play, waiting for the right opportunity, but nobody's showing themselves for Ackerman. A great decision, but you kind of mentioned this Lord may be a little bit of a waste since they did lose one member, so BTK will be able to deny this from making its way to the base, so we'll be seeing yet another Lord. This is possibly going to be a 30-minute game for the first match on the second series for today. BloodThirstyKings up against Ackerman.
It looks like we're going to be here for a little bit of a long ride, as we do see both teams already starting to buy immortalities back and forth. And let's take a really quick item check if possible. I want to see how many immortalities are put on the board for both sides. I just saw so many getting picked up. Here we go. MOBA Zane has immortality. T has immortality. ISO has immortality. Joybaj has immortality. Yato has immortality. We do see Galaxy built more towards that defense route for a little bit more sustain. We do see Zia immortality, Eve, Nicolette running in and opting in for actually Athena shields. We do see Kush actually coming in with the cursed helmets as well. But everybody on the side of BTK has immortality, and everyone's immortality is up. So this is going to have to be like a kind of a fight, pick off, and back off until there's no immortality. They have a lot of insurance right now, but getting forced back because the waves have to be reset a little bit. But thank you, cameraman, for giving us a little bit of item check, because I have never seen a team. Well, I have, but especially in this type of a match, every single member has immortality, including the mage. That's how you know they're in for the long ride. No one wants to give up this win for free.
That's right. Can't give no free rides, Randy. And that's what Ackerman is saying to MOBA Zane right now. You are going to have to play at your A game if you want to take us down. And Kush on fire, able to take 2 Lords from MOBA Zane at that, and huge Lords at that 25-minute mark. And you are seeing already both sides maintaining that pressure, kind of testing the waters, but knows not to be overly aggressive as they cannot lose a member this late. But the downfall for Ackerman is if they keep allowing the BloodThirstyKings to split push on the bottom side when the Lord does spawn in, BTK will be able to take one of these Lords eventually and close this game out. So they need to match the split push potential and the wave management, as we are going to request for a pause over there by BTK. So we will be taking a slight intermission, but back over to those winning conditions. Match the split push, match the wave management. That is the way to stop BTK from closing this out. For BTK, continue what you're doing. The plan is working, and if they do not deny them the split push, you are going to be able to see them close this out. Is looking at the Lord, MOBA Zane able to secure that one, but then we were able to see Kush take some others in the near distant future. Huge play on the way. T on the chase finds Zia, and this just shows you how back and forth this game is as ISO takes down Kush, but nonetheless, a great defense from Ackerman here as they were able to hold off BTK from closing this game out. They were able to wait and play patiently and take aggressive stances on the aggressive push from BTK and work in their favor. And honestly, 28 minutes in, I think this is going to be a 30-minute game. And that is a great way to start off their series.
Absolutely. And we are looking at this next Lord. And oh my goodness, Wheezy, how many dances are we going to see coming in from both sides? But if we're looking macroly, right, we are looking at the objectives, obviously, in the favor of BTK, right? Ackerman only has her base crystal up, and ISO still looking for a split push potential, which automatically puts Ackerman a little bit of a disadvantage. Now, they might just burst this lore down, as they know Kush is nowhere near this lord. And here we go. We already see Zane doing a lot of damage on this lord a little bit faster than we saw before. Zia is now forced to stay back, as ISO is going to go ahead and push this lord, but we're going to see a lord dance. Joy Boss winding up, but here we go.
Already on the bottom side, yet again, ISO with the wave management did push those minions in, forcing Zia out of this fight, and this is the game plan for BTK, and Ackerman is allowing this to happen with ease, but both marksmen still not in position, which means they do have equal numbers for this lord dance, and it has been reset.
Absolutely, and oh goodness, man. We're looking at a long fight, Easy. Look at the two marksmen still trying to fight it out with the proxy of lanes. And we do see both marksmen are gone right now. So this is going to be a 4v4. Mage versus mage, fighter versus fighter, roam versus roam, and a jungler versus a jungler. But here we go.
Manipulation does drop down from Nicolette, unable to take down Yato. They did need that kill, and with Yato alive, needs to recall back to the base to get some additional HP, which means they are going to have a slight advantage in terms of tempo. But look at ISO still pushing up those minions, forcing Zia to defend their base crystal, and now may be able to make his way back to the Lord to possibly take this. As Mobazane still in position, playing patiently, waiting for the split push to work in their favor. And you got to admire the patience from both sides, as you are going to see Kush knocked airborne from Joy Boss, but still both sides with the Lord Dance. And this will be the last Lord Dance we possibly see, as it's going to be very hard to kind of burst this one down. Not to mention, if anybody falls, the respawn timer can pretty much consider them out of the game for good, as you are going to go ahead and see this Lord at about a quarter of HP, and Mobazane in position for retribution.
We are seeing a setup. Conceal has been used for both.
Huge play, Timer's Rage onto the wall, onto Twinks, onto Galaxy. You are going to see Galaxy hover away with the Black Dragon, drops down onto with the Petrify, and is going to dive in with the Dragon Tail and the Furious Dive onto Yato, but Immortality has been procced. You are going to see Airborne T get knocked up. Nicolette with the manipulation, try to cancel it out. Joy Boss does rush in, and you are going to see Nicolette let go of that manipulation in time, but look at the Lord. This time, Mobazane able to secure it for BTK, able to out-retry Kush. Talk about some high mechanics from both junglers, but that one may have done it. That may be the advantage BTK needs to close out this 31-minute game.
And that might be the game closer, or are we going to see the proxy of lanes done correctly, and Ackerman making the Lord a little bit useless coming in from BTK, right? There is a little bit of a lane synergy that is going to come in from BTK, as the Lord is going to push in, but if they're able to kind of hold off a little bit, might be a little bit of that game changer. But we already see them trying to deny the wave push, and Zia is going to have to go towards that Lord side in order to burst down that Lord from preventing it from going into their base crystal. But is that really going to happen, as this Lord is getting synced in with the rest of the waves as well? We are seeing a full 5-man 3-lane push, and are they able to defend it? We see the camera angle change. We're here for the big guns here. Here we go.
That's right. Everything on the line for both sides. You are going to see Zia doing some serious damage from afar. T takes down Galaxy. One river down for Ackerman. Zia going to pick up the kill. Finds Joy Bosch. Manipulation has been dropped down by Nicolette, but unable to find a kill. Yato takes down Twinks. Lord still in play, making his way slowly into the base crystal of Ackerman. Zia trying to hold it off, trying to do as much damage as possible, but it is not enough. And BTK is able to claim victory in the first match against Ackerman.
Victory!
Woo! 30-minute game, Weezy. We're in for a very long ride. I had to ruffle my hairs a little bit because that was a long match, as I was kind of trying to see what was going on inside and out. But 30-minute game, that's what happens if you put two really good ELO teams up against each other. Speaking about draft, talk about team fights, talk about objectives, talk about retries. We did see a lot being played out, and Weezy, I don't know how you caught your breath for half of those fights, but they kept going on, and that's how you make the game interesting. He's chilling back there too. He saw the entire fight. So we're gonna be here for another 4 matches potentially. Looks like this isn't gonna be an easy game for both sides.
Yeah, not an easy game indeed. And honestly, you got to give credit to BTK and also Ackerman for that amazing performance a great way to start off the series and letting you know both of them are ready to try and secure that spot in the top 3. And you mentioned our little additional caster in the background over there. I think that may be your secret to your prediction rates. I think we need to throw that dog on the prediction casting in the future. But talking about the match, honestly, yeah, there we go, right? Great gameplay from both sides. Mechanics were there, rotations were there, and right now, as the post-game stats pop up, you got to give credit to both sides in that long 32-minute game.
32-minute game, 23-16, and this is not a high game score either, right? That's kind of not even a kill per minute. We are looking at the gold difference, only 2k, almost at 100k gold coming in from both sides, right? Objective has been into the favor of BTK as they were able to proc still a little bit faster. Neutral lords have been picked up as well, equally actually. 3 lords from each side. We do see the replay happening. Weezy, break down what happened to me one by one.
Yeah, it was back and forth pretty much the entire time over these neutral objectives, but BTK having the split push advantage throughout the later lords, as we did see time tell. 30 minutes in, though, this was definitely the game winner, able to secure this huge objective over Kush. Moba Zane and Kush both in position for the retribution, but this time, Zane was able to deny Kush from stealing it, and this is exactly what his team needed. This was literally the flip of the coin on who was able to get this lord, and with that secured from BTK, they were easily able to close out this 32-minute game.
They were, and the Lord has been picked up by BTK, but let's not waste any more time. We're going to go ahead and get into the second game of BTK versus Ackerman, and I might just have to bring him this time because that was a very long 30-minute match. He's just chilling back there, watching the entire game with his little friend, so maybe we might see a little flip of a switch. Now, mind you, just a little bit of a reminder for the viewers out there. If you guys paid attention to the casters' prediction, they're all over the place. We did choose BTK, yes, but how the matches are going to go, it's very, very spread out, right? We did see some 3-0 sweeps. We saw 3-2s. We saw 3-1s. So we're gonna hope, right, that a win gets taken off by somebody. I don't even care who it is at this point. We are looking at pretty intense matches. One of these two are going down. They're not staying up with us. They're gonna have to kiss their win goodbye. They're gonna have to fight it out one more time. And I guess that's what you get for being the winner, right? You kind of get to lay back, chill out, relax. You have tomorrow to kind of breathe, kind of debrief on what happened. But we are looking at some pretty darn good games. 30-minute is the first game start. Now, Weezy, we've seen some 30-minute games, right? We've seen long games, but these two right now, Ackerman versus BTK, I mean, I know you got some thoughts running in your head. I know you do. Oh, I know you do.
I'm trying to just like save all of my breath because those fights, man, those battles on those
Get him an
pits,
oxygen tank.
they last for a
Get him an
long
oxygen
time.
tank.
But when we kind of break that down a little bit deeper, honestly, it just shows you that both of these teams are ready to take it to the next level. They're very patient. They understand what is required for each phase and each objective. The later the game goes, you can't rush a Luminous Lord like that. You cannot take all that damage and use all your utility on it and then let the other side burst you down afterward. And that just goes to show 32 minutes in, Zane being very patient, Kush as well on the other side. But BTK, slight advantage, right? You've seen them have a little bit better wave management. It literally boils down to a hair, down to the finer details of things, and that is what you have to look out for. They let it happen not just once, but twice on these enhanced Luminous Lords and the later half of the game after that 20-minute mark, and you can't let that happen. You have to either do one or two things. Match the pressure, deny that wave management on the opposing side from that Lord, or punish the hero that is going down there for that split push. And 9 times out of 10, that was their marksman going down there. So take him down. Can still play out, leave the Lord, and burst out that marksman. You take down that marksman, there goes the push potential for either side, especially that late in the game. And that is what I'd like to see for Ackerman if BTK does go for that strategy again, if we do find ourselves in another 30-minute game.
I mean, also speaking of push potential, though, they did also deny so many set potentials, right? It was either Twinks getting canceled out or Zia bursting down Joybaj to prevent any set, right? And it would be all dependent on the EXP laners at that point. It was either the Bravest Fighter stance or it was a Black Dragon. It was either the Yin Yang overturn or the real world manipulation falling down first. It was either the Speedy Light Wheels or the 4 guns that Beatrix has that really has to decide which one is going to be the useful one when it comes to that draft. But we're gonna see already an early pick of the EXP lane, which is going to be Galaxy. Now, Galaxy, this is very understandable, only because Galaxy does prevail in that EXP lane. It's a very good comfort pick for him, so he is able to use that to his advantage no matter who's in his lane. So I'm gonna have to give a little bit of props to him. He is able to kind of use that advantage as well. But ISO is gonna run in this Melissa. Now Melissa is gonna be an immediate lane bully in that early game stage, and the ult name is literally Go Away. So if BTK says Go Away to Ackerman, this is going to be another win for the side of BTK. But Mobazane's gonna go ahead and pick up Fredrin again, one of his comfort picks. So the thing is, with these two teams, like, you're seeing a Faramis and a Valentina just walk. But the issue with these two teams is they will immediately pick up their comfort pick first before prioritizing other heroes. Look at this. They're still not picking up any good objective or good heroes right now that are running in the meta, and instead gonna opt in for their most comfortable picks. And Wheezy. Oh!
Whoa.
Whoa!
This is what I want to see. Let's go, BTK!
Whoa.
Three-dimensional
Whoa.
drafting. And this is what I've kind of... If you go back, like, a couple of the round robins back, I'd said this. If T picks up the Fanny and Zane runs Fredrin in the XP lane, they can catch a team off guard. I swear, go back. It's there. Go check the files. And this is what they need to do. This turns them into a three-dimensional drafting team, and you have to pull out these cards when you go up against a team of this caliber, especially when you're so close. And I think that is a great answer, especially with that Kaja being denied. I definitely don't think Ackerman even expected an assassin to be pulled out here. A great start for a possible advantage for BTK in the draft.
I think Mobazane's still gonna pick Fredder in jungle. It's gonna be T in that EXP lane. I don't think they're gonna swap roles around, especially right now. So we're gonna see whose prediction is right. So viewers,
man,
if
you're gonna get me
viewers,
again.
viewers, if you're watching this, right? Weezy just said Fredrin in the EXP lane and T running the Fanny jungle assassin. Early game rotations. I'm gonna give advantages to both sides. Okay. I'm gonna play it fair and square before drafts get finalized, right? So Weezy's prediction is that Fredrin's gonna be ran in the EXP lane with T running on jungle, and Fanny does have that high mobility, high and dry, able to get early kills, early rotations, early objectives, early kills on marksman as well. So that's Weezy's prediction. Okay, Weezy's prediction. Okay, my prediction is that Mobazane is still gonna run this tank jungle, but is going to put T actually on Fanny's side and run it with the Petri, and is able to rotate around the map much faster in that EXP lane, and is also able to pick off Zia running this Beatrix. So that is my prediction. So for viewers out there who are watching this, I want you guys to know what I said, and I want you guys to know what Wheezy said, and we're gonna leave it there, okay? Now, Joybaj did pick up this Franco, which already eliminates the suppression, but Kaja also has been taken off the board. I am looking for a direct answer to the Fanny, which is going to be a Kufa pick as well. Ooh, we're gonna see Nakai getting picked in.
I mean, the Kai, it can work. You can overpressure Joy Boss. That's the problem with Franco, is when he's at frontline presence and he's only single target CC. When you overload him with group CC, it becomes a problem. But they have Zane on the Fredrin to make up for it with the CC of his own, with that energy eruption, that walking petrify, if he must, in that frontline presence. And Yato, finalizing the draft, is going to go ahead and pick up this Kagura. And honestly, looking at the game so far, there's answers on both sides of the table. Nicolette runs the Farza, fed that airstrike into ISO, doesn't have to worry about the go away, a direct counter. But the go away does work inside of ISO's favor to deny Twinks and also Kush from getting in alongside Galaxy, but Galaxy still has a little bit of kit in his disposal. Those Justice plays at Earthshaker for the stun can definitely give ISO a little bit of a harder time. So again, we're going to be seeing a game that boils down to mastery over gameplay of these heroes, the micro and the macro, in a possible 30-minute game on the way again. But like we said, bet's on the way. Is it going to be T?
I bet you.
Running the Fanny in the XP lane? Or is it going to
I
be
bet
Zane running the Fredrin in the
bet you.
XP lane?
I bet you.
You guys let
I
us
bet
know
you.
what you think as well.
He's
We
our
are
witness.
jumping in.
He's our
It's not
witness.
fair because she has a dog and he gives a prediction. He's never
No!
wrong as we are
I
jumping
literally.
into game
Oh
2.
my goodness, Wheezy.
Outplay versus Empire. And we are seeing Zane in the jungle. And
Ha,
this is going to be T with the Fanny in the XP lane.
Here we go, and I did. Oh my god! For the viewers who are watching this, we already know who is the queen of predictions, right? It's gonna be me. Wheezy, I'm sorry, but no. We're gonna see. Oh! Iron Hook already landing, but we do see a little bit of a brawl situation already happening in the mid side. A lot of pressure already.
Yeah, a lot of pressure already. And looking at the top side, you know, looking at the Fanny by T, still running the high and dry, can give a little bit of a problem over to Galaxy if he is not careful. But what T has to offer is the split push capability, especially what we've seen in the last match. That was their problem. They were letting the marksman or the XP lane run to the opposing side and burst down the minions for management when it came to the late objectives. But when we have this Fanny, it changes the entire game.
Do you see already? The wave clear is going to be much faster towards T, which is going to kind of delay Galaxy's lane clearage, but we should potentially see T walking down into the marksman lane soon once he pops his ult. Coming in from clearing the waves is able to deny Zia's farm potential, as we do know that Fanny with the steel cables is allowed to run around the map very easily with no punish, as they have no suppression coming in from Ackerman.
Yeah, no pressure indeed. And this is going to be a crazy game on the way. But T going to have to be careful. You know, he definitely does not have the energy, so he's going to have to recall a lot and pick his fights carefully up against Galaxy, who's very sustainable in this lane. But another thing we have to keep our eyes on is Nicolette with the positioning. We've seen it in the last match, did run the Eve and was running up against an upscale battle with a lot of heroes that could dive into the backline. And this is a similar story. You have T on the Fanny, you have Yato as well to be able to get back there and stop that feather airstrike from dropping down, but Nicolette may not be a problem as she has been known for her positioning.
Do you see? Aggro, there it is! It's gonna be a little bit of a trade though, but ISO seems to be left untouched.
And now, down with the feather airstrike from Nicolette, Kush is going to go ahead and use that heavy spin and able to secure this turtle. First turtle of the day claimed by Ackerman, 1-1 on the scoreboard.
But that is still to the favor of BTK, right? ISO hasn't been taken off the board, but Zia has. But is also able to get a trade off of T. But Zane already is going to go ahead and start farming his way back around. And we do see the lane clearage is just going to be a little bit slow in Galaxy's lane.
Yeah, definitely having to be careful. Both teams realizing how important it is to take this slow. We've seen a 30-minute game for the first match of this best of 5. Keep in mind, whoever loses this series will be knocked down to the lower bracket. Whoever claims victory in the series will be able to relax with ease and wait for playoff day 2 tomorrow to go up against Outplay, formerly known as the Ohio Brothers. And now looking at T, I really want to see how he kind of plays into this role with his Fanny for the XP lane.
And looks like they're looking for a little bit of aggro on the bot side. Feather airstrikes
is going to go down. You are going to see Joy Bosch and ISO still in a good position, but Tyrant's Revenge on the way in. The go-away has been activated by ISO. Heavy spin onto the wall. ISO finds Toinks just in time, though, and still able to hold on to this turret. Joy Bosch with Iron Hook. Finish Rage going out from afar. Zia still maintaining that pressure and trying to claim as much gold as possible on this turret. But get Kush caught off guard by Yato. 3-1, BTK leading in kills on the scoreboard.
And that is still the advantage being set by BTK, right? But we are looking at the kill score is ahead for BTK, but the gold is still not as deficit as we would like to see. But we are seeing a lot of pressure again on the bot side. Toinks is trying to wind up and give a lot of vision over to Zia, but this turtle fight might just set the tone for this next fight over here for this objective.
And that's the key word right there, tone, right? What team can set the tone and lead the pace in the early game? BTK with a slight advantage, already pulling the aggro of this turtle, and you need to find a way to either deny it or claim a turret on the opposing side. They are going to go in for the denial. Kush, last minute, dives in with the retribution and claims the turtle for Ackerman. Heavy spin onto Yato, who is going to flicker out just in time. Galaxy is going to find Joy Bosch on his way out. And now Moba Zane, taking some damage from Galaxy, is going to go back to his farm rotation.
And that is going to be a turtle coming in from Kush. Very well done retry coming in the last second, comboed in with a heavy spin. Now we do see a lot of skirmishes though happening in that bot side. That's a pressure that you want to give because they know that T is going to just continuously harp on those lanes. It's going to go ahead and clear and have the advantage. So they're going to take the time to go in. But here we go.
Tyrus revenge, Tyrus raise onto the wall. Kush finds ISO. Huge play for Ackerman to be able to claim this turret. Joybot running in with the conceal play alongside Yato, but can't get there in time. Is going to go ahead and use that iron hook, but looks like Zia may be able to take down this turret. Yes, he does. And you are going to see Kush and Toink's conceal play out.
And looks like Kush, heavy spin, locked out.
On the Joybot, not sure if that was the right decision. Galaxy is going to find T off screen though, which means he is going to be able to claim this turret. 2 turrets, 5 minutes in, secured by Ackerman.
That is a trade from the bot side to the top side, but I would like to see Zia still stay online, but ISO is looking at the same KDA as Zia, but I feel like there should be a little bit more pressure, but here's his pressure.
We are going to see the Tyrant's revenge. Possible knock up onto Moba Zane. Galaxy rushing in, trying to take down Zane, but a little too far. T is going to find Galaxy, is going to go ahead and punish him. BTK still trying to hold on to this turret in the mid lane and able to defend Ackerman for pushing in.
And that was a beautiful feather strike, airstrike coming in from Nicolette. Was able to force them all back, which might be a turret trade in this mid side, as no one is there currently to defend it, but Mozane might be a little bit too late.
It's going to be too late. Zia definitely going to be able to take that down with ease and able to punish the separation from BTK.
And here it goes. Aggro towards Ackerman once again on this turtle. And looks like BTK is just going to look for a trade on that top side as everyone is making their way up there.
You see Joybot's wrapping around, trying to kind of get a stun onto Galaxy. Almost got caught with the stun, but hit by the iron hook, and now a possible pick off. Galaxy trying to sustain himself, still able to hold off that lane, but Kush is going to be able to secure the turtle battle on the bottom side, as you did see T swap lanes, taking the advantage of this fanning the XP lane with the mobility. But top side, fight on the way, Feather Airstrike goes down, clearing the minions. Moba Zane still out trying to open up the map for BTK.
And look at that bot side, right? I think T knows that he's not going to be able to do much with Toinks right by Zia. Denies the Fanny from being able to cable around, but Joybot is just looking for Zia and was able to use a conceal to get vision, but not enough to secure a kill. But ooh,
We're seeing that battle
nice
over the
retry.
purple buff. Iron hook with the flicker back into the team of BTK for pick off, but Kush with the heavy spin just in time, pinning Joybot onto the wall. You are going to see Yato with the Yin Yang overturn doing some damage onto Ackerman, trying to push him out of the jungle of BTK, able to hold him off from claiming some more real estate.
And that was a purple buff into the hands of Kush and just dropping Zia low. That wasn't really I would say a good trade, right? There was no bodies dropped, but that was still an objective taken away, which is going to go ahead and use their buff as well. But we are going to see a potential setup now towards that bot side. Map will be shifted towards that Lord, as Lord is coming up in about 40 seconds. But let's take a really quick look at KDAs right now. T is sitting at 2-2. Would like to see a little bit more kills, though, into the favor of T, knowing that Zia is still running around freely, is able to still farm as well, but we gotta always realize that Toinks is going to be right next to him to deny those steel cables. Know that Joybot is coming with 3 assists, almost 100% KP participation over there, but we do see a lot of damage being done on T from Galaxy. Famous Fighter stance is going to have to be popped to kind of proxy these lanes, but here it goes, a setup towards this Lord.
Yeah, set up on the way. BTK getting ready for positioning, controlling the map in terms of wave management. And this is what we've seen them have a slight advantage in for round 1. And now T rushing in, taking a lot of damage from Galaxy. Able to clear the minions, recall back, kind of fill up that tank again with that energy. But Nicolette, Feather Airstrike down! Picks up a kill just in time before T can recall.
That was a beautiful wings by wings and a very rushed rotation to take T, which means ooh.
Iron hook with the suppression of the bloody hunt, and BTK to follow through. Toinks has been bursted down by Yato. Finish Ray dropping down, but not able to hit any members of BTK. Lord aggro has been pulled. A battle in the Lord pit on the way. Iron hook yet again from Joybot. The man does not miss, but Zia still in play is going to try and take this push. yet again with the heavy spin, and the retribution secures this Lord for Ackerman, and now they need to get out. Mobazane on the chase. The iron hook again from Joy Bosch, not missing the mark, takes down Kush. Mobazane able to secure that kill off of that assist.
But that is still a Lord into the favor of Ackerman, right? And was able to take that objective, which is going to cause them a little bit of assurance. But here we go.
Ooh, time to spin Cyrus Rage. Nicolette takes down ISO. You are seeing the bouncing ball from Twinks hitting Mobazane. Not really going to face him. Looks like they are still trying to maintain this pressure, even though they don't have the Lord and they've lost this mid lane turret. It does not phase them. They're still trying to let the world know they are ready to move on to the playoffs in top 3.
They are, and they are showing who is going to take this win home. We are looking at the Lord still marching down, but Twinks.
Bad situation, possibly. Joy Bosch, Yato taking some damage, but T is going to rush in, but quickly taken down by Zia. Fanny not really working in his favor so far. 2, 4, and 0 KDA, and Kush coming alive as we are now at the 10-minute mark, has now trickled into the mid-game.
Now, Fanny needs this purple buff in order to sustain a little bit of damage, but without that, you're going to see that punish happen, but Galaxy just got hooked.
Did get hooked and hooked the cameraman as well. Galaxy is going to go ahead and take down Joy Bosch, but on the bottom side, Zia is going to go ahead and claim a turret as that Lord does fall.
You see the rotation to the top side. Zia, oh my goodness, getting dropped dangerously low, but T
is going to rush in. He can't get the pick up, but needs the cable in time. Finds Zia. Now the heavy spin from Kush on the chase. Is going to use the retribution. Tries to slow down T, but he may be able to get out of there with the cables. Yes, he does. Mobazane is going to be a brick wall to deny Ackerman from pushing any further to his teammates.
he was solo. I wasn't able to translate that into a kill. Now we do see the wave's getting a little bit pushed up to the start of BTK, but Ackerman still has the advantage. 6-1 turret trade. They're only down 1 turret compared to BTK. They just lost so much from that Lord fight in that one scrimmage. Maybe T running this Fanny was the answer, but ISO.
Caught by the feathered airstrike, killing spree activated. This is letting you know Nicolette is online. One of the best mages when it comes to positioning, when it comes to artillery, and definitely thriving so far for today's match. As you are seeing Ackerman having a slight advantage, 9-8, and has claimed 6 turrets from BTK.
Absolutely. Now we do see the neutral objective coming up in about 20 seconds, so everyone is going to start shifting their focus over. And I want to harp on it again. These Lord fights aren't going to be easy, right? It's all about that macro and micro where everything is starting to go into the little itty-bitty things, just like Wheezy said. So we're going to either see a full 5-man shove into that Lord, or we're going to see a split push, and T definitely has the advantage to do so.
Yeah, and speaking of advantage, just harping in on Nicolette yet again. T needs to find a way to get the backline, but finding a way to get to Mobazane with a heavy spin. Push is going to take him down. BTK on the chase. Bloody Hunt goes out for the suppression onto Zia. Can't get out of there. Hit the Iron Hook. Rocking that Wind of Nature, but Yato with the magic damage is going to take him down. Go away does drop down as well. Galaxy finding Yato to respond while Kush is making work of this Lord. Galaxy with the stun onto ISO, but the Iron Hook for the denial, trying to protect his marksman, but ISO in a bad situation. T finds Nicolette in the back line. Galaxy finds ISO. 3 members down for the Bloodthirsty Kings, 2 members down for Ackerman, and Kush and Galaxy trying to take this Lord with Twinks on the denial from Joy Bosch.
You're not done yet, Wheezy.
I'm not done, but you know who is done? Joy Bosch, who cannot escape from that 3v1 situation. Overall, a good trade for Ackerman to be able to claim this Lord and move forward with this map.
That was a shutdown coming in from T on Nicolette, but that is still not the right trade that you wanted to see. And honestly, let's be real here. I think Joy Bosch's hook just killed ISO. On the Melissa, he dragged Galaxy right back. So I guess the hook was into Galaxy's favor. He's just like, ooh, take me back. And just did take ISO off now, but they are still marksmen, and the Kagura are still up on the board, so still we should be able to clear this Lord with no issue unless a fight breaks out, and we're about to see. We need to take a deep breath. Conceal play, here we go.
Nice drop down from Ackerman. Possible pickoff on the way as Lord is making his way on the top side into the high ground turret. Down it goes. Base has been opened up for the Bloodthirsty Kings. Now their backs are against the wall. They do have one win under their belt, but Ackerman trying to even out the odds, trying to even out the scoreboard. You already see the heavy spin on the Zane. High ground turn in the mid lane does drop in favor for Ackerman. Zia finds Yato. Joy Boss can still plays back for some regen. ISO taken down just in time from Zia for a double kill. You already see Zane, Joy Boss, and T trying to hold off the full team of Ackerman. Galaxy frontline positioning. Mobile Zane finds him, takes him down. Feather airstrike drops down on the spawn. Mobile Zane takes down Toinks with the double kill. The Petrify and Zia taken down by T. Killing spree has been activated. You're going to see T rush back in, picks up a double, finds Nicolette. This is where the Fanny comes alive. This is where the Fanny thrives. And T with the triple kill is going to find another and take down Kush for a full wipeout on Ackerman. As you are seeing their base very low, but it looks like T is going to go in to try and clear out these minions and open up the map for BTK.
And that is an advantage that BTK needs right now. They do have their backs still up against the wall. There are still going to be time for Ackerman to bounce right back right now, but that is a full wipeout for Ackerman. Now they gotta be careful. One misfight from here on out is going to cost them their win. And we do see 2 members, 3 members, 4 members, and now 5 soon. Back up. The neutral objective is going to be up in about 40 seconds, and they have to make this work out in their favor. But BTK still has a lot to look for in a trade.
Definitely a lot to look for. 15 minutes in, ISO able to claim yet another turret. A huge advantage for BTK to turn this around. And again, similar situation to game 1. Down to the wire, down to what happens in these skirmishes between these two amazing teams. The second place team versus the third place team. BTK versus Ackerman in game 2.
And we are looking at that 16-minute mark, which means these lords are just going to get heavier and harder and much harder to deal with once somebody picks it up from each side. So we're going to see these setup coming in from Ackerman. They just came off with a fresh wipeout, so they've got to be careful as BTK can swing this around, but T's going to go look for that split potential as well. So this might be a 4v5 fight, and here we are seeing the Lord dance once again.
Yeah, and now with the Fanny in play, it's going to be a different story as BTK is going to have even more of an advantage for the split push potential, as if they didn't have it enough already in match 1. That is definitely something Ackerman is going to have to look out for, as you're already seeing it yet again. A battle of patience, Zane versus Kush, a battle of retribution between 2 of North America's finest, and the question is who will be able to take it. You've seen them fighting toe-to-toe so far in match 1 and trickling their way into game 2 over this battle of retribution. A still from both sides, one after another, but you gotta admire their patience on these objectives.
And we do see the Lord dance still being out, but ooh, that is
Finds
not
T.
what-
Good advantage, 1 member down for BTK. Maybe what Ackerman needs to be able to take this objective, and they are rushing in, going all out. ISO trying to find a member of Ackerman, procs the immortality from Toinks. Lord at about a quarter of HP. Go away, has been proc by ISO. Toinks with the stun, just in time. Galaxy finds ISO. You already see Joy Boss take down Toinks as well. The suppression from Nicolette trying to pick up yet another kill all by himself. You are going to see Joy Boss take a kill onto Nicolette. Mobile in a bad situation, 2v1. Zia is going to take him down. This may be the game winner. You're going to see Galaxy rush in, trying to find yet another kill, but patience is a virtue, and he understands that he is not going to overstay his welcome. They have the wave management. They have the map control to possibly close this out, and they also are going to be seeing this Lord spawn in here momentarily in favor for Ackerman.
Look at them trying to stall out the wave. Zia's gonna go ahead and tick off that turret. Now lands a hook, but that is a tank jungle, so it doesn't have the right insurance and start melting down. But we are seeing a sinkage of the Lord. 3 members up, and the same goes for BTK. And here we go. Are we gonna see a closeout right now?
This is what they need. Ackerman needs to find a way to do this, but look at T rushing to the back line with the steel cables. The denial from Kush with the heavy spin to keep Zia alive. Yato being punished. Kush is gonna find him. Lord does fall in the hands of BTK. They are trying to stop Ackerman from evening out this series, and they may be able to do it. As you are gonna see the Iron Hook connect onto Toinks just in time, but Toinks is gonna use the Tyrant's Rage to get a stun on the Joy Boss. ISO gonna find Toinks. Feather airstrike going down from Nicolette for the zone is control. Galaxy in a bad situation, hit by Muddles. Immortality has been procced. ISO out for blood, out for a kill. Galaxy able to get out just in time. Down to the wire. Now we may be seeing a 20-minute game or even further, as both teams still unable to find a way to close this out.
we are looking at another ping pong game. We are going back and forth. BTK literally has no high ground turrets up, but they are literally risking everything to put their bodies forward to defend that base crystal over there. And the Lord has been melted down as well. So we are seeing another Lord fight happening soon. And we do see T fighting that split push area right now, as T is going to go and pick up this blue, willingly giving it up for T. So he's going to have that energy now, and he knows that he can burst down Zia. So if Zia is taken off the board with no marksman, they might be able to win this, but that's only if T can get either Zia or Nicolette. It's just one of those.
And one thing we got to keep in mind with T running this Fanny is he has the split push capability to be able to clear these minions. Wave management, definitely a key factor, especially when it comes to these neutral objectives, these Luminous Lords. And that is definitely the game plan for BTK. Ackerman fell short on that in match 1. And I think BTK realized that, and they're trying to make the most out of that situation to make it a little bit harder and even easier for them to be able to close this game out past 20 minutes when it comes to these Lord engagements.
Absolutely. Now we do see the Lord coming in again in a couple seconds. Nicolette is looking for somebody, and looks like she's just gonna sit there and possibly take off T, potentially from split pushing, and she's being really patient right now. And look at Zia working his way down, possibly wanting to take out T on this Fanny.
Yeah, that's right, but looks like he is going to go ahead and recall. No, he is going to stay there. Wave management again in favor for BTK. This is what they need to do. Force a member from Ackerman back to the base for defense. And when they do that, they don't have the numbers to contest these neutral objectives. But look at T rushing into Nicolette, a little over aggressive, almost bursted down. Now Galaxy rushing with the bravest fighter. This is where it comes to that battle of patience, a chess game when it comes to these Luminous Lord objectives.
Yep, and here we go. We're gonna see that Lord fight happen once again. Oh, Weezy, we're gonna have to have a little bit of a conversation, because this is gonna have a little bit of take a little bit of time. So, how's your day today, Weezy?
Oh, it's going good, but this battle is going great as it is on the way. Mobazane taken down by Zia. A huge play for Ackerman. Heavy spin from Kush, able to possibly secure the retribution, is able to secure it for Ackerman. Oh my goodness, Joy Boss does connect with Iron Hook. Hook takes down ISO. Joy Boss left alone, needs to get out of there. Galaxy trying to take him down, both very low. The bloody hunt for the suppression. Justice Blaze going out. Kush with the frontline presence is going to find the knockup on the Joy Boss. Immortality has been procced, and down he goes, unable to sustain himself against the 4-man team of Ackerman. And you are going to see this Lord make his way up the mid lane.
And that is a full 5-man shoved up against 2 members. And talk about 2 members, very squishy. Here we go.
And this may be it. Ackerman was able to flip the script, turn it around. Look at Galaxy trying to do some damage. Nicolette finds Yato. Immortality has been procced on a T, and he's been taken down. A full wipeout on the BloodThirstyKings as Kush takes down T, and looks like Ackerman is able to secure game 2. The scoreboard is even. We are moving on to match 3 outplay, or BTK going up against Ackerman. But it was an outplay. That was definitely an outplay. And I gotta say, I gotta give them credit. Man, down to the wire, down to the objectives. The Fanny was pulled out, a secret weapon over there from BTK, and honestly, it didn't work out in their favor. I want to say T came alive a little late in the game, but the early phase, he just didn't get the pickoffs that the team was looking for, and that just goes to show you Ackerman has been improving since the beginning half of the double round robin, and now to sit in that number 3 position, it shows you they've definitely earned that title. And BTK, there's no free rides. They got to fight this out at the top of the line, or we may see them get knocked down to the lower bracket to fight the Empire.
Now, if we harp on the previous NACT, when we were in the actual playoffs, right? BTK was sweeping Ackerman, but now it's a 1-1. We are looking at a 22-minute match, and guys who are watching, we are going to be here for a pretty long time, as these 2 teams are really neck to neck right now. We do see the substats kind of speak for itself, and Zane actually hasn't been able to pick up a single Lord nor a single turtle, and that's the first time I have yet to see BTK come in empty-handed with some objectives. Now that shouldn't happen, and I'm pretty sure Mobazane knows that's not what he's known for, right? You always want to see the objectives in his hand, but this time it's going to get flipped around. We do see Nicolette coming in 633 KDA. Beautiful. Less deaths is the better, but we easily break down this fight.
Well, we have a beautiful series so far, as you are seeing Ackerman able to hold on, able to claim a victory, playing patient. Kush able to secure the retribution, getting the Lord for his team. Zia picking up a double kill, finds ISO. Joy Bosch trying to sustain himself. 1v4 situation here, unable to, and this is definitely a game changer for Ackerman to be able to close this out and keeps BTK on their toes. BTK tried to pull out a secret weapon. They tried to pull out the Fanny XP lane, but it did not work in time for what they were trying to pull off. And overall, a great read from Ackerman as we are now jumping into the draft. Match 3, BTK versus Ackerman. Both teams currently tied up.
Oh my goodness. We're going to be here for... I think this is going to be our longest series of any NACT. So, guys, if you guys are watching, grab your drinks, grab your popcorn, grab whatever you need. You and I, we are going to be in here for a very long time. So don't go anywhere. We're looking for a very long series this game. And mind you, everything's on the table. One member is going home, right? And we are going to go ahead, also finish it off with a loser's bracket as well. So you're going to definitely see who is going to get dropped down there. Now, we do see both marksmen getting banned out, and honestly, I can't even give a win or lose condition for both sides. They are so neck to neck with each other. So it's just all towards the micro and the macro. It's all just dependent on that as well. So maybe the team fight composition, maybe the draft could obviously alter for both sides, but we are talking about two high elo teams that knows what they are doing with the drafts that they pick. So we're looking at the third match, 1-1. Wow.
It definitely is a little spicy,
Wow.
a little hot in here as both these teams turning up the heat. And I know if I'm the Ohio brothers, I'm definitely taking notes on this game because Ackerman is not playing
Outplay.
around. Yeah, they're right. Outplay, not going to have the easiest time. Even if they go up against Ackerman, they're giving BTK some problems. They are. Like, they're giving a really good gameplay. Even in match 1 when BTK was able to close it out, it wasn't an easy win. They had to kind of fight it out, and it was down to the wire, down to that retribution on that Lord. And Zane, luckily, was able to get it over Kush. But game 2 was a different story. 22-minute finish, and Ackerman was more of the dominant team. So moving on to game 3, I think this is probably going to be the most important victory for either side, because when you have 2-1 advantage, it gives you a little bit of that insurance, whereas the team that sits on the other end of that, they have to win that game or they're getting knocked down to that lower bracket. So this is going to be a battle down to the wire yet again, and they need to take any advantage they can to be able to claim victory for both sides.
Mind you, Wheezy, BTK was actually sweeping Ackerman. Like, I hope you guys realize that Ackerman wasn't, I don't know what they did. Like, I'm not saying that they're bad, but they were getting swept.
Improvement in the double round robin. I mean, it's similar to what we've seen Lamey Top, right? Lamey Top, even though they got knocked out, they came alive and put on a show. So
both of us when they were pulling out some plays over there. But this was a team on my side right now under me. This was a team that was getting swept by BTK twice in a row, but they just took a win off of BTK, right? Which means, and we've seen it, the improvement, the fights, the macro, the micro, the draft, the pressure, the immediate decision makings, like everything is there right now. So now it's a battle of who can execute it better. Is it going to be Ackerman or is it going to be BTK? Now, Yano opted in for first pick Valentina, but Kush actually stole away the Fredrin. Galaxy also stole away the Lafu. So we are looking at very good picks so far, but Arlott, I think that's the first... It's not the first time. I was going to say, like, in the ban phase, I haven't really seen it banned out between these two, but Arlott's walking. Now, I haven't really seen Arlott go directly up against a Fredrin. The taunt might be a little bit of an issue, but ISO is going to opt in for a carry pick, which is going to start melting down that front line once it gets the mid to late game spike, which will much definitely get there. So we are looking for a long game once again.
Yeah, definitely looking for a long game, but they need something to combo with this R-Lot in terms of CC for them to really be able to profit. And right now, I'm not seeing it. I mean, you have Valentina from Yato. If they do, nope, they're going to go ahead and pick up that Franco. That's a good read, too, because if they give group CC, that's just one advantage that Yato has to get T online. So walking in that Franco is a really great read to be able to deny that. So they could do Lolita, and Lolita will counter Twinks on the Franco, but yeah, you're right. Kush has the Fredrin.
We saw it. We saw it happen.
It can knock him up. It can cancel out the Numeon Blast as well. So it might not be the easiest thing to do, but it is an answer. Another possibility is, I'm looking at the draft so far, a Kufra or an Atlas can really work out in this composition because they're heavily frontline oriented for Ackerman. And when you pull out that Atlas with the Fatal Links, that is literally going to get T online with all of those marks to be able to rush in and get some possible pickoffs. So they have to be careful on what they allow through the draft so far, but as history goes to show between these two teams, it literally boils down to the wire on who can execute it a little bit better. And so far, it's pretty even. It's down to who can get that last retribution, who's able to find that backline just in time, and it just keeps you at the edge of your seat wondering which way this match will go.
I still feel like Atlas is too squishy though, early game. We did see it happen with Outplay, right? Shark was running Atlas with 1-1, and he just kept continuously getting picked off early game unless he has more damage. And I talked about this in the last game. Atlas is a beautiful pick, especially comboed in by R-Lot. R-Lot gets infinite dash as soon as he's paired with CC, but if Atlas doesn't give that same set potential, but let's say he did run it in, right? So there it is. Oh my god, you actually got something right the first time.
Finally! I'm trying to catch up to you, but you have that additional caster behind you, your secret weapon.
Oh, please. Okay, anyways, we do see Joy Bosch running with the Fatal Links, but my only issue is, so there's a suppression coming in from Twinks, and he can go a lot of different ways. He can suppress ISO, he can suppress Joy Bosch from ulting. Now, as soon as that goes away, there's still Galaxy and Kush to go ahead and give that CC. So it's not the end of the world currently for Ackerman. Now, Yato can take away the suppression coming in, the Iron Hook, or I'm sorry, the Bloody Hunt coming in from the Franco. I still don't see anything else really that Yato can use yet. Nicolette still has to pick her mage, but there's a lot of cancellations that can happen on Joy Bosch's Fatal Links. So I really would think Joy Bosch really has to make one of those like instant flicker plays or instant ult in order to prevent himself from getting canceled out. But we're gonna see Zane run a Tinks a lot.
Yeah, it's definitely gonna be something interesting to see. But we know Zane can pull it off, right? He's been kind of practicing increasing that hero pool, and his tank slot's actually pretty decent. So I think it's a strong pick for him, able to path in, path out. Things get a little tricky. But the Atlas is going to be the outlying factor here. If Joy Bosch can rush in and combo in with T, they're going to be able to get a lot of decent pickoffs, not to mention Yato. He does have this Valentina providing that draft pressure, and now he has two amazing ultimates he can profit off of. Twinks with the Bloody Hunt, and also Nicolette with the Farza for that Feathered Airstrike. So overall, I'm going to give this draft in favor for BTK.
I would say the same. Only if there wasn't enough suppression or enough, not even suppression, even CC coming in. There are so many different ways Joy Bosch is going to get his ult canceled out. And Joy Bosch, like you said, is a set potential right now to combo it up with T. If there is no Atlas CC, there is absolutely no way T is going to be able to use that CC to his advantage and start dashing. But we are looking at a match 3 right now. This is kind of a game for both sides. We are looking at whoever takes this game is all going to be game point the following match after. So, ETK versus Ackerman. We are looking at a tense match once again. Instead, we're going to see a little bit of a different draft from both sides, but a little bit of a caster, a little bit of a disagreement on the draft favorites, but a little bit of a skirmish already in the mid-side.
Yeah, the Iron Hook connecting on to Joy Bosch. He is going to have to go back and get some regen. You kind of mentioned Atlas having a little bit of that slower start. You need to wait to get that level 4 to be a heavy menace or a threat for the opposing side. So definitely having to play a little bit more passive. But once he gets that level 4, Ackerman definitely having to decide when to go in and when not to. Is the only one with Purify on their team currently is Nicolette.
Yeah, and that is going to be an easy way out for Nicolette, but Not so much for Zia and Galaxy and Toinks if he does land though, fatal lane as well, but we already see the rotation happening towards the bot side, a lot of pressure onto Galaxy, and I would like to see a little bit more pressure towards the top side, but we are seeing a 1-2-2 kind of strat coming in, as we'd love to see the Romish protect their marksman, but already a lane shove coming in from BTK, which is going to be T.
Yeah, definitely having to be careful. Both teams playing patiently, as we did see a 22-minute game and a 30-minute plus game for the first two matches in this best of 5. And Toinks, again, not missing these iron hooks. This man's accuracy may be higher than Eunice's prediction rate as T secures first blood and takes down Nicolette.
Higher than my prediction rate indeed. Was able to get a lot of hooks towards that mid side, but that is a first blood taken off the board already, which is going to be Nicolette, denying her 4 and also her purify as well. So this objective should be very easy to the favor of BTK.
Yeah, definitely trying to take advantage of the early game. Yato, you are seeing him in a bad situation. Galaxy on the chase. Wait a minute. T is going to find Kush. Galaxy and Yato. Whoa! Zane is going to secure the turtle. Yato securing a kill over on Galaxy. Zane and T in position for a pickoff. T is going to rush in with the final slash. Takes down Toinks and able to get out of that turret just in time before Nicolette could burst him down.
That was a beautiful play, actually, coming in from that bot side. Yato versus Galaxy copied the Lapu ults and then kind of made Galaxy forced him under the turret and then finished him off. That was a beautiful play, but you see T coming in at 3-0, and that's already just an Arlot doing Arlot things, being a menace into his own area. And he also has an early game CC, so he's able to get a little bit of an advantage with that. But 4-0 currently on the kill board, a little bit of a goal lead starting now for the side of BTK.
Yeah, and speaking of T, already getting online, combo with Destroy Bosch on the Atlas can be something scary to rush into, and I really want to see how they play it out. But looking at the scoreboard so far, 4-0, BTK already making Ackerman uncomfortable.
Definitely making them uncomfortable because the scoreboard is 4-0. T is currently in the lead. We already see the rotations coming into the mid side, possibly denying Nicolette from clearing any of the waves, but leaving the lane that early is going to make them late to the rotations, also give up a lot of vision for that top side. And here comes Kush, already noticing that members are gone from the side of BTK.
Yeah, already realizing that he does not have his team with him, but he is going to go ahead and try and protect and possibly pick off ISO, but look at Joy Boss, perfect match into the bush with Moba Zane on his side, the stun, the fatal links, and Moba Zane securing the kill on the Kush. Iron Hook, the full Joy Boss back feather airstrike going down, double feathered airstrike with the IMU. Yato taking down Toinks. Some amazing 5x5s, make that a 10x10, but BTK still kind of leading this aggressive stance for the early phase, pushing their way into the turret for the top side. Zia forced to flicker out and allow BTK to burst down this turret with no contest.
Is going to be a objective 16 for that top side. Now Ackerman a little bit of a back foot. We are looking at the rotation coming in from the turtle though, and Kush needs to find a little bit of answers. Wasn't able to pick up the first objective again. Now if he can't pick up this one, that is going to be a neutral, still not into the favor. See a little bit of suppression coming out on T, but he is able to sustain as he is going to go towards a tank route, but looks like Kush is going to get a hand on this first.
And this is something we've seen time and time again, a battle over the retribution for these objectives, and Kush able to go toe-to-toe with Moba Zane, who is still a little too far now, going to make his way in, but stunned by Galaxy. T is going to take down Zia. Turtle has been reset. Nicolette is going to drop down the feathered airstrike from afar, controlling the zonage for this turtle, and Yato still in a good position for the denial. Look at Moba Zane, it's not going to go back for Joy Boss, just going to go ahead and recall Turtle at about half HP, make that a quarter. Moba Zane with the steal and the Phantom's execution hits the retribution just in time to secure the turtle for BTK. You are going to see Zia possibly in a bad situation as well. Look at both teams clashing it out on this purple buff. Zane rushes in, takes down Kush. Purple buff has been reset, but BTK leading the way so far 8-0. May be able to open up this map even more in their favor.
They are leading the way right now, as that is going to be 2 objectives picked up by BTK, but still nothing in response from Ackerman, and they are looking for something here in the mid side, but look why the Joy Boss.
We are going to see a huge play in the way. Fatal links. Joy Boss not able to get the set. Yato takes down Nicolette to respond. No, but now Yato may be in a bad situation as Zia is going to shut him down. BTK still trying to take advantage of the map, but Moba Zane hit with the Iron Hook inside of the tier 2 turret, and the Mirror's Passion from Zia to finish him off.
That was a beautiful iron hook coming in from Toys. He's been landing his hooks. What is your hook rate? Might just have to ask him that later, as he has been landing everything, especially in that early game, right? Mid-side was able to land a couple hooks on Joybosh, but also land a couple on Yato as well. And that is something you want to see Franco players doing, be able to land those hooks. Goes a little bit wide, so it looks like cursed out once again, but we do see already a little bit of pressure on the top side, trying to take at least another objective.
Now T rushing in, final slash onto Zia, onto Toinks. He's gonna go out for more hit with the iron hook to allow Zia to get away, but Unstoppables, you are gonna find him take down Toinks to respond.
And I don't think opening up Arlott was a good idea for the side of Ackerman. Now, it is always banned out, and there is a reason why it's banned out. Sitting at 502, T's actually opting in for a little bit of damage as well. Now, they do have to shut down T before he starts becoming a menace. He definitely has that early game goal lead, as he is sitting at the most kills. Neutral objectives coming up in about 5 seconds. Looks like BTK is going to definitely get a hold of this, as they are looking at the back foot with objectives. Still, not looking for anything right now, as they need an answer before it's too late.
Yeah, definitely needing some answers. BTK pulling the aggro of this turtle 7 minutes in, able to claim 3 turrets, 2 turtles, make that a third in their favor, and this is what they need to take this game. As we mentioned, game 2, a huge power spike for either side to have the advantage in this best of 5 series.
But look at Zia doing a little bit of a split push, and that's what I like to see from, actually, Zia's been doing that split push potential, right? Even though they are on the other side of the map, Zia still takes the advantage. Even though they're on the back, they still try to give himself a little bit of advantage by split pushing, but here comes Joybosh.
He's gonna rush with the conceal play, but is able to get it off just in time with the fatal links. T takes down Toinks, a monster kill. That's going to be 1 member down for Ackerman so far. BTK trying to claim any advantage they can, trying to maintain that pressure against Ackerman and keep them uncomfortable.
But that is still 602 sitting in T. Nobody still hasn't been able to shut him down. There is a suppression coming in from Toinks, but maybe he has to use that once everybody's around him. Grab a hook onto T and make sure that he is taken off the board. As still, there is no response coming in from the side of Ackerman.
Yeah, definitely more of that one-sided story so far. They only really had Zia on the top side and on the bottom side. With the iron hook, the flicker backward. Final slash going in. Toinks takes down Joybosh's feathered airstrike. Rains from afar from Nicolette, trying to stop BTK from claiming this tier 2 turret.
Now, Nicolette's sitting at 0-2 right now. That's not the best KDA that you want to see coming from Nicolette, right? You always wanted to protect Nicolette, as she is kind of like that driver for the team, but she's not looking too great right now. And usually the next response you want to protect is Zia, which is going to be Beatrix. And now you really have to be careful. You have to let Zia comfortably farm and start doing a little bit of damage, because ISO hasn't been taken off the board yet, so he is beautifully scaling and also 2 levels ahead as well.
Now Toinks trying to get away, hit with the fatal links and taken down by T. You mentioned that Arlott walking through the draft, and they are punishing Ackerman. You are seeing the Thorn Rose go out. Moba Zane comfortable on the tanks a lot, chasing down Galaxy. The suppression with the Bloody Hunt, and Zane picking up the kill with the Thorn Rose.
That is 2 members down for the side of Ackerman, but Zia still split pushing alongside with Nicolette, and they're just like, you know what? Screw this team fight. I'm just going to keep split pushing, and they are left with a high ground base turret on that top side for the side of BTK. Now, they got to be careful. This could be in on the back door, and we've seen these multiple times. If that happens, that's a little bit of an upset, right? So, we do see the Lord is, going to be picked up by BTK, but they still have turrets that they exchange for that top side. Now they have to be back in their base, huddled as well, to protect their crystal from going down.
Yeah, definitely need to be a little careful. A lot of these objectives are falling a little too easily for Ackerman, but as we like to say, a saving grace. Zia still rotating around the map and taking some of these turrets, as Zia is going to also pick up a kill, takes down Joybosh with the swiftness, but BTK with the response is trying to rush in and get another kill of their own, but not able to hit the mark, but clearing the tier 2 turret for the mid lane.
And that is going to be a Lord coming down to that top side. Lantern has been popped to give a little bit of vision, but we are seeing the proxy of lanes coming in, already trying to deny this Lord in anywhere closer. But look at the mid side, huddled in 3-man Galaxy. Might be caught out. No, they're gonna go ahead and make that Lord not any use. And that is a beautiful defense coming in from Ackerman.
And looking at BTK so far, they're leading by about 7,000 gold, claiming 6 turrets, 3 turrets over Ackerman so far, and also were able to claim every single turtle. And with that being said, they definitely have the advantage to be able to close this game out. Ackerman needing to play a little bit more passive now and wait for them to make a mistake.
And once they make that mistake, they are able to turn that game around, and that is if they can find a mistake. Now, they have all the frontline presence coming in from Ackerman. They have Kush, they have Galaxy, they have Twinks. It's up to Zia and Nicolette to really get to that backside. Either take off ISO, still take off T. T is still sitting at 703, and that's not a good KDA you want to give an Arlott, especially when he's one of those meta picks right now. That high of kills, and he is almost at his full build. He is going to go ahead and build that 100 strike into a little bit of defense as well, but we are still looking for an answer for the set of Ackerman.
Definitely still looking for answers, but you can't count them out yet. They've been performing really well, especially during the double round robin, and they've been scaling through time and now going toe-to-toe with BTK, evened out in terms of this series 1-1 for both sides. Both teams battling over having the tempo and the pressure from taking game 3, and down goes Fatal Links onto Kush and the knockup. Final slash, not able to hit the mark though. Kush does fall, possibly Nicolette is going to take down Dorboss. T takes down Kush, Zia finds T, and also gets a mega kill as ISO finds Twinks as well. Galaxy trying to rush in with Bravest Fighter and trying to get out, but Yato with the denial is going to take him out.
Was able to take down T, but there's a neutral objective coming up, and now 3 members are down, which means already a lot of vision lost. Now we're going to see already maybe a little bit of split pushing happening, try to take as many objectives as they can, as there is T and Joy Bosch off the table now. Twinks is sitting at 1-6 on this rank, and Joy Bosch is sitting at 0-3. I was a little bit unsure about Joy Bosch picking up Atlas, but it looks like he's playing exceptionally well, making sure that no one gets caught off here.
Yeah, and already seeing Mobazane playing the patient game, pulling the aggro of this Lord. A similar game style that we've seen time and time again. And look at his teammates split pushing on the top side as ISO protected by Joy Bosch to create that cause of separation to make this objective even easier for BTK to take, as you are seeing Twink suppression battle in the mid-river on the way. Nicolette finds Yato with a feathered airstrike just in time. T hit by Namir's Passion, and you are going to see Nicolette rush in, try and get a kill. But it's not over yet. Kush is going to get hit by the Fatal Links, trying to rush out just in time. You are going to see ISO pick the kill, takes down Kush. Perfect match from Joy Bosch, rushing in, going to get the stun. ISO takes down Twinks for a double kill. Zia forced out of the Lord Pit. BTK on the chase. Namir's Passion does go down, but alongside the Wind of Nature to stop that physical damage. And they get Zia, though. Joy Bosch rushing with the perfect match. Zia with the flicker to not allow the stun for the airstrike dropping down. ISO mortality has been procced. He needs to get out of there. Galaxy on the chase with Bravest Fighter. T finds Nicolette in the back line. Huge play for BTK so far. 3 members down for Ackerman.
Looks like they overstayed their welcome just a little bit. They should have just let them take that objective. Maybe look for a decent trade, but Galaxy, here we go.
Possible fight on the way on the purple buff. T needing to get out, possibly baiting them to Yato, who is sitting in that bush, but look at Joy Bosch getting in position. Zia unstoppable, does find T on that over-aggressive play. The double Fatal Link. ISO shuts down Zia, picks up a mega kill and a double as down goes Twinks, and another member falls. A triple into the hands of ISO, who finds Kush, leaving only Galaxy by himself to defend against the full 4-man team of BTK with a concealed play in, making the most out of the respawn timer. 16 seconds until Twinks can respawn in. Kush out and Zia, Nicolette and Galaxy left to defend. ISO clearing the high ground turn for the mid lane. Galaxy very low, burst down by ISO, and now the base crystal taking some serious damage as Zane finds Nicolette on the back line. A full wipeout for Ackerman. BTK may be able to close this out. Twinks spawning in 7 seconds until Kush responds back in alongside Zia, who is now back on the board. They need to clear the minions in the mid lane and also the bottom side. Can they do it? RC and BTK not letting them put off the gas. Fatal Links into Twinks. Joy Bosch takes him down. Mobazane still in play. You're going to see Zia with Namir's Passion, but not in time. As look at the base crystal. BTK claimed victory against Ackerman, and they have claimed game 3.
Now, this is the insurance that we both talked about, right? This can be anyone's game, but after this game, which has just ended, we are looking at a match point coming in from BTK. Currently 2-1. If they take this win right now, they do take that win home. So Ackerman a little bit of a back for right now. They have to look for a response. Turn this around. Make it a 2-2. Or is it going to be 3-1? And BTK is going to go walk home very freely or into the next match for tomorrow. But Ackerman's going to have to fight their way out once again in that loser's bracket, which is not something you want to do. So this game was a little bit one-sided. It was very obvious that T had a little bit of the early game start with the R-Lot, and I'm pretty sure Ackerman now knows not to leave R-Lot open like that, as he was a huge menace in that jungle area in the laning phases and was able to kill everyone that he just saw in his face. So, and this time, Weezy, your prediction was right. Joy Blanche was able to pull off some sets,
we're going back and forth. I mean, hey, you got the T Fanny XP lane, so you got me there. So. But like you said, you do got that secret weapon behind you. But 2-1 so far, right? BTK leading the way. Huge advantage for them. All they need to do is claim one more victory to win this series and send Ackerman to the lower bracket against the Empire.
Yeah, and that is if they can take that win, right? We are looking at grand finals kind of technically for these two, right? We are kind of looking at that last match point for these two. 3-1 is what BTK needs, but if Ackerman takes his next win, we are looking at a full BO5, right? 15-minute game. BTK has prevailed. This game was a little bit one-sided. 10k gold lead is very obvious for the side of BTK. Unfortunately, Kush has not been able to take up any objectives, and maybe the tank jungle and maybe taking up the Frederick wasn't the right answer for Ackerman. And Nicolette did not perform the way that she does this time with that Farsa, so maybe that was a little bit of a mistake. But I still think leaving open T and giving him R-Lot was the main issue, as there was not enough CC or continuous damage to go ahead and let T kind of be put at a disadvantage over there. So looks like Ackerman's gonna have to take the next match a little bit more seriously and make sure that they don't let those things walk again, and maybe put Nicolette back online and let her control kind of that mid to early game spike. But break this down for me.
Yeah, you did see a heavy engagement from both sides. The Fatal Link's just a very crucial play. ISO finding Zia, and he does not stop there as he picks up that double and then goes in for the triple onto Kush. Huge play over there. ISO, the marksman who got the Savage on a 1-1, still trying to make yet another Savage in the playoffs. And honestly, an amazing performance. And this is what we kind of call a one-sided story. A different stance from Ackerman that we've seen from Game 1 and Game 2. I feel like they let a little loose. They weren't playing as safe as they used to, and that may have been their problem. And also, it came down to the draft. As speaking of draft, jumping into Game 4 between these two amazing teams. And right now, you are going to see Ackerman on the back end. BTK leading 2-1, and they only need this one game to close it out. Ackerman having to win 2 games in a row to stop BTK from sending them down to the lower bracket.
So I'm already seeing Ackerman's going to go ahead and have that first pick advantage, so I want them to use that at their best advantage this time. They're gonna go ahead and ban out the marksmen as well. So I already see this happened twice already in a row. Banning out the marksmen already put such tight draft on ISO and as well as Zia. Zia, if we want to rewind just a little bit on player stats and history, he is a former M series player. ISO, on the other hand, has been in a lot of tournaments, so he knows his pool. He knows how the game goes. He knows how the team fight goes. But if I had to give a little bit of upper advantage, it would definitely have to be towards Zia, because he also played with BTK going that M series as well. So banning out those marksmen is going to put them on a little bit of a back. And now I haven't seen Wheezy walk on the board yet, so maybe we might see Wheezy getting drafted in. But is it Wheezy or Deku, right? Deku's not here, but it really is a battle of those two up into the board. Now Yuzong is going to be getting banned out. That is both teams' EXP's players' comfort. So I'm definitely going to see a lot get drafted in again. Maybe if we want to harp on that previous game, maybe putting Frederick in the EXP lane and then drafting another jungler or like a tank jungle, he could have ran Akai again. And Akai, Kush actually played it really well. The heavy spin gave him advantage for every single objective. Didn't let Mobazane get anywhere near close him. So maybe it was a little bit of a draft miscommunication, a little bit of an issue, as that draft just did not work out in their favor. They also let an R-Lot walk, was very fed the whole early game, right? And there was no response. Twinks didn't have the best KDA on Franco either. Suppression, even though it landed on T, there was just no damage to finish him off. And Joybaj did pop off with those fatal links. He hooked Nat a couple times, right? And Natalia was there, hooked her a couple times, but was able to secure the deal and end out the game. So I definitely think the draft will be a lot different from Ackerman, and same goes for BTK and Galaxy. Ooh, they left open Arlot this time into the hands of Ackerman. So we're now looking for a response. Kaja's up actually. So if they pick up Kaja, direct suppression. Now the issue is the early game gonna tell the same story inside of BTK?
Yeah, definitely a risky move. Arlot picked up by Ackerman this time around, and maybe that may be the advantage they need. But again, BTK was able to pull that off because they had the Atlas, they had the Group CC needed. And the question is, are they going to allow a Group CC tank to walk for Ackerman? Or are they going to try and find a strategy to kind of deny it? As you are going to see Zane, he's going to go ahead and go in for the tanks a lot instead of going in for his signature Fredrin pick. And I'm wondering what the game plan with this is. I know he did perform pretty well on it, and honestly, it's still one of those heroes that have been shining time and time again. I mean, we've seen other heroes, players like Anna dominating on the tank slot. Definitely more of those common assassins that you see in the jungle position, and best player as well. Exactly. So many players. We're kind of like defining North America meta right now in the NACT Spring
like picking
season.
Up each player one by one, depending on the actual jungle.
That's right.
But,
and looking at Galaxy, I will say they need Group CC. But if they go Group CC too early, Diggy is still on the table for the denial.
But I still feel like Diggy's too squishy though. We did actually see a lot of Diggy plays. Ooh, talking about predictions, Wheezy. Oh my god, you're on the board right now. Zia's gonna opt in for this Brody. Now, Group CC talking about it again. Diggy, if I feel like you have to play him correctly, right? And a lot of players are kind of like, why is a Diggy picked up so early? It's kind of useless, stupid pick. But like, if you use Diggy to the right advantage, use the time journey correctly, reverse time as well, I feel like Diggy can be a good pick. But the only issue is he's just a little bit too squishy early game, but does a lot of damage early game. So it's kind of what you want. Do you want the marksman fed early enough so that you can rotate around with your team more, or is it more towards that late game fight where you really have to think about, all right, if we're gonna run a 5v5 team fight draft towards that mid to late game, knowing that these two are definitely gonna go late game every single time, you have to think. And knowing that the draft phasing, you're only given like 40 seconds. And you can't even like walk into the game knowing what you're gonna pick. It depends on what they pick, that you try to counter them or you try to get the best advantage picks as much as you can. Now, I have yet to see a Faramis getting picked up by both of these teams, actually. I haven't seen it at all. And knowing that Wheezy and I casted this entire NACT, we've been watching, even though we're not casting for certain matches, Faramis has always been picked up one way or the other, banned or picked. Every single time, right? But not using that to the advantage. I mean, we just saw in the previous series Hoon coming in with the MVP, literally legendary, godlike, any name phrase you could think of that Mobile Legends gives them. He was running it beautifully. So maybe Nicolette running in, not Nicolette, I'm sorry, Iato running in with a Faramis might be the game changer, or they're gonna have to look for another answer.
Yeah, definitely need to find some answers. T's going to lock in this Terizla. He has a little bit of that anti-immunity when he has that execution strike going down, that three-part combo, especially when he's going up against Galaxy, who is going to try and profit off of getting that CC on him, especially with that final slash, rushing in with the vengeance. Definitely a game plan for him. So it works in theory, and it also provides that strong frontline presence, and it provides Group CC with a hero that typically you don't see a Valentina taking the ultimate from. So I like, in theory, the path that BTK is going. They got the frontline presence checked off. You got the tanks a lot. You got Terizla, who can soak up all that damage as well. And he also provides the CC presence that Nicolette can't profit on. But when we look at the gold lane, right, you're looking at Brody, who can fight a little bit further than the carry. So ISO not going to be able to be as aggressive as he wants to be. And not to mention, they don't have the beefiest composition for a carry. So that may be something that works in Ackerman's favor. but still some creative things that BTK can do with this draft. They can still go for a support role. They have the beefiness from Teresa. They have Zane, who's also very tanky as well. It tanks a lot, or they can also go the group CC route, but they cannot count out Nicolette on the Valentino.
I am looking for a possible maybe Kufra pickup from Toinks, and then maybe I don't know what Kush wants to run, maybe a Martis, but there's still ISO on the board, so I don't know if running any. Oh, it got banned actually, so there goes my Kufra. But there is still Atlas. Now, I honestly think a Faramis Atlas is not bad for the side of BTK. Yes, there is Nicolette running the IMU, but you kind of have to pick between which one you want. Do you want the CC or do you want the Saving Grace, right? But there is a lot to deny the Faramis ult. So T is going to come with the penalty zone. Now, the thing is, the Cult Altar coming in from Faramis, it can get easily canceled out. Even like drafting any little bit of damage on the Cult Altar will actually just delete it very fast. It is a Saving Grace, it is a silence, it's a little bit of that save, I guess you could say that as well. But Yato's gonna opt in for this Kagura, and Yato's actually doing pretty good on Kagura, but that is also gonna put Z at a disadvantage as the Yin Yang Overturn is able to peel through that backline. Now Twinks is gonna opt in for this Grok, not a bad idea. I feel like Kush is still thinking. There is still Martis open. I don't know if he wants to go for a damage because Zane is gonna run this tanks a lot. But they still need an answer. Zia definitely is going to have advantage over range, though, however, against ISO and Yato and T and them when it comes to those team fights. As soon as the wild charge comes in, ooh, Hellcurt.
Okay, this is definitely a change of pace from what we've seen in the last 2 or 3 matches. And pulling out this Hellcurt from Kush, he's definitely getting creative in the draft for jungling. 1 pick left on the board for Joybotch, though. What are they going to lock in for the roam of BTK? I mean, you're looking at Toinks, right? As a frontline presence, he's running this Grok, the Wild Charge, the Guardian's Barrier, and also the Power Nature for that wind-up AoE damage. So definitely works in favor for them, but I'm wondering how BTK will respond. And Joybotch is going to go ahead and lock in this Chow. It's going to be a little spicy. Definitely going to be able to rush in and be a little bit of that annoyance, but is it the right answer? I'm expecting some heavy dives, especially when you have Yato on the Kagura, and then you have a Cho as well. So dive in with the G Kondo, hit the way of the dragon, get him out in a single target CC, and then let Yato finish up the job. That looks like the game plan for BTK, but for Ackerman, when you're looking at their composition, it's a little all over the place, right? I mean, the CC that you can kind of profit on for Galaxy running this R-Lot is the Corrosive Strike by Zia when he does get that single target CC stun and that kickback to get away, which can kind of help him get out of these tricky situations, especially when BTK does try and dive on him in that gold lane. But he can kind of wait for Toinks to either hit any member of BTK with that Guardian's Barrier or rush in with a Wild Charge for the knockup and then profit with that final slash and that vengeance.
I honestly didn't even think Ube's strat would be bad for BTK. Like, dropping the Estes, they have T and Zane to go ahead and get that frontline presence. But before I even talk more about the draft, we are looking at a potential final match. If BTK does take this match home, looks like my introduction was a little bit too fast. But we are looking at a potential match point coming in for BTK. If they do win this, they do take this one home, and Ackerman's gonna get shoved down to the losers bracket. A little bit of a pause getting asked here for both sides, and looks like a little bit of a issue. But in the meantime, I'm gonna go back. I really did not think Ube was bad, right? They did. If they had the Essence of Blessing, the Moon Goddess can save T, give a little bit more frontline presence, and Nicolette, she can copy off the Blessing of the Moon Goddess, but I think she would like to opt in more for that CC, which is going to be the way the Dragon or even the penalty zone coming in from T. So honestly, I didn't even think that was a bad idea coming in from side of BTK. What were you thinking?
Well, speaking of thinking, we're a little bit of a replay from the past to kind of help us formulate our thoughts. As you are seeing both teams battle it out over this Lord, a little bit of history of what we've seen so far. BTK, they were able to claim game 1, but Ackerman came alive for game 2 to even out this series. And especially on this Lord play, the suppression, and you've seen both teams fighting it out, and that was Ackerman who was able to claim that game. Then after that, BTK took game 3, and here we are. Game 4 between these two amazing teams fighting it out. The question is, who will be dropped down to that lower bracket?
Do you think Ube's strat would have worked for BTK?
I think yes, but the only problem with the Ube strat is depending on what support they ran, Nicolette could have kept, you know, their team alive because they already have Toinks, who is the roam, the frontline presence, and when you throw support on top of that, it may be a little bit too hard for them to deal with. So in theory, I mean, their draft still works, but a couple of conditions that have to be met from BTK. They have the full dive composition, so Joy Bosch and Yato need to rotate together and get pickoffs on the off lane.
You're right. I mean, there is a lot, but Nicolette, you do know that the passive, I believe, I mean, I'm pretty sure you can trigger Blessing of the Moon Goddess twice. So you press the ult, but then you use his first skill to give another boost, but you won't get that with the Valentina ult, but you're already seeing a lot of aggression in the mid side, and Galaxy already giving a little bit of menace to the lane. Nicolette, doing a lot of damage in the mid side now. I can already tell just by looking at this, they're both like on their toes, on their feet, because this is the match. This is the match.
This is definitely the match, and I think the X factor is the Hellcurt into the hands of Kush. Something we don't typically see, and the question is, was it the right answer? Time will tell, but he does have a slight advantage of the Dark Knight Falls, right? He can kind of blind everybody on the side of BTK when it comes to neutral objectives, and we're talking about Kush, the assassin who's been denying Mova Zane on a lot of these neutral objectives, as we are going to see Galaxy pick up first blood and take down T, assisted by his team over there, who did rotate to the bottom side nice and early before this turtle spawned in.
And Nicolette's going to opt in for the penalty zone, which means she is going to be a potential set for this next objective, which Kush already has a hand of. Whoa, 2 flickers being burnt left and right, Luigi.
Yeah, a lot of flickers being burned left and right as both teams getting ready to take the neutral objective down. Dark Knight Falls penalty zone for the knockup. Kush secures the turtle for Ackerman, but they are not done. Execution strike going down. T finds Toink. Zane finds Nicolette. 2 members down. Inside of Ackerman and 1 as Kush is going to find Joy Bosch as well. A lot of bodies dropping, but the first neutral objective going into the hands of Ackerman.
And we do see a potential steal on this orange buff.
Yeah, Galaxy definitely risking it all, trying to deny the push into the orange buff from BTK, and was able to push them out, allowing Kush to claim his buff and his farm.
And we do see T. Oh, T had to proc out his flicker. He just got caught out by the Guardian's barrier. Beautiful wall coming in from Toinsville. Look at the top side. Zia put in a difficult situation. Already a lot of pressure, but Toinks and Nicolette already reading the situation and starting to rotate their way up to the top side.
Yeah, and definitely needing to put up some pressure on the top side. I mean, we're looking at BTK's winning conditions, right? You have Yato, you got Joy Boss, 2 heroes that can dive in on the off lane, and we need to see them kind of take that advantage nice and early and shut down Zia. But Zia running this Brody may give him a little bit of a harder time, but Kush keep hitting the Dark Knight Falls, able to take these neutral objectives and blinding the whole team of BTK. The X factor that we kind of spoke about is definitely a condition that they have in their favor that they need to pull off. Speaking of favor, you're going to see the Wild Charge trying to get out with the flicker just in time. Did get a knock up onto BTK, and neither side lose a member in that skirmish.
But that is a lot of utility wasted. Flickers being burnt and ultimates being burnt as well. And we do see the next neutral objective coming up in about 30 seconds. Now, Kush already doing a good job farming a lot. Demon Slayer coming in from both sides, but Red Tree prematurely used by Kush.
Yeah, risking it all. Phantom Execution. Zane on the prowl. Toinks with Power of Nature trying to deny him. Yato does find Kush, though. Fight still in the way. Yato with the Yin Yang overturn the Terrify onto T. Toinks using a Guardian Barrier trying to stop Zane. But on the top side, while all this is happening, Zia is taken very low from ISO.
But look at the bot side. T's still at about half HP, but both marksmen are living on the edge as they do not want to give this lane away, and ISO might just get caught up by Nicolette.
And the flicker burnt out from ISO. Turtle has been slain as well. Both teams securing a turtle. The second one going to BTK, and they are leading on the scoreboard 3-2.
And looks like they're looking for a potential turret trade here. Zia got to be careful. Zia is a little bit low here. Look at the rotations though coming in. This is their rotations are a little bit scary, right? And they don't waste no time making sure. Ooh, that is a wild charge that had to be forced out by Toinks, which already there's no set potential now. But look at the mid side.
Yeah, look at the this side, looking at the bottom as well. Galaxy and T 1v1. The Terizla versus the Arlot. Who wins in that favor? You are seeing Mobazane, King of the Farm, trying to deny that Lethal Wanderer. But it looks like Ackerman was able to secure it with the Retribution. But T, given some insane pressure on the bottom side, is able to kind of proxy these minions. Now needing to recall back to the base for some HP.
And look at the top side again. They're already putting a lot of pressure, but mid side might catch out Yato. They're waiting patiently in the bush, but as there's nothing happening, here comes Push, trying to count the rotations here.
Right now, a little bit of a stalemate between both marksmen, but now the Dark Knight falls to change that. Zia finds Joy Bosch. A little bit of that help provided by Kush with that X Factor Hellcurt.
And we do see already a punish for that as well. Since there's no set potential, they're going to go ahead and try to take proxy this top lane, but they're going to go ahead and back off. But look at the bot side. It's just kind of like wave versus wave clear between Galaxy and T with this Arla and Terizla matchup. And I feel like here comes T though, coming in, doing a little bit of pressure on Kush's jungle, but neutral objective is coming out in about 10 seconds. And we're going to see who gets a hand on it first, as both junglers are going to start working on their buffs.
Right now, this game is pretty much even. 3-3 on the board. You are seeing Ackerman leading by about 2,000 gold, though. Both teams having one turret on their favor and all turrets standing strong. Right now, we need to figure out who can make this match work in their favor. Both teams having a little bit of a power struggle on who's leading the early phase. It's now a battle on the turtle pit in the way. Ackerman pulling the aggro. Kush in a great position for the retribution. A turret falling on the bottom side, though. You already see Kush pick up the turtle to respond when the Dark Knight falls. And now possible kill on the way. Penalty zone for the stun, but Galaxy finding the kill shuts down T. But they all in all, they did lose that turret on that bottom side for that turtle.
Left and Chunk Ice is going to go ahead and use that split potential. Mid might just be taken off, but looks like they are going to go ahead and save that as well and not look to give up any strength. But that is a objective in the hands of BTK, but also traded out by Ackerman up from the top side.
And right now, Ackerman finding a way to inch their way up the map. The small, micro, and macro plays are working in their favor. They need this victory. They cannot let BTK close this out, or they will be knocked down to the lower brackets with one last chance to kind of stay in the top 3 teams from North America going up against the Empire.
Absolutely. Now, even if BTK does lose this, they still have one more game to go, and they still have a little bit of insurance into their favor, so we are not done yet. But the bot side, the rotations are happening so fast, and we already see the mid lane getting pushed up as well. But that is another turret traded in by the hands of Ackerman.
Right now, Ackerman doing a phenomenal job. We're only 8 minutes in, and I know all of us can feel the pressure of how heavy this game is weighing so far. Ackerman needing to take this victory to take us to a Game 5, and honestly, that's where we hope these series to go, is a Game 5, keeping you on your toes. And from seeing both of these teams perform so far, I really think these two teams can take us to that Game 5 we're looking for.
But BTK doesn't want to give up that last chance and wants to take this win home and give themselves a little bit of a rest. But rotation coming bot side, here we go.
There you go. You said BTK did not want to allow it, and this is their plan. Concealed play in. Dark Knight falls to kind of blind BTK on this push. Kush, the X Factor working in their favor. BTK now running away. Zane pathing in the wrong direction. Finds a 3-man team of Ackerman, and Nicolette is going to send him to the caster's desk. How you doing, Mobazane? As you are going to see this Lord spawn in, and Ackerman having a possible great positioning for wave management in the first neutral objective.
And that is going to be a potential uncontested objective for the side of Ackerman, as a jungler is dead. Now Zia already looking at the trade out, but Ice already doing a little bit of that lane pressure in the management coming from the bot side. But Ackerman is actually in favor of these objectives. 3 turrets into their favor, but still looking to trade out more, as they're going to go ahead and deny some farm for the side of BTK.
Yeah, definitely trying to deny the farm. And right now, a good stance from Ackerman to be able to hold on in this series, as Mobazane and BTK are trying to deny them take this to a Game 5. Dark Knight Fall does go out by Kush, torn apart mirrors from Zia from afar, doing some damage. T, pressing with the execution strike, bursts it down. Huge penalty zone flicker in. Nicolette takes down Terizla. Zia finds Yato. You're going to find ISO, Mobazane, and Joyboss left by themselves to defend against the full team of Ackerman. Was able to win that skirmish, which means they're going to be able to open up this map even more and claim some of these turrets.
2 members down right now inside of BTK, but they are going to be back up for defense. But Ackerman putting a lot of pressure to turn out some objectives. The lead is starting to show 5k, almost sitting at 6k right now. But final slash doing a little bit of damage, but we do see Lord still left unchecked on that bot side. We do see already the top side minions getting pushed up as well. Beautiful lane syncage coming in from Ackerman. Looks like they're going to look to push in with this Lord.
And, you know, I kind of want to give some credit to Kush, right? He kind of flipped the script. He ran this Hellcurt, not something that BTK kind of expected, and it threw them off guard. And these are just little things that you have to do to kind of take these victories that matter. And this may be exactly what they needed to hold on and take us to a Game 5. As you are seeing that Lord on the bottom side quickly taken down by BTK with no contest from Ackerman.
And Twink's already putting a little bit of that wave pressure to kind of mess up and disturb the push coming in from BTK, as they do want to put that all the pressure they can. They are still looking at the most objectives into their favor, and they still have a lot of insurance just in case something goes wrong. They have room for mistakes, but BTK does not. But here we go.
Rushing in onto Joy Boss, Guardian Barrier trying to block him down. Zia from afar takes down Joy Boss. That is going to be one member out for BTK, and they are still looking to punish Galaxy, risking it all. Penalty zone for the denial, hitting him and Twinks, and the execution strike to follow. Looks like Yato, Yin Yang overturn does find Twinks as well. That is one member down for both sides. Fight still on the way, though, as Zia goes in to try and deny that orange buff, but Zane able to claim it last minute.
Nicola using the IMU does steal the penalty zone away from T, which means there is another set potential for inside Ackerman. Look at how nice Kush is giving away that blue buff for Nicolette over there to do and sustain her mana just a little bit. But we are looking at another objective coming up in about 30 seconds. But that still means everyone's going to be up on the board. Now, this is where Ackerman has to take advantage of BTK's mistakes. But BTK has no room to make any mistakes or do a potential misplay, as soon as that happens, Ackerman is going to take full advantage. But Twinks might have just checked the wrong bush.
Is going to wild charge on his way out to save himself, and a little bit of utility burnt BTK. One of those teams that takes advantage of these misplays. And right now, like you said, their backs are against the wall. It is still only 12 minutes, so whether they fall or not, they still have enough time to be able to bounce back. A little bit of that resiliency on the way, but Lord has spawned in, and you are seeing Ackerman waste no time on the aggro.
And we are seeing Push already having his hands on it. But look at the mid-river. Galaxy already zoning out a lot, but look at Zane over there at the top side.
Ooh, and the Dark Knight Falls Kush yet again takes another objective, the X Factor Jungler. And this is what you need to do to keep BTK on their toes with this Lord in their hands. They may be able to take some more of this map, but on the bottom side, ISO, left unchecked yet again, is going to go ahead and claim the high ground turret for the bottom side. But Ackerman on the chase. Dark Knight Falls possibly on the way. A flicker from ISO to escape, and the slow as well. But Nicolette for the denial and the terrified. The CC may be too much to handle. Able to dodge the deadly stingers. A final slash, and down he goes into the hands of Galaxy. But a fight on the way to respond. T does find Kush. Galaxy needs to get out of there. Nicolette respawning just in time, but not the same for his teammate. Nicolette does not go back. Goes in for blood and able to pick up a kill on T. Talk about helping your teammate out and not being selfish. You are seeing Joy Boss now running away. Man, how the tide has turned. Zia picking up a mega kill with the Torn Apart Memories is going to go ahead and take down Joy Boss, leaving only Yato and Mobazane to defend against Zia, Galaxy, Nicolette, and Twinks with a Lord pushing in the mid lane. Now going to make his way into that high ground turret, and down it goes. But you are seeing Zane and Yato for the denial. Power Nature winding up through Twinks. This is the advantage Ackerman needs. They need to open up this base yet even more. Keep BTK uncomfortable.
Already. This is power of Dark Knight Falls.
He's going to go ahead and drop down. The pathing from Zane rushing in the penalty zone for the knockup. Zane shutting down Zia. T taking down Nicolette, overstaying their welcome. And you are going to see ISO find Galaxy. 3 members down for Ackerman. Kush finds Mobazane to respond, though. Huge play to keep BTK in this game.
Yeah, speaking about overstay, Ackerman did go ahead and get taken off the board. Shutdowns coming in from left and right, and that is not what you wanted to do. But they're going to go ahead and take advantage of those minions, as they're going to go ahead and take off more turrets from the side of BTK. So is that really a trade here, or is that more so just a overstay coming in from Ackerman?
Yeah, definitely. You gotta watch out for the overstays. It's a speedy light. Well, Twinks always using this wild charge to get out, but Yes, it does save him, but it denies having that set potential his team is kind of banking on, and this is what BTK is forcing out, but now Kush trying to run away, hit with the G-Kundo, uses the Dark Knight, falls away the Dragon for the stun. ISO trying to get in position with the Speedy Light Wheels, the Deadly Stingers connecting onto Joy Bosch, and Kush is able to get out of there.
Wow, that hurt. Did you see that blow coming in on Joy Bosch? Oh my goodness, he is running into that damage though, so he's gonna start hurting a lot once he is able to get that frontline presence. But just like you said, right? Toy's using the wild charge to get out. That is not really a good thing, as there is no such potential, but he kind of has no choice but to check these bushes to make sure nobody is in there, or else it's just a very unfortunate fight coming in from Ackerman. Now, I feel like knowing that Galaxy, right, is running this R-Lot, the only disadvantage that I see is that him sitting in a bush, they're gonna know because the passive mark does show. But we also have Yato running this Kagura, which is kind of impossible for the side of Ackerman to go ahead and camp if he does use his umbrella to check these bushes. So it's kind of a little bit disadvantage, but oh no, mid side.
Yato does find Kush, and you are going to see Yato now getting punished from Galaxy to respond. One member down for both sides, but that is a jungler falling for Ackerman, which means retribution in favor for BTK, and Zane, realizing this, is going to go ahead and pull the aggro of this Lord, but the fight's still on the way in the mid-river. The way the Dragon connecting, knocking Galaxy airborne, but the final slash to respond. You are going to see Joy Bosch get out of there, barely any HP, penalty zone dropping down. Nicolette rushing in, trying to do as much damage as possible. ISO Immortality has been proc rush strike over there from Zia, securing the kill, takes down ISO. 2 members down for BTK, and it looks like the Lord put aggro is in favor for Ackerman. Moba Zane still in position. He is not going to pull his punches. He's still going to maintain that front line presence with his tanks a lot. Joy Bosch to join the fight. You are going to see both teams fighting it out 3v3. Make that a possible pickoff for either side. Penalty zone dropping down. Galaxy rushing in with the vengeance. Possible final slash on the way. Guardian's barrier dropping down, trying to stop BTK from running back to the base. A bloodbath in the bottom side between both of these teams. Ackerman and BTK. Joy Bosch taking down Zia. Thorn Rose from Moba Zane. Phantom's execution falling short. Not able to get the kill, but the way the Dragon and Yato securing the kill onto Galaxy. Deadly Stinger, a double damage effect is going to find a member of BTK. Down goes Yato. Huge play for Ackerman. They are able to secure the aggro for this Lord Pit, forcing BTK to respawn back and regain their HP.
They are looking. Can you breathe? You just talked for like a whole minute and 30 seconds straight over there. We've seen a little bit of a bloodbath. We are looking at a high kill score game this time, so 16 to 11, pretty early, but Mobazian's gonna have his hands on the board first, but Kush is still in the bush, being able to steal this Lord potentially, but here we go.
Zone dropping down. Nicolette finds T just in time. Another member falling as well as Joy Bosch falls to Kush. Look at the Lord though. Kush able to secure it just in time, but he is slain by ISO on his way out. Nicolette trapped on the wall, does dash out just in time. ISO with the speedy light wheels trying to secure the kill, but they're not done yet. Winning Nation being procced by ISO. Guardian's barrier trying to block him out, is going to dash right through it, but Ackerman able to claim this Luminous Lord, who is now making his way through the mid lane.
Ooh, flicker play coming in from Galaxy.
Fight not over, final slash, vengeance in, all for none on to Yato. Galaxy is going to be able to secure that kill. Zane is going to be hit with a possible retribution for the slow. Thorn Rose on his way out, able to sustain himself. We are looking at the Lord push into the base. ISO and Zane left to defend. Joy Bosch spawning in just in time. You are going to see Zane pathing in. ISO takes down Galaxy, and this will be BTK denying Ackerman for finishing out this game.
Ooh, we are going back and forth, Wheezy. They don't know. You could just tell these two teams are not willing to give up anything. They will take every advantage, every kill, every skill, every ult, every creep, every buff they can get to stay in the game. And talk about staying in the game. We are looking at the 20-minute game again, and we are looking at the fourth potential match that could take a lot of things away from both teams, right? We are looking at both sides actually have their base crystal open, so one fight can go terribly wrong for one side, but it will be very good for the other. But here we go.
You see Ackerman rushing in, realizes they caught a member off guard. T, a little bit of an overextension. It was costly, and with him down, look at that respawn timer, 50 seconds. But nonetheless, BTK still having an advantage, still having great wave management. Really won't punish them that much, but the closer and closer we get to this next Lord spawning in, it may be the game changer for either side to close this game out.
I think that's the first time that Twinks actually landed an ult, because he's been using it to get out, but he actually was able to secure that kill for the side of Ackerman, taking T off the board. Now this is going to be a 5-man right now for the side of Ackerman. BTK a little bit on that backhand, as they have to be careful to not get picked off here. No room for mistakes for, oh no.
Wow, Twinks. Oh my goodness, huge play for the knockup. Hug the wall to negate the G Kondo. And the way the Dragon ISO finds Twinks, though. Zia finds Yato. You're going to find one member for each side falling in that engagement. ISO trying to get away, but Nicolette with the backdoor play takes him down. You are going to see Joy Boss in the back situation. Zane pathing out with the punch. Joy Boss not the same situation. Huge penalty zone for the knockup. You are looking at the stun onto T. Taking very low. Nicolette securing the kill. 3 members down for BTK, leaving Zane and Joy Boss by themselves. And you are looking at Ackerman pushing in on the bottom side, and now shifting focus to the top side. They do have the minions, they do have the numbers, but they don't have all the time in the world. 30 seconds until ISO spawns back in time. The marksman for BTK to stop this push from Ackerman, but they do have Zia, and that may be all they need. Stop Zane, contest him, final slash going in, deadly stinger. Look at the base crystal, very low, and they have done it, ladies and gentlemen. Ackerman takes down BTK. We are going to a game 5.
Victory!
We are going to a game 5. It is a 2-2 right now. You could just tell Ackerman was holding on to everything that they had left, and there we go. We did see them turn it around, reverse it around. They're not letting BTK go home just yet. We are going to look at a 5th match. This is a full BO5 coming in from BTK versus Ackerman. So, congratulations, Ackerman, for this win, but you guys aren't done yet. We are looking at a last match. Now, this is actually game point. Is it going to be BTK taking off the board, or is it going to be Ackerman? Weezy has a big smile on his face, but we already know we are going to be in for a treat right now, as both teams are really neck to neck for whoever goes down to the losers bracket. I can't even say who's going to win. I don't know. I really don't know.
I think at this point nobody can say, right? It's just really pretty much even when it comes to these two teams. They're so close in nature of skill level, and it just goes to show, even with looking at these replays, Twinks right here, he hugged the wall, he stopped the G Kondo in the way the Dragon, a huge wild charge for the double knockup. The Guardian's barrier for the trap to not allow BTK to get out with ease. ISO taking down Twinks. Zia taking down Yato. Zane trying to path down in time, but look at Nicolette. Look at her wrapping around. It gets a kill, takes down ISO before he can get back to the base. You do see the way the Dragon switched with the IMU for a knockup as well. Huge play from Nicolette. Down goes the penalty zone. You are seeing T trying to stop them, but this push worked in Ackerman's favor. This is synergy at the higher level. Mechanics is everything, and Ackerman was able to claim this victory over BTK to go to a game 5. And honestly, this is what we call a reverse sweep, and now it's match point between either side, and you never know which way this is going to go. Definitely everything on the line down to the wire, as whoever loses the series is going to be dropped down to the lower bracket to go up against the Empire.
Weezy, you and I are in for a long run. This is the longest series we have casted so far, right? Out of all the series, this is gonna have to be the most tightest one, I thought. Now let's run it back a couple flashbacks. We did think that, you know, fighting for that number 4 spot was really that toughest game, but once we found out that Fallout can't make it into the top 4, right, we're kind of like, okay, this is gonna still be an interesting match, right? But this match, however, this matchup, and the only reason why that I'm saying this is previously Ackerman kept getting swapped really, really fast by BTK, but we are looking at 20-minute games, 30-minute games coming in from both sides. 23-14. Ackerman does take this win. 65k gold. Looks like a little bit of a lead. We are seeing Lords getting taken up by Kush, all into the hands of Kush. Zane not being able to find anything in response. We do see also the buffs have also been into the favor of Kush, so he has been taking every single objective, and the early game tempo has been set. So I guess whoever picks up our lot, I guess, has the advantage. But let's look at Zia. 626 coming in on this Brody. Maybe Wheezy coming on the board was your answer, as that's what they needed. Wheezy, thank you for showing your presence, as Ackerman will definitely thank you for taking this win against BTK. And we are looking at the last match of the series, guys. We have been here for a little bit over an hour now, just simply casting this BO5. So you guys, we are in for a very long treat. And as if you can't tell, our shirts have turned red. We are in for the bloody bath from both teams right now. So, are you excited as much as I am? Because, man, 2-0 swept and now 2-2? Really? That is crazy. Crazy
Yeah, definitely impressive. Not even that was not an easy fight from either side too. Both of these teams fighting down to the wire and now jumping into the draft for the final match of this series between BTK and Ackerman in this amazing best of 5 for the playoffs. And I gotta say, it's been back and forth this entire time, and it's the little things that you have to pay attention to. And I don't know which way this is gonna go. I will say BTK was able to take one easy game off of Ackerman. It was a little bit of that draft difference that we've seen, and they were able to punish. So definitely one of the keys to Ackerman being able to close this out and knocking BTK down to the lower bracket is winning in the draft. They cannot afford to make any mistakes. It's all in or all out right here for both sides.
I mean, I keep bringing up back and forth, but Ackerman was a team that kept getting swept by BTK over and over again, twice consecutively getting swept. The only time BTK lost was to Outplay. But now we're literally looking at Ackerman also taking the 2 sweeps away from BTK. So it looks like this is a little bit of their warning shot, right? We are in the finals. I'm playing no games. We're in it. We're all in it. We're putting everything on the line right now. So it's either you go home or I go home, kind of. It's you could feel the tension. I'm not even playing. We're just casting, and you could just tell how much tension there is between every single player. Even just sitting in the draft phase right now, like, I already feel too much going on. A lot of energy being brought in by both sides. Now, we did see a lot of marksman bans, but now we're gonna see a little bit of the EXP ban change coming in. I really hope somebody bans Arlot. I mean, I feel like whoever just picks up Arlot controls the CC, and that also means, though, you have to pair it up with the set CC. So we did see the Arlot running in with the Grok, and Grok is also a good pick, but in that last match, I felt like the Grok pick got a little bit lucky because there was nobody really to face check a bush, so it kind of forced Twinks to pop his head in first, say hello into a bush. But if he got caught out, he's gonna have to wild charge out, which automatically means no set potential for Arlot. And Arlot's just running again. T's gonna pick it up. So here it is. Is that really the win condition right now? Is it gonna be the Arlot pick?
It's like whoever gets Arlot is able to get victory over the
opposing
side.
I want someone to pick a Faramis. What's wrong with Faramis?
You gotta manifest it. Once you state it, the possibility of it happening just increases dramatically.
Genie in a bottle.
As we are jumping into the final match between this amazing series between BTK and Ackerman, looking at the draft so far, Nicolette is gonna lock in this Valentina. It's gonna provide some draft pressure in the early phases, kind of deny some of the picks from BTK. You did see Zia pick up this carry as well to kind of provide that burst potential damage to the beefier compositions, but BTK doesn't really have a lot of their cards being shown yet. Now, things still on the table. Zane can still pick up that Fredrin if he wants to. Definitely one of his comfort picks, but is going to go back in for the Lancelot yet again. Maybe a new favorite for him, as we are seeing him kind of showcase this a lot more. And now Galaxy locking in something we've been typically seeing shining more and more is the Minsathar. And locking this in is going to have that King's Calling, that little zonage control, especially over these neutral objectives, maybe exactly what they need to kind of shut down BTK, especially for T, who is kind of rushing in all in for nothing. But when he's inside of that King's Calling, it makes him very vulnerable to be bursted down by Ackerman.
So I'm seeing a lot of comfort picks getting picked out, actually, from the side of BTK. T obviously showed that Arlot is pretty dominant, so he's going to go ahead and pick that up. But ISO has also been very comfortable on this Beatrix, right? We've seen him run the Wanwan, Savage. We've seen him run Brody, beautiful. We've seen ISO run the Beatrix, landing sniper shots back and forth. So I feel like right now, Zia, ISO, and Nicolette and T are running their most comfortable heroes. It's their bread and butter. So Faramis actually got banned out. So I guess my Faramis manifestation is just gonna, go down the drain. But Fanny's gonna get banned out to prevent any split pushing happening. Now, I don't know if anyone... Oh, Kush actually plays Fanny, so I forgot that Kush hasn't locked in a Tank Jungle yet. But we're gonna see already a little bit of a mixed ban. So it's gonna be one mage ban, one assassin. I probably want to see another mage band coming out from Ackerman. There's a Eve to deny the IMU copy coming in from Nicolette. And I feel like this draft right now, I'm leaning more towards BTK already. There is a Valentina, yes, but right now, there's really no viable ult right now that Nicolette can really copy. It is her bread and butter though, however. She has gotten MVPs multiple times on this hero, but like I said, I mean, unless they pick a set roam, there's not going to be any viable ults for Nicolette to copy. And I know you're smiling over that. I just saw a Helker ban on that bottom side, so looks like they don't want to deal with the Helker anymore, which is gonna limit Kush's jungle hero pool. There's still Martis, there's still Fredrin, there's still a lot of things open, and Kaja's still open, which means Kush and Toinks can pair it up that way only if they let Kaja walk into the hands of Ackerman if you want to go the damage route, but I don't think they should go the damage route if T is gonna run R a lot and Zane's gonna run the tanks a lot.
Yeah, this is going to be an interesting way for it to play out. Definitely a lot of options on the table for both sides, but looking at T on the R lot, if they do go in for something for Group CC, it'll kind of help him have an easier time getting the kills that his team's kind of banking on. But you are going to see Toinks waste no time. I'm going to go ahead and pick up this Kufra. We've seen Toinks dominate on that hero as well. Definitely high micro and macro plays when it comes to rotating around the map and creating those sets that his team kind of harps in on, which means you're looking at Galaxy on the Minsathar, you're looking at Toinks, both of them having that frontline presence. If Toinks does fall, no need to fear. Galaxy is here. He's there to kind of protect the team in these skirmishes. But when you look at the other side on BTK, you have Mobazane on the tanks a lot, so he is a little bit more sustainable. And not to mention Lancelot, one of those heroes, not easily bursted down. He can definitely path in and still a lord if you're not careful. And Joy Bosch is going to respond back. Another pick that we've been seeing commonly is going to go ahead and lock in this Grok, which was on the side of Ackerman, but now on the side of BTK. And we're seeing a lot of similarity between both of these teams in their drafting styles. But it's going to boil down to the micro, down to the macro, and down to the mastery and synergy from both of these teams, as Yato is going to finalize the draft and pull in as far as
Now, I do see the Wild Charge coming in from Joy Bodge and the Feather Airstrike coming in from Yato, which Nicolette can definitely harp on. Is able to give another set potential if Twinks' ult fails. So there is a little bit of that insurance as well. Galaxy coming in with the King's Calling is going to automatically put Zane, ISO, and T at an automatic disadvantage. If they get caught in that, they're not allowed to use any of their skills. So they have to be careful. There's no Diggy on the board right now, which means there's no anti-CC, which means if Galaxy can go there in the back, ult, put all three of those in a disadvantage, there might be your answer. But we are finalizing the thing draft. Kush is going to lock in actually Karina, and we've seen him play Karina before. He played exceptionally well, and Karina has been a little bit of a popular pick in NACT in a couple seasons ago, right before we got here. But we are going to finalize this draft, and Weezy, if you just had to pick a draft just by like book, if we're thinking about skill shot wise, team fight wise,
this one's kind of hard because I think they have answers for both sides.
Well, that's why I asked you the question.
Yeah, I know you put me on the spot here, sheesh. But when we're looking at both sides, I mean, it's just about Kush, right? Kush needs to stay alive. The weakness to Karina is CC, but you have a strong frontline presence from Twink and Galaxy to provide that. Not to mention, Nicolette running the Valentina is an anti-invade composition, meaning BTK can't really dive in like they want to. And when I'm talking about diving in, specifically Mobazane and T, you can't really rush in. Both of them dash mechanical heroes, and that's going to be a little bit of an upskill battle for them. So I am going to lead in favor of Ackerman just for that slight advantage, but I don't think it's enough of an advantage to say they'll be able to close out this game. But, you know, if history goes to tell, you see in the previous matches, it goes down to who can be able to pull this off, who makes the first mistake.
Absolutely. Now we are going into the grand finals right now. The match point actually for both kind of feels like the grand finals already with how tight these games are going. But I also would have to lean more towards that draft of Ackerman because I just feel like the pressure from Nicola is what's giving up that little bit of advantage. She is able to copy the Wild Charge, but also copy Yato's ults, which is going to be the Feather Airstrike and the Wild Charge. So she can really pick what she wants. Does she want to give the control of the AoE, or does she want to give control of CC? Which is something that you can kind of decide as a team fight goes. But you have to pay attention to Z and ISO right now. They are both running two really good marksmen that takes time to scale. So let's see which marksman will prevail for this final match.
Right, and both teams kind of revving up, trying to get that level 4 for this first neutral objective. Zane already rotating around, doing some chip damage on to Zia, using that retribution. Still has 38 seconds on the table, so overall not a waste of the retry. But like you said, mistakes do happen, and the question is who will make the first one. And you're looking at T, very comfortable so far on this R lot, kind of diving into that turret and doing some damage over to Galaxy.
Absolutely. We already seen the pressure in the bot side. Now, this is what these two teams have been doing constantly. A lot of presence in that gold lane, but Kush already trying to zone out Zane from a little bit of his jungle, which forces Zane to kind of back off there a little bit. We already see the rotations coming in from the mage on the side of BTK to go ahead and pick up that 4, but Nicolette, Twinks being very patient in that mid side.
Yeah, definitely being very patient, and that's what you have to do when it comes to teams of this caliber. As we've seen just between this series on these 30-minute games, and you know, you have to wait for one side to make that mistake. Looking at Yato hovering around, but looks like Kush in a good position to secure this first objective, and BTK not able to get anything in response to it. A good start so far for Ackerman, but wild charge! Joy Boss looking like a full linebacker, almost catching Zia out of position for a pickoff.
Since when was this football, Wheezy? But Twinks coming here, already knowing that the wild charge has been used, waiting to wind up. Oh, look at the wild.
Yeah, the Tyrant's Rage and the Tyrant's Revenge on the way. They are out for blood right now on the bottom side. And same thing on the top side. Retribution does go out by Kush. Securing a kill, takes down T. Looks like they're getting everything they want so far, as Nicolette is going to go ahead and find Yato as well. 2 kills on the board for Ackerman and 1 turtle under their belt.
Already starting the pace, but direct invade coming in from Zane, denying a blue, but that is 2 kills off the board for the side of BTK, and that is not good, especially on that top side of 2 trade, but Twinks still hanging out on the bot side. And let's just hope both of these roamers don't miss their ult again, or else if they keep doing that, this is going to be a long game, as they are not having the set potential they are giving.
Yeah, definitely needing that set in their favor, but so far, Ackerman looking strong, looking promising. Just needs to keep this up to keep BTK from having an easier time, as both teams having 2 wins on the board. Whoever wins this match will secure their way into the top 3 teams for North America. The losing team, mind you, will have to go up in another best of 5 right after this against the Empire. And I know this is a long-fought battle between both of these teams. Times race with a double stun onto ISO and Yato from Twinks. Yato is going to find a kill, takes down Zia. Twinks finds ISO as well. That's going to be 1 member falling for both sides, but they are not done yet. You are going to see the power nature from Joy Boss, barely missing Nicolette, and they are going to push out this fight.
Mid-side. Woo.
Yeah, mid-side, a little bit of a possible fight on the way, but not something that Kush wants to take.
That is definitely not, as a neutral objective has been pulled up, but T's gonna already start pulling up the aggro, but Galaxy already coming online, zoning out T, but Twinks jumping already on T.
And you are seeing both teams fight it out. Final Slash does drop down. You are seeing Spirit Glory as well. Zia finding a kill, takes down T. You are seeing Kush pull the aggro of this turtle again. A possible second neutral objective in his hands. BTK kind of on the struggle bus right now. Spirit Glory not able to hit the mark. He actually Spirit Gloried behind him. Not really sure what happened right there, but you are seeing the bouncing ball drop down onto Yato for the airstrike as well. Kush securing the turtle for Ackerman. Yato very low. Nicolette takes him down. And you are going to find Mobazane finding a kill onto Twinks. That is going to be a lot of members falling, but yet again, another turtle in favor for Ackerman, 5-2 on the scoreboard.
And 2 objectives picking up by Kush is actually doing really well right now, being able to pick up these objectives. Last 2 games ago wasn't the greatest with him running that Fredrin, but put him on his comfort pick, something that he is okay to play with and have an easier time. You will see him prevail in that jungle area and be able to outright treat Zane a couple times already. We've seen it, right? We kind of saw Zane as the king of jungle, but Twinks' range goes a little bit wide, but top side.
Yeah, top side, a lot going on as down goes T. Is sitting at 0-3-0, not having the easiest time when we thought the R-Lot would be the game changer. But speaking of game changers, down goes the Feather Airstrike in the mid lane by Nicolette with that IMU. But so far, Ackerman having a very great early game.
Looks like they're setting the tone very fast paced, but Galaxy is shredding down this topside turret, and looks like we found our answer. You know, if they're gonna slot an R-Lot, go in for a Minotaur, but honestly, actually, I just noticed T is running in high and dry this time instead of running in a tank emblem, which will make him a little bit squishy towards that early game.
Galaxy, making the most out of the situation, does claim the turret on the top side just in time. And that is going to be a turret into the hands of Ackerman alongside the 2 turtles that they've claimed so far 6 minutes in.
Absolutely, but can still play. Do they spot out Kush? No, they don't. Kush is gonna walk out unharmed, kind of doing his little dance with Karina, doing some gymnastics, cartwheels, flips, you name it. But look at the bot side. They're gonna go ahead and look for a push.
Yeah, Toy's trying to slow down Joybosh, trying to use a bouncing ball. Joybosh hugging onto that wall, gets there just in time for the denial of Zia pushing in that turret.
And that is going to be another set for the neutral objective here. Third turtle up, ready for a little bit of a tussle. Here we go.
Iron's race, Sarge Vinge, hope Zane stunned onto the wall, burst it down. Chris picking up a kill is going to find Zane, opening up yet the 3rd turtle of the day into the hands of Ackerman, as they do have the retribution in their favor. Yato takes down Zia, which is going to go ahead and secure this turtle. Spear of Glory connected to T. Galaxy is going to pick up that kill. Ackerman on fire, but in the mid lane, ISO left unchecked, doing some damage, but Nicolette for the denial is going to make it there just in time to stop him from claiming this turret.
2K goal lead coming in from Ackerman as all 3 turtles have been picked up, but also leading in kills as well. We do see Nicolette trying to not let this turret go unchecked, but it looks like he's going to go ahead and take that as well. That is going to be the first objective being found by the side of BTK, and Galaxy already doing another trade on that bot side.
That's right. BTK trying to find a way to make their way back in this match, not allowing the snowball to kind of start from Ackerman, and Zid is very close to them having a one-sided story, but BTK still focusing on these objectives, rotating where they need to, and keeping Ackerman on their toes. As you are seeing Joyboss check the bush, hit by 3 members of Ackerman, and now the battle on to the turret in the mid lane. Feather airstrike dropping down. Zane finds Galaxy. Toinks diving into the full team. A huge stun. Zane is going to find Nicolette for the double kill. ISO is going to find Toinks. T takes down a turret on the bottom side as ISO finds a kill and takes out Kush.
Looks like a little bit of a too much of a head dive into the side of Ackerman. They did give a nice set coming in from Twinks, but looks like it just wasn't into their favor as all the members almost got picked off and just left Zia alone. And that top side was able to get out, which is actually pretty good. You do not want Zia dying anymore here, but BTK is going to go ahead and take the action.
Yeah, huge game on the way for both members, fighting it out, trying to claim victory, not trying to go to another best of 5 against the Empire after this hard-fought battle, as this is match 5 between both of these teams. And looking at the map so far, BTK was able to turn this around, and now they have the game control. Ackerman needs to find a way to stay in here, but if they're not careful, BTK is going to try and close this out.
T sitting at 0-4 on this R lot. Now, we saw T have a positive KDA 2 matches ago, but he is looking at a little bit of a negative KDA this time. I think it's just because he's a little bit too squishy running in that high and dry. I would like to see a little bit of a sustained build coming in from T. He is the EXP laner, so he has to get that little bit of sustain, especially when it comes to his team fights with Twinks, spotting out Joybaj, Nicolette picking up the wild charge, taking it away. So now there's 2 set potentials, right? If Twinks' rage does not land, there is Nicolette to count on, and keeps calling as well from Galaxy. But objectives has actually been turned around, but oh no.
To find it out, ISO finds Toink. Feather airstrike does go down. Guardian's barrier alongside that, trying to stop Nicolette from getting away. But T with the final slash. Galaxy is going to catch him off guard though and take him down. Zia joining the fight with Speedy Light Wheels. Finds a kill, takes down Joyboss. Thorn Rose from Zane, pathing in with the puncture, but decides to pull his punches and live to fight another tail. But so far, 8-10 on the board. BTK still leading control for the map.
And looks like they're not going to go ahead and do that, Lord, as they are missing members for both sides. Looks like the wave, though, however, is still into the favor of BTK objective as well. Let's take a really quick look at these items, though. This is really going to be the most important thing as both teams are going to start to scale. We are seeing Zia coming in with a Trinity build, still not fully there yet. We are seeing a Corrosion with a Golden Staff being locked in, but we do see ISO leading in gold right now, coming in with a DHS, Hunter Strike, and Malefic, but
you are seeing T take down Nicolette, but Zia is going to take down T. Zia left unchecked on the bottom side, is going to be able to claim his turret, but Zane is going to get the Lord for BTK. So overall, a good trade for both sides, 11 minutes in.
Looks like Zia was able to trade out some turrets for that Lord, but that is not into the hands of Ackerman. So BTK still has a little bit of wiggle room. They still have all the turrets up for that mid side, so vision is still into their favor. But Zia might just overstep a little bit of recalling for a little bit of chip damage over there into the favor of Zane, but Lord coming down to the mid side. Ackerman has to be careful. No room for mistakes. And we talked about this, right? One mistake can flip the entire game. And that one mid skirmish just costed Ackerman to flip the coin around. And now they're on the back foot this time.
Definitely on the back foot, but can't count them out yet. And after all these matches we've seen today, they definitely have the opportunity to be able to turn this around. As down goes the Lord. Before BTK can claim any of these high ground turrets, but they are going to be able to claim the tier 2 on the top side, falling to ISO.
Now, Ackerman has very little chance to make any mistakes. They have to make a play to take BTK off, or at least put them a little bit on that back, and you want to stall them as much as they can. We are looking at a gold lead as well for BTK. They might not be ahead of kills, but they are ahead in objectives, and you want to focus on the macro. It's not really all about the kills when it comes to this game. It really is depending on how you execute this game that decides the lead. But we already see a little bit of that damage towards Galaxy, doing a little bit of zone-ish, but Wings. Ooh, a lot of vision, but I might just get caught out here.
Wings is going to wind up, though. Is going to kind of get out of there. Not deciding to opt in on that fight, but BTK claiming their presence on the map so far. 13 minutes in, and Ackerman on the back foot needs to find a way to turn this around. The later this game goes, though, it still can be in favor for Ackerman as they do have Zia. But speaking of both members, you are seeing Tia get a pick off, finds Toinks. That's going to be one member falling. 53 seconds until this Lord spawns in, though, so not the huge disadvantage that BTK is looking for to be able to close this out. But if Ackerman continues to overextend, if they continue to make these mistakes, it will be their downfall for BTK to be able to close out the series.
And the lanes are getting so pressured up with BTK. Moba Zane is looking for a little bit of blood, but Zia is starting to throw a punch right now as he is coming online. But look at Nicola and Galaxy.
Ooh, Yato, wait a minute, not the bush you want to go into. Wild charge for the knock-up, and Nicolette for the shutdown. That is a huge play for Ackerman, and it looks like they are going to go back. They were able to find the back line, Yato from BTK, but T, similar situation on the overextension, running into 3 members of Ackerman. Zane trying to join the fight in time.
Wait.
Final slash. You are going to see Phantom's Execution drop in as well. The Guardian's Barrier. Tyrus Revenge winding up. Galaxy getting a kill. Kush takes down Joy Bosch. Ackerman on fire as Zia takes down Moba Zane. ISO by himself. Huge play for Ackerman to be able to take this neutral objective with only ISO to defend.
They have no way. They can't push up anything at the moment, but that means there's going to be a Lord into their hands. That was a beautiful play, though, coming from Nicolette and Galaxy, sitting in that mid-side bush, getting out Yato, which forced the fight. Now T got caught out, which was Toinks giving enough vision, and now we're going to see a little bit of a pressure in the mid side as they're going to claim everything. Look at Kush and Galaxy already being a menace in their jungle to give enough vision.
Yeah, right now you're looking at almost an even lead in terms of gold, with the map opening up. Ackerman able to turn this around, able to take down 4 members of BTK, and neither side can kind of afford to make these mistakes as we are now 14 minutes in, slowly making our way into the late game, and this is where we see one side kind of prioritize these objectives a little bit more smoother, and right now it's still anybody's game, keeping us on the wire, keeping us on the edge, and it's going to boil down to who makes that mistake on these overextensions.
See the lane getting pushed up in that mid side. Now in exchange goes the bot side, but T pushing up the top side. And we're gonna see if this Lord can take it out.
Yeah, Lord is gonna crash into that high ground turret for the bottom side, leaving it at about half HP, but not anything for BTK to sweat over, but Toinks is gonna wind up, not gonna opt in. Zane checking the bush with the Phantom's Execution. Bouncing ball going down. Galaxy trying to get away. Joy Ball's on the chase with the power of nature. Toinks is gonna get out of there as well. Both teams playing very passive, but yes, you're right. Look at T. Great positioning for a possible pickoff. Final slash, catching them off guard for the airstrike drop down. Yato finds Galaxy. Toinks for the knockup. T for the shutdown is gonna find Toinks. Zia trying to get out of there. BTK in a great position. You are going to see ISO find Kush as well, leaving only Nicolette and Zia. But are they done there? Does BTK push into the base? Do they try and close this out? Can they stop Zia and Nicolette from defending this base? Can they close this game out and end this best of 5 series? As you are going to see the high ground turret quickly taken down. Feather airstrike drop from Yanto. All utility on the board from BTK dropping down. Tia finding Nicolette. A full wipeout. And you are going to see BTK unstoppable. ISO taking down
They have no
Zia. Huge play, but they don't have the minions. Having to be very passive. Galaxy in time alongside Twinks to defend is going to rush in, but my God, was quickly bursted down. You're going to see Twinks rushing in as well. Similar situation. Immortality has been proc. That's all ISO needed. Now making damage onto the turret, onto the base crystal, and that is all she wrote. BTK claims the best of 5 against Ackerman. Are moving on to the top 3 teams in North America for the playoffs.
Congratulations to BTK. We have been sitting here for a very long time now. 3-2 from BTK. Congratulations once again. We have been in here for a very long run now. Ackerman, unfortunately, your journey stops here for the winner bracket. You still have another chance, right, to claim that win back and see you again tomorrow. But you'll see them play later again today. But we're gonna have to give all our congratulations over to BTK, as they are the winner for this series, right? We did see a lot of tension coming in from both sides. Now that is one of the best matches I have seen, right? 3-2, back and forth, 1-1 to 2-2. Now we have officially ended our winner bracket series, which is going to be BTK as our second winner, and in the previous one is going to be Outplay as for the first round. Now, Wheezy, what are your thoughts as we just saw a full BO5?
Well, you know, speaking of thoughts, it definitely goes into the post-game stats as you were able to see BTK claim victory against Ackerman, which means Ackerman has now been knocked down to the lower bracket, meaning today they are going to be going up against the Empire in another best of 5, and whoever claims victory in that series will be moving on tomorrow to be able to compete in the second day of the playoffs with the top 3 teams in North America, which will be BTK and also Outplay. And now looking at the post-game stats, like you mentioned, BTK on fire, but Ackerman as well, but slight mistakes in the end game was costly for BTK to be able to close this out.
Yeah, it really came all down to the execution with the team fights and the macro as well, right? We were seeing Ackerman a little bit the lead in the early game stage, but even though they were in the lead, that one scrimmage that happened in the mid side kind of flipped the script around a little bit and gave the advantage immediately over to BTK as they were able to close out the game against Ackerman. But we're gonna see the replays coming in a bit here, but I just want to harp on how much tension there was between those two. Now, for all of you Ackerman fans, we're not done yet. There is a losers bracket that is happening immediately after, so let's take a look at this replay. Wheezy, break it down for me.
Yeah, the replays were on fire. Literally, as down goes the feather airstrike. Yato taking down Galaxy. You did see Twinks trying to get that set, but T with the denial. And this is where you saw BTK get online to have the advantage to close this out. You see the Guardian's Barrier trap and Kush in. ISO securing the kill. Great placement over there from Joybaj on Grok. And then Nicolette and Zia left alone, making their way back into the base. And this is where BTK was able to take advantage of the situation. They had the numbers, they had the minions, they pushed into the high ground turret, and they take it down. And Ackerman did not have the answers or the numbers to stop them. And overall, some great gameplay as we are now jumping into the team fight stats.
Now we are going to see the rich guy as ISO coming in on the Beatrix was able to sustain towards that mid to late game and start throwing a lot of punches. But we also see the carry into the hand of ISO as well. But we're going to have to give the sandbag over to Twinks. The Kufra was able to take up a lot of damage coming in from ISO, and Yato coming in the feather airstrikes and all of the guns that ISO has been pulling out this entire game. But Mubazane coming in, he's going to be the forgotten one this time, right? Coming in the most amount of assists as tanks a lot. You want to kind of give that frontline presence and be a disturbance to the side of Ackerman this time. But this was a beautiful match, 16-minute game this time. Not really hitting that 20-minute mark, but looks like both teams had enough of this BO5 and starting the game off with a 30-minute game and closing it off with just a under 20-minute game. It was a beautiful game for both sides, but let's talk about our previous matches as well.
Yeah, you did see that huge stun over there from that Tyrant's Rage, and Galaxy hovering around with the Black Dragon. Like we said, back and forth between both of these teams. And this was that 30-minute game we were talking about, 30-minute mark to be exact, now that 31 minutes. And this was one of the most hyped games in this entire series, setting the tempo for both sides as you are seeing them battle it out on this Lord Pit. But you're able to see Zane pick up the Lord, and throughout this whole entire series, this was a battle of retribution between Kush and Zane on who could hit it faster. We saw them go back and forth, a little bit of that ping pong match, as you should say, for these neutral objectives. But overall, both sides able to claim victories in the series, taking us to a best of 5, a game 5 to be exact, and down to the final blow between both of these sides to determine on who was going to move forward to day 2 of the playoffs and who was going to get dropped down to the lower bracket for a second chance up against the Empire. And you were able to see Ackerman fall a little short and BTK push through. But look at that fatal links. Look at ISO taking down Zia. Look at the amazing gameplay between these two teams, fighting it out, putting everything on the line. ISO with that triple kill as well. And you got to give credit to both sides of the tables. This is a best of 5 all the way to a game 5. Look at that triple knockup from Twinks with the wild charge. The Thorn Rose, ISO taking down Twinks, Zia finding Yato, both sides finding kills on these skirmishes. But look at Nicolette, wraps around, target prioritization at its finest, takes down ISO. Joybot's trying to get out as well. And overall, congratulations as BTK moves forward.
Absolutely. Now, thank you so much, Weezy, for breaking down the replays, but we're going to toss it all back over to our beautiful host, Liz, as what do we have coming up now, as we did see such an intense BO5 match?
Intense match indeed. And for our casters, let's give them a breather as we're going to have an interview with one of our community YouTubers and pro player, Desz. We saw you earlier on the show, but now the grand final is coming up, and I heard you're coming to the offline carnival for the grand final. What secured your decision?
Yeah, I'll be going to the HyperX Arena on the 14th, right? It was mainly because my girlfriend wanted to go, and also because I've been watching so many of these tournaments. I kind of wanted to see what it's like to watch it like live and land, you know, just for the experience.
For sure. And is there any teams in particular that you want to connect with?
Probably TOB mainly, because I really like Shark a lot. And last time I checked, he did mention on the little postcard that you guys put, he put that I'm his favorite YouTuber for some reason, which is
and you're his favorite YouTuber.
Yeah, it means a lot to me when I saw that.
Absolutely. And is TOB the team you're rooting for?
Yeah, of course. I think they have the best chance of performing in MSC.
Oh yeah, the Ohio Brothers just changed their name, so it's gonna be Outplay. They are definitely outplaying their opponents right now, OP for sure. And Desz, is this your first time going to Vegas?
Yeah, it's my first time. Last time I didn't go last time. It's my first time going to like a LAN tournament in general. And I'll be also like streaming it on YouTube if anybody's interested.
For sure. So everybody catch Desz on his streams, but also catch him in real life if you're going to Vegas, because I know you have a lot of fans and a lot of community. This is your chance to meet your favorite streamers. And Desz, is your girlfriend a loyal fan to the NA community? Because she's actually the one who wants to go to see the teams perform at the arena, and then you're bringing her.
Honestly, like, she just wanted to travel. She doesn't really follow like the pros and like that. She just wanted to travel, and she saw something like ML related. So I'm like, why not? She wants to travel. I want to see the finals. It's a win-win, you know.
Well, I'm sure it's gonna be a hell out of a blast for both of you. And Desz, thank you for joining us today. I hope everybody go follow Desz and then connect with the community. There's a lot of exciting things coming up, and we'll see you in Vegas, Desz.
Thank you for having me.
All right. casters, we are back. That was an intense, almost 2 hours of non-stop back and forth just communicating. And the games itself, even though I wanted to give you guys a break, but that 5 games was what I wanted. I wanted to see the teams really play into the ground to see what's going on. And ISO is going to be the MVP for BTK side. His Martin really popped off in a lot of games, and between when it comes to late game, the goal laner is really the one who dictates the flow of the game, and especially if you're protected by the tank, you can do so much in the game. What do you guys think?
I think it's a fair assessment, right? ISO was definitely online. Both marksmen from both sides were definitely on fire, but ISO a little bit stronger. You did see his carry kind of dominate as well. And overall, I want to say, when I give MVP, looking at both teams, I would get everybody on their team MVP with how amazing their performance was. I wouldn't say there was one player that was really playing too off of what they were supposed to be doing. And that's what we've seen. It literally boiled down to a slight mistake in the ending, but a flawless execution on objectives from both sides, all the way to what, a 30-minute mark, a 22-minute mark. There was one game that was a little shaky, and that was when BTK was able to kind of close it out with a 15-minute finish. But outside of that, I would still say ISO is definitely a fair assessment, but I still want to give credit to everybody on the team on how well they performed today.
I mean, we're also talking about this BO5 series in general lasted almost 2 hours. So we aren't looking at a simple one-sided story. We were looking at a very long game, right? ISO is the MVP, was able to pull out his comfort pick, which is going to be that Beatrix, right? Was able to kind of set the tempo a little bit towards the mid to late game, a little bit of a struggle as both teams really has the rotations down and everything. But just like Weezy said, I really feel like MVP really went to all of them. This was a really long match, long BO5, starting the game strong with a 30-minute match going into the series. I mean, Liz said wanted to give us casters a break. We've been talking for 2 hours straight just casting one series. So I really think MVP plays, we've seen plays coming in crazy from every single member from BTK and Ackerman. But congratulations to ISO for getting the MVP for this series. But just like Weezy said, I'm really going to have to give it to each and every individual. So well played for both sides of BTK and Ackerman.
And I would say the MVP of the night goes to our wonderful casters. They've been doing such a great job keeping the energy up and getting everybody excited. And for the matchup, Ackerman, they really need to step it down and wind down a little bit because they're coming right back. And from what I've seen in the 5 matches, they're doing a really great job with the micros, a lot of the decision making, the strategies, but it's just a little bit of closing the game. A lot of times they are too eager to close the game and too confident in being able to do that. So we saw some tower dives, we saw some, just with those moments, it's really the patience and discipline that made you to the final victory. So if they can manage to get that, I would say Ackerman is going to go very far. Now, before we go into halftime, let's take a look at where the venue, what in Vegas is going to be. And that was a short video we just saw. So welcome bad guys to halftime. Eunice, take us through what we just witnessed.
You guys did just see a sneak peek of the actual HyperX arena that is being held in Las Vegas. And honestly, being able to go there in the next couple weeks, I'm really excited, and I know Weezy is excited as well. And these players are going to get that beautiful view of the Vegas arena. And I mean, not only are you able to view that, you're also able to play in one of the best arenas there. HyperX, such a huge upgrade from what I heard from the previous NACT as well. But before we harp on anything else though, Vegas is such a nice place to go. So any of you guys, if you can come out, please come out, take a hi, take a view to all of us, meet us as well, catch us out there. But speaking of Vegas though, we are want to talk about a little bit of Outplay, and before we get there, we can watch a little bit of a clip that kind of shows how Outplay got their name and how it went from the Ohio brothers to OP.
With the base down to about 10%, the Nexus goes down. Down goes the next one. It's a 5-man wipe and another double kill for Basic.
So much going on, making the most out of the situation.
Best player finds the Lord though. Yureshi into the backside. Down goes Alex. Yureshi locked in, zoned in. Make another big statement with another big sweep.
Ooh, from the Ohio brothers all the way to a brand new name, Outplay, as they have gotten their first sponsorship. Some resources available to them that other teams don't have now from their amazing dedication and hard work that we've seen throughout the NACT Spring season for 2023, outshining everybody above the land of Dawn so far.
Yeah, and I feel like Outplay really suits them well, right? They were the ones that were dominating in the early stages of NACT 2-0, sweeping every single team, was able to have the best synergies, best rotations, best draft, best plays, and we've seen outplays happen in NACT. So I really think this really is their opportunity to kind of show what team they are, and they're going to hold up to their name, as Outplay is really going to be their name when they go into NACT.
Yeah, they've definitely earned that title as the top team so far in the NACT spring season. Nobody's been able to take them down. And now moving on to the playoffs, Empire got close. You know, they're able to almost claim some victories, a little promising for their future down the line, but still not able to find a way to crack that nearly flawless record that we've seen so far from Outplay.
Absolutely. There was a lot of teams that actually fought it out pretty hard head to head. We were looking at some 20-minute games. So I really feel like there were teams that was able to kind of put Outplay to a little bit of a test, a little bit of their limit, right? To kind of test the waters to see what do we really need to do. Maybe we need to do this, we need to do that, maybe change our ways in drafts, change some team synergy, change something around. But Outplay has been the king of the hill, king of the fighter, the king of everything right now in the current NACT. So their name, I feel like the name change is definitely giving, and Ohio brothers can say bye-bye this time. We're going to now know them as OP, as the Outplayers, and each member has been doing it very well.
Definitely got to give them some special kudos. Congratulations on your guys' sponsorship. Look forward to seeing what you guys do in the playoff. But now we are going to move on to some community news by our host, Liz Betts.
Thank you, Easy. Definitely. We want to first congratulate our Ohio brothers TOB on their name change to Team Outplay. Now it seems like no one can outplay them because that name. Make sure you follow them on their new social media page, Team Outplay, on Facebook and Twitter. With more professional support in the MLBB and esports scene, we can't wait to see what Team Outplay achieves next. And that's what we want to see in our community. We want to continue seeing sponsors and support, and that's how the community grows. In other news, if you haven't heard yet, free tickets on the offline NACT Grand Final Carnival are running out fast. After this weekend's matches, we'll know which teams made it to the Grand Final in Las Vegas. This is your chance to meet the top players in person and participate in our very first fun carnival of the MLBB NA community. So, what are you waiting for? Sign up now and join the festival on May 14th. We'll be sending out our tickets through the NA Offline Meetup Discord server starting May 1st, so don't miss out on this incredible experience. That's all for today's community news. Stay tuned for more updates. Make sure you follow us on Discord as well. Join in the community. But yeah, Stefan and Eunice, you guys had an intense 2 hours of casting. And that's something that you have never probably done in any NACT. And that kind of wraps up your casting before the Grand Final, because you guys are going to go to Grand Final, right? Do you guys even book your tickets for Vegas yet?
Oh, yeah. I mean, as soon as I found out we were going to the HyperX Arena, I mean, who wouldn't book, right? So you'll definitely see me there. You'll definitely see Eunice. You know, we'll be definitely color coordinating. So feel free to stop by, say hello, and actually match with us and build that hype, as we are going to see these two teams kind of make their way to the playoffs for that final position to fight it out to represent North America.
We'll definitely let you know what colors we're wearing. So if you guys want to come match out with us, definitely give us a little bit of a heads up. We will definitely let you guys know. But I mean, if the HyperX arena looks beautiful. It looks amazing. It looks sick. So anyone who does have the opportunity to come out to Vegas, even just to stick around and say hi, there's going to be a lot of other things going on, not just for the grand finals as well. So I would love to see all of you guys swing by, say hi to Weezy and I and all the other casters, streamers, you name it. They're going to be there. So I would love to see you guys at Vegas, but I'm also new to meeting new faces.
Yeah, and then the fans are so excited to see you in person. Beauty and the Beast. But before we let them say their last goodbyes for now, we have another giveaway for our amazing fans. 30 giveaway codes listed on the screen to advanced tournament chest. You have 99.5% chance to tickets, magic dust, and premium skin fragments, as well as a 0.5% chance to one of these skins. So make sure you type that code in the link in the description and get one of these tournament chests. I hope you guys have gotten at least one of these giveaways throughout the tournament if you've been following this far, because you guys' support is what we need to continue growing. And back at you guys casters, it's been a long day. It's probably been the longest day so far for you guys for the NACT, but if this is what you love, this is the best opportunity. Anything else you guys want to say to our lovely fans who stay so long today, joining with you guys, listening to your amazing cast? Anything you want to say before you see them next week in Vegas?
Well, definitely, guys. It's been an amazing journey. This is going to be the last time you see me and Eunice on the webcam side of things. You'll see us in person, hopefully, for those who do go out to Las Vegas. But it's been a long journey. Honestly, we pour our hearts out every day. There's a lot that goes on behind the scenes for us to prepare for this. Me and Eunice literally getting up 4 hours before this even starts, practicing, taking notes, figuring out what we're going to wear. And that's just the beginning of all the hard work that we put into this. So it takes a lot to get it done. And honestly, without you guys, it wouldn't be possible. So thank you for everybody that voted for us during that voting session as well. And shout out to all the casters on this amazing Desz that are going to kind of paint that picture moving forward. But overall, guys, I can't wait to see those who do go to Las Vegas. Stop by, say hello, and definitely take a picture.
Yeah, and I do want to tell the community out there as well, thank you for making NACT possible and also rooting for your favorite teams as well. Not only us casters are rooting for them as well, but you guys giving all the hype in the comments, giving a lot of support in the Discord server as well, like making sure, you know, you're rooting for your favorite team, so you want to give it all you got, right? But just like Weezy said, whoever is coming out to Las Vegas, let me know and we can always say hi. I do want to see some new faces and see everybody there, so don't miss the opportunity. And if you can come, I do want you guys coming as well. But thank you for the overwhelming support, supporting the casters, but not only casters, the players, Moontoon staff, anyone who has been behind NACT. I would want to congratulate and thank you them. But Weezy, this is the end.
This is the end for you guys today. You guys are gonna come right back tomorrow. And guys, if you're watching, don't go anywhere because we have Ben and Private joining us for the second half of today. And we have Ackerman playing another possibly 5 games. So this is actually very exciting because I haven't seen a team playing so many games back to back without a break. So that might be even more exciting than the match we just witnessed. So guys, don't go anywhere. We're gonna come back after a short break, get your energy drinks, get some snacks in, and we're gonna see you in a bit.
We've got each other's back.
Legendary!
We're the best duet ever.
An enemy has been slain.
The melody is my calling. The music of my bow will cleanse their hearts.
Legendary!
Supernova to the rescue. Music is the strongest form of magic.
welcome back, guys, to the second half of the day. We are back at the semifinals for the NACT Spring. This is the lower bracket, or what Private calls it, the still want to get money bracket. So we have our amazing casters. Hope you guys are excited. Private and Ben, tell us your thoughts on the previous match. I'm sure you guys are watching it.
Well, it's been a night filled with heartbreak and a little bit of congratulations. Unfortunately, it is not over as we're continuing on with one more series. However, you have the blessing of having me and Ben here to kind of greet you guys through on this last series.
Yeah, thank you so much, Liz. And like Private said, this is the match for $2,500. Whoever wins this actually takes the rest of the money. Fourth place will not get any money. They still get diamonds, but money's on the line here.
And money is always on the line, and diamonds, you know, we always want diamonds still, but once again, the double elimination, let's take a look at the bracket. So we had the OP, I still keep on thinking about overpowered versus Outplay, but Outplay versus the Empire got a 3-0 sweep. And then BTK versus Ackerman, that was an intense matchup for almost 2 hours, but BTK still came on top with Mobile Lance, as we call it. But now we're gonna go into the Empire versus Ackerman. Mind you guys, somebody is walking home today through this matchup.
Yeah, like we were talking about, this is not the losers bracket. This is the down but not out bracket. They're still trying to get played bracket. Both of these teams, not just teams anymore, but wounded animals that are in a corner right now. One will be progressing on to the semifinals. One will be going home, Ben.
Yeah, I think you put it in a good way, a wounded animal, right? And does Ackerman have enough in the tank to take out Empire as well? Previously, when they faced, Ackerman's been able to roll over Empire, but do they have enough left in the tank after 5 games, 2 hours of gameplay to present that A+ grade against Empire?
Yeah, especially it's a 3rd place taking on 4th place. So very close when it comes to the rankings for the brackets here. Empire did have a bigger break, but coming off, I want to say maybe a little bit more of a frustrating series against the Ohio brothers, not able to claim even one victory, getting swept in an 0-3. While on the other side of that, Ackerman had a very close series with BTK, went all the way to 5 games. But does that mean that they might be a little worn out when it comes to this next series?
And we will find out what our casters predicted, because mind you guys, our casters were pretty accurate with their predictions. Some even got it perfectly, 3-2. So coming up next, they have their predictions for the Empire versus Ackerman. Private got 3-0, and then we have Ben. They're both very, very positive. I mean, they predicted it right the first time, and now they think that Ackerman, despite playing a 5, I mean, I'm not sure if you guys predicted the games to go 5 games total that length, but you guys still had total faith in Ackerman, and only Coach Deku really rooting for the Empire. What do you guys think?
Well, I mean, if there's somebody out there rooting for the Empire, Deku's trying to be that voice of reason on the other side to give us a little bit of color when it comes on here, a little bit of non-consistency when it comes here to the votes. I feel personally the 3-0 for me personally is because if you're geared up, if you've already got that momentum, you're already got those jitters because you were gearing up to take on BTK. I feel like having that same type of momentum and bringing that to the Empire, I mean, I think the Empire is going to have a lot of trouble trying to compete with that level.
Yeah, we've seen the Empire like not take marksmans and things like that and playing that early game fighter draft. And will they play that against a higher level team? They tried it against OP now, and it didn't go too well. Well, they tried against Ackerman. Ackerman, 5 games. I think they have enough in the tank. I mean, these players play, I mean, if you play ML, you know you play 10 games straight in a night, right? You have it in the tank. These players can go through that. So I'm giving it 3-0 to Ackerman here. I don't think they're going to even, like, they're kind of mad right now, right? After losing to BTK, so close, almost secured 2nd place. That's another stack of cash for them, and they lost out. I'm sure they're angry, and they're going to take this home.
And I agree with Ben, actually. I think they have some rage just ramped up out there, and they might just take it out all on Empire, because we talked about it. They did a great job in the matches against BTK. They had a good draft. They also had a lot of strategies coming up. It's just sometimes taking it home. That's the step that they need to work on. And now, without further ado, let's take a look at the draft.
Yeah, this is going to be a pretty interesting game. Just like Ben brought up, Ackerman does have, or actually not Ackerman, the Empire, when it comes to their draft, they sometimes do like to go a little bit outside the box. However, we've seen when it comes to some of those top teams, there's a reason meta is the way it is. There's a reason you want a marksman on your team, and a lot of people can sometimes abuse that. On the other side, we have Ackerman, who we just saw. Sometimes players, especially XP lane, Galaxy had a little bit of trouble with knowing when to go in, when to not go in, when these sets were happening, or even when it comes to closing the game. A few weaknesses kind of spotted out, but like we're talking about, we've got a lot of strengths on both of these teams too.
Yeah, and I think weaknesses pointed out, obviously, against BTK, though. If you look at the history of these two teams playing together, it's usually a very one-sided affair, right? So we're looking for Empire with this break, this fresh fresh fingers, I guess, to come into this and show something new, right? If they go that fighter-only kind of draft, they really pit themselves into having to win early or mid-spike, because they're going to fall off to a late-game marksman, right? Any marksman really will outscale a fighter in the later game, so they put themselves on a clock. Now, I wouldn't mind them trying that here and trying to get a win, and because Empire seems to be playing with so much pressure lately into every team, pushing in, and that works well with a fighter draft, but if you don't win hard there, it's like putting all your eggs in the basket. Maybe they think they can't win late if they go there anyway, and they're like playing their best cards. You never know really what's going on in the minds of these drafts, but I'm sure Empire's here to play, and Ackerman, you know they're angry.
That's a very interesting point there, because we have talked, I mean, that last series that we watched, Ackerman went to about 30-minute games almost every single game. So you know that they do know what has to be done into the late game. Empire may be kind of trying to close up the gap that they might have into that late game. And we do know a lot of newer teams can sometimes have a little bit of frustrations when it comes to that late game. You can have everything synergized right up until you start hitting that 21-minute mark, and then people start slipping, they start losing the communication, they aren't ganking the same, they waste abilities before they get to the tower for a lord push. So it might be something to said. Either way, I can point out Empire, new to the scene here, has done an immense job, and I don't think too many people at the beginning of this season really saw Empire was going to be up here at the top 4, but here they are competing for that third, or at least for the top 3 place here in the NACT. So hats off to them. We're going to see if they have what it takes to overcome the veterans that we have here in Ackerman.
I think you put it perfectly there. Everybody was expecting, Area 77 or Fallout to be in this 4th position, and down to the end of the regular series, it was so close, and Empire squeaked through, and not really on their own merit. It was kind of other teams losing that what got them in, right? And so Empire squeaks in and gets that 4th place, but I mean, what growth we've seen from this team. When we first came into this season, it was Lamy top and Empire at the bottom of everybody's power rankings, right? You never would have seen Empire on 4th, right? And so hats off to these guys. I hope that they stay even after this series, and maybe they win, they take it all the way, but I want to see them come back again next time. But let's zoom into this game, Private. Bans, I think the most interesting thing probably is the Arlot ban, the YZ really targeting the fighter lane of the Empire, pinning Jordan down. Jordan bans out his own glue here, which I think is interesting, but Joy is available.
Yeah, that was something I was going to say, is that Joy is available, getting swept up very quickly. What that does mean, though, is we still have Valentina. We still have Faramis out there on the field. We saw Fredrin a lot last game, but I think that's more indicative of Mobazane's friendliness and wanting to play that Fredrin. I'm not sure if we might see it. A lot of teams kind of steer away from it, kind of gearing towards more of that fast-paced type of gameplay. Here, Valentina is going to go ahead and be picked up by the side of Empire, as well as Beatrix getting picked up there.
I think Beatrix really safe marksman. And they banned out the Melissa, so that's the kind of trade sometimes taking a lot in it. Brody's still available. You still have plenty of options there. I wonder, moving through the 2nd round, if Empire doesn't get a fighter here in the 1st round of draft, will they ban out more fighters and target that pool even further? Kush picking up the tanks a lot, most likely here. I think Kush is so good on it, controlling neutral objectives. And we talk about where fighters have that priority over neutrals. It feels like Lance at least has like an exception for that, because he's so mobile and can be immune to so many things. Kush plays it extremely well. Kush and Joy together, they provide so much mobility and chase potential. So if Empire does get low in these team fights, Ackerman has everything to go and get them.
Yeah, and that's something too. With a Joy and a Lancelot, you're gonna kind of try to veer away from a lot of those skill shot heroes because they're gonna just be running circles around you. What I do like about Empire drafting this marksman very early, it tells me they're gonna take this, they're gonna go back to the roots of meta when it comes to this. They're through going outside the box. They're gonna stick with what they know, what has been played, and try to take this match, I don't want to say more seriously, but they're here to play. They're not here to go home, and they know what they are going to be up against here against Ackerman. Farja being picked up is very interesting for me. I do like it because while Valentina can steal the Farja ult, when you're talking about Joy, when you're talking about Lance, that's not somebody, those aren't characters you're really looking to kind of hit with that feathered airstrike just because of how mobile, how fast they can dash around the map there. So, I mean, it's kind of like, go ahead, take the feathered airstrike. My team has already has that covered, basically. We're going to be moving here into the second banning phase, though.
Now, while you were talking, I was thinking, yo, they've got Joy, they've got Lance, and Suppression's still available. The Kaja was still available. They elect to take the Franco instead, which I think is an interesting difference. I think the Kaja is like a little bit more easily executed, but Kaja has to get close. Franco can do things from afar, and Reckless has shown before in previous games that his hooks are there. So I think Franco's a great pickup for them, especially into this Joy. Now Joy has to really worry about, Joy kind of falls off in that group team fight late game if they're not low enough to kill, and now you got that Bloody Hunt that can just pin you down, and Joy is not very tanky. So I think that's a great pickup and kind of countering what they've got going. Otherwise, I think it's really open draft. I think a lot of things can still happen. Still, Joy and Lance seem really dashy. I'm thinking maybe the Minsathar hasn't been banned yet. Is that a Minsathar ban down there? I don't think so. I don't know what that image is down there, but
I think that's
still available.
Hanzo.
Hanzo ban? Okay, well, never mind. But he's still available. Jordan could go that route if he wanted to. We'll see. Wait, is Jordan not in this game? It's Kokomi.
Looks like it is Kokomi. So not going to have Jordan here. Maybe that's kind of why we're kind of settling in. Maybe that's what they changed it out to bring in that marksman. Didn't want to keep on going with that double fighter range. We do see on the side of Ackerman, they take out Hanzo, they take out Karina, a lot of those assassins who can kind of get in and deal a heavy amount of damage. Like you said, trying to protect that line of the Farja, trying to protect that mid-game Joy who starts to fall off, even with the range that she, not this range, but the mobility and the speed that they have. And on the side of Empire, they are looking to lock out a lot of that setting potential when it comes to the Tyrant's Rage from the Kufra or the Numenon Blast from Lolita. So, and now we have a backline diver. However, I guess that's only just for Farja.
Yeah, I think the YZ and the Lapu both kind of accomplish the same thing, right? When Farsa gets the ultimate going out, she's very immobile. She stands there, right? And that makes easy pickings for a flicker stun from the Lapu. I was thinking maybe they go with banning Toinks here just didn't really make sense to me because Toinks has shown he's played a lot of different heroes. He's played the Estes. He's played almost, I don't know, he may be the most played of the widest hero pools here, and he takes the Grok. There's so many options available for him, and maybe I'm thinking the Empire really wanted to play grouped up here as a five-man death ball because they ban out the Kufra and the Lolita, two things that are very good into it. So I'm guessing this last pick will complement that and wanting to play this really grouped up style. We shouldn't see much split pushes or anything like that, going for team fight focused. Looks like mid-game with a little bit of late game scaling, there's the Akai to match it up.
Yeah, very interesting here because now at the fights at the objectives, I kind of put it a little bit in the favor of the side of Empire because when you have that heavy spin coming out, doesn't matter if you take out that Thorned Rose, if you have that heavy spin coming out, he's going to bounce you away to try to clear it out so that he can get that retribution onto the objectives. As it comes to about an overall composition, I do kind of favor Ackerman. They have a very strong early game when it comes to Joy, when it comes to Farja and the damage that they can put out. And then rounding into the back, and from that CC, you've got the setting potential from the Grok. And then towards the end, you can see that carry will start coming online. What about the strengths of the Empire's draft here?
I think the strengths of the Empire are what you talked about, neutral objective control with the Akai, being able to push people out, but then Valentina can take over that wild charge or the feathered airstrike, depending on whether they need set or damage, right? And so both these tools can be used against him. I think giving over the wild charge may come to bite Ackerman in the butt here because Empire can stick that pin it with the Akai and the Bloody Hunt from the Franco and a Wild Charge. They have so much CC at their fingertips.
That's a great point. But ladies and gentlemen, we are here at the still trying to get paid bracket. Ackerman taking on the Empire here. One loser from this series goes home. One will move on to the semifinals tomorrow.
Let's get a 5-game series. You know, let's have Empire really punch some holes into Ackerman here. I think if they play very grouped up and don't get picked in skirmishes against Ackerman, they have a really good chance to take a couple of games off them, especially this game 1.
Yeah, I mean, and it's all going to come down to seeing how well we dance around some of these objectives and the textbook strategies when it comes to a lot of these pushes, because I feel like that's where both of these teams have kind of started to falter. We have such great drafts from a lot of these teams, but unfortunately, when it comes to the execution, and we've talked about this before, it can kind of be a little lackluster, or especially towards the late game. A little bit of a hook there, but Reckless does go wide. Kush doing a great job here, taking that into that buff into the bush. Tonk's actually taking a lot of damage here. He's going to have to expend that flicker to get away from Alex and Reckless. Zia going to go ahead, put a little bit of damage down there, but 3 members from the Empire. Kush actually going to go in, no fear from him. Thorn Rose followed by Phantom Execution, but does not land a kill, more or less to ward away Empire.
Yeah, this has become Empire's MO, right? Pushing into the jungle, getting vision, providing pressure, putting pressure early game onto their opponents. No matter who they face, what comp they're running, they seem to have got this down this early game. They put so much pressure into it. And I was just thinking about, actually, Empire lacks a little bit of damage. If Kokomi doesn't get going or isn't in the fight, they really lack damage. Alex, the Akai, not known for damage. You got Reckless, not a lot of damage going to come from that Franco. If Kokomi doesn't get going, could have a real lack of damage in this game.
Ooh, Nicolette actually does get caught. Bravest Fighter out. He's gonna have to use that Wings by Wings, just narrowly gets away. You know she's sweating there as Ackerman can go ahead, start on this turtle. They're actually a player down, but still have 3v3 here at this turtle pit. You see Alex taking a heap of damage. Right now, Kush gonna go ahead, throw that Thorn Rose on. We do have the beats coming out from Joy. Heavy Spin is gonna go ahead, lock Galaxy against the wall. Down goes Alex, and that means we have a jungler down. No retribution for this first turtle. That means it should be a quick pickup for Ackerman, but you do see Empire, like you were saying, that aggression. They're going to stay here. They are not trying to leave yet. They think they can still get this. Kush going to go ahead and pick that up, and you see Mikasa does go ahead and land a kill onto Galaxy. Reckless over here onto Nicolette. Does have that Wings by Wings, is going to be able to get away, and both teams 1-for-1 trade, but the turtle going to be picked up by Ackerman.
And I was kind of going to critique Mikasa a little bit. Didn't burn the flicker to go over the wall and finish the Farsa there, right? But saves it and is actually able to pick Joy early, which is really good for them in the lane. Now Mikasa can go further towards that Radiant Armor and just remove Joy's damage from this game. I thought that turtle fight was a little bit interesting. It seemed like that Ackerman kind of walked in when they had Farsa out, but so many abilities have been burned from the side of Empire. They felt safe walking in. Lapu's ult was down. They had a lot of things already burned in that, and so they start taking Alex chunked low, and that means Ackerman does take the turtle.
Yeah, very interesting fight there, because even though you have a jungler down, Empire's still doing a great job of contesting it, which kind of says something about when it comes to these team fights and the engages that you have. Alex is going to go ahead, get away from a little bit of dashing there from Kush. No worse for wear, and both teams resetting on the map.
Yeah, and let's just zoom in on this Kokomi pick again. Moving in for the Jordan slot. Usually Jordan would be in this lineup. Mikasa would probably move into the jungle. Alex maybe plays the gold lane fighter, maybe picks up a marksman. But now Kokomi, the marksman player, has been slotted into the draft. And this gives them so much, what we're talking about. They lack that late game potential sometimes. It's assured it, right? They have an option.
Big pop-up at the top. Kokomi actually gets saved by this heavy spin from Alex. Twinks might be in a little bit of trouble. He's going to have to expend that flicker to get away. Reckless coming in here for the back dog. Land the suppression. This might be all she wrote for Zia. Nicolette too late to come and save her partner. It is 1-2. Ackerman taking on the Empire, who is starting an actual decent start for them.
Yeah, gold's tied, so it's not like any team's like really edging out an advantage here. Probably a little bit of experience advantage over to the Ackerman because they got that turtle. The gold's even here, but Empire's still fighting this early game, making it happen.
Yeah, Kush has locked on the demon, but he does see that this turtle is starting to be picked up. We do see that IMU does have Toink, so they do have a great setting potential from Demon, who is still locked up in this bush. Galaxy coming up from the rear, 10%. Down comes the feathered airstrike. Kush comes in, cleans up that turtle with a beautiful phantom execution. Heavy spin from Alex. He's trying to get away. Wall does block his way there. Kush in trouble. Is going to use that Thorned Rose, and it's taken out by Kokami on the side with a beautiful flank. It is now 1-3 in favor of Empire.
Empire seems to be soaking aggression from Ackerman really well here and then punishing with the heavy spin from Akai. Once they get out of position, Akai is able to push them under a turret, and it's been turrets for Empire doing most of the damage.
I don't know what I expected, but Empire, like you were saying, that early aggression, but they are really kind of continuing on it right now, and Ackerman needs to probably be just a little bit safer when it comes to some of these engagements. We do avoid a nice hook there from Reckless, but we still have 3 members here from the Empire.
Yeah, Ben up here, Private, they're going again.
Yeah, well, just as I say that, we do have a suppression that lands onto Toink. Zia's going to have to back up. Doesn't want any of this fight. 3 members from the Empire still starting to close in. This might be a great gank. They don't know that Nicolette is in this bush. Are we going to be able to see it? Heavy spin does come out. Zia's going to go ahead, try to use that flicker to avoid it. Does a great job of doing that. Feathered airstrike is going to clean up the rest of these minions. Great defense. We actually might be able to take down Reckless, but you do see that Kokami is in that bush, going to go ahead and ward off Zia.
Now, I want to see a repeat gank up to that goal lane as soon as they clear out the jungle here to punish that battle spell being spent on Zia. Zia now no longer has Flicker. Next heavy spin that comes through can't escape from it. So I want to see them farm up a little bit and rotate back before this 90-second mark is up to punish that.
Yeah, we are starting to push into this mid turret. Doing a great job is the Empire, taking down the first turret of the game. Little bit, we're going to go ahead and trade up at the top. You can see Zia going to go ahead and take up that top tower. Not exactly an even trade. Oh, especially now that Mikasa's down here at the bottom. Galaxy coming in, trying to put on some damage, but that is not going to save the tower. Toinks here trying to cover for Kush. We do have a suppression. Reckless putting in the damage, and Kokami going to pick up the kill onto Toinks. Heavy spin pins 2 members of Ackerman. Right before this turtle fight, you do see Kush coming in with that Thorned Rose. Galaxy picking up the kill onto Reckless. Feathered airstrike coming down now. Again, beautiful pop-up on the Kush. Kush get picked off by Mikasa, who comes in, lands a stun, and Galaxy going to be able to take down Kokami. Zia gets taken out as well, and that is going to be a turtle for the side of the Empire, their first of the game.
As the dust settles on a huge trade of gold from both teams, Empire found themselves almost 2,000 gold up. It was 2 for 2 and kills, but Empire gets a turret and a turtle over Ackerman. This is a great early game for them, and I thought it was going to be so hard for Reckless to find use in this game versus Joy, versus the Lancelot, dashing around so mobile with these hooks, but he seems to just be landing the ultis, suppressing them right where his team can punish. Akai combos with a heavy spin. What a good CC combo coming out from the roam and jungle position.
Yeah, this is an unfortunate position to be in if you are on the XP side of Ackerman. 3-0 right now, Mikasa, especially in the early game where Galaxy is supposed to have the advantage. Yeah. And right now you're going to start, as we start moving more and more into this game, that advantage is going to start slipping further and further away because then you're not doing enough damage. Galaxy is a very squishy hero. And when you start moving into that mid and late game, other heroes from the Empire are going to be able to burst you down with ease.
Now, I talked about early how they could struggle if they didn't get Kokami in this game. Kokami's 3-1 now. That is laid to bed. Rest assured, Kokami will be bussing, right? But also, over in that XP lane, like Pride was talking about, Mikasa now is 3-0. Now he's providing so much threat on the backline, as well as Joy can't have that split pressure anymore. They're losing all of this split push control or mobility that they would have had in the Joy because Lapu's just so far ahead now. Probably already has the Radiant Armor if we can see the items.
Yeah, and that's the amazing thing here is because, and then here we go, we do move into the items. We do see it doesn't have the Radiant Armor, but does have Athena shield already. So going to be blocking off a lot of that damage from Galaxy on that Joy. Oh, Mikasa coming in, another Bravest Fighter form coming in, landing it onto Zia, who's going to have to expend that flicker. Big pop-up lands on, followed by a feathered airstrike, trying to put the damage onto the Empire. They're going to go ahead.
Reckless.
Big stun at the bottom. What is going on? Toinks does not get away. Kokami still putting on the damage. It is 4v8. It is a 1-for-1 trade. Ackerman getting pushed out of their jungle. You see Galaxy still trying to put on the moves up here, but what are you able to do against 3 members of the Empire?
Reckless is a big boy moving fast with the speed boots, playing backline. Franco dives into the backline, chasing the squishies away, lands the bloody hunt just in time for Beatrix to clean up. Now Kokomi 4-1, further expediting the damage, now slowly, incrementally growing the gold. 3K now, they've got lane pressure, all outer turrets down. Look at all the waves pushing in. Let's see how cleanly Empire can set up for take the next objective.
Right now, just over a 2K gold lead. Toinks in a little bit of trouble, does have the conceal play, does land a big pop-up onto Alex, who's going to go ahead, put that heavy spin onto Zia. That's going to go ahead and take him down, and we have a 1 for null right now. 4 for 9 in favor of the Empire, who are going to go ahead and move on to this first Lord.
Gets the pick and rotates immediate to Lord. Lock will stay down and get a turret as well if things go bad. They engage.
Yeah, big presence of mind for Reckless to go ahead and lock down Kush. Not able to find a kill just yet. Nicolette takes down Reckless. Mikasa takes down another tower, is coming up for the flank onto Nicolette, is not going to be able to find it onto her. It is a 2 for 2 right now on the back line. You see Kush and Alex battling it out. Don't know which team is going to go ahead and try to lock onto this Lord, but still trying to get some positions. Now going to go ahead and reset on the map.
I feel like Empire really kind of overestimated what they had right there and walk into territory that they can't really contest in a 4v5. Lapu's down in the bottom lane, and that's 3 of your 10 kills. That's a lot of pressure. He does get the turret, but it's not really worth the kills and the lack of lore that they just pushed over. So a little bit of a misstep, kind of the first chink in the armor or mistake, maybe a misstep that we've seen from Empire thus far. They need to do this cleanly, and that's what we talked about. How clean can they set the objective? They walk into territory they don't control, and they get punished for it. Ackerman finds a break in the momentum. They engage.
Ooh, big conceal play followed by the feathered airstrike. Zia gonna go ahead and take down Reckless. Heavy spin from Alex is gonna go ahead and find him a escape. Mikasa on the side lane looking for a kill. Zia taken dangerously low, still trying to see who is fighting here. Galaxy gonna come up onto the side. You see Kakami gonna go ahead, put some damage on, and we are starting on this Lord. You can see Kush with a great level advantage right now, is level 14. Rest of his team kind of slipping a bit behind. Now about 1/3 health left on this Lord. Now we're starting to slow play it, seeing who can get the biggest advantage. Diving into the back line is Galaxy, down to 10%. That is a Lord picked up for Kush and the side of Ackerman. Now they're going to go ahead and continue it. Feathered airstrike coming out from Nicolette, going to take down Kokomi. Now Mikasa is going to have to use that bravest fighter form to get away from Kush, and a great reset and a great pickup for the side of Ackerman.
Ackerman already starting to steal away the momentum. This game is going so far in Empire. Empire make a little mistake. Now Ackerman's the one with the Lord, and they have so much standing gold. There's so many turrets up available for this Lord push to take down. They can collect so much gold by just using this Lord to push into 6 minutes.
Yeah, look at all the gashes coming out. Galaxy comes in. We do have a heavy spin activated to go ahead and retrieve that escape for the side of Empire. Look at the speedy light wheel taking down Mikasa with a little bit of an assist from Nicolette and that feathered airstrike. We're going to go ahead and start pushing onto that mid tower, while in the backline, Kush doing a great job of pushing back the Empire, who is starting to focus down onto this Lord. That is 2 towers now for the price of this Lord, and a great job by Ackerman to pick up the momentum here.
Yeah, and just one misstep, and these top level teams, Ackerman, BDK, TOB, OP, they don't need anything but just a tiny window of opportunity, and they run it down. They've taken now 4 turrets off the map, I believe, and that's so much gold transferred over to Ackerman. Now it's Ackerman up 2,000 gold just in like 2 minutes.
Yeah, we went from a 3 cold deficit to being up by 2,000 right now. Ackerman, really, this is what we've talked about before, especially when you get up to the tippy top of the mountain here in North America. All it takes is that one mistake that you were talking about, and now they have begun that chokehold, and it's going to be on the Empire. Can they do something? Can they find a way to kind of get out of it, to loosen that grip that they have around their necks? Big hook does land on the Toinks, but he realizes that is the tank. Great presence of mind by the Empire not to waste a lot of abilities there. They're going to go ahead and let him walk away.
Yeah, Franco goes fishing, but that is not the fish he wanted to catch. Grok wants nothing more than to be moved into your team so he can land even better combos. And something I saw earlier, actually, Toinks on the Grok combos so well with Nicolette. They were very in sync, especially when it comes to targeting Kokomi. Every time Toinks either lays a wall, hits a wild charge, and it's Farsa, the feathered airstrike over the top, doing damage from afar to take him out. These two players are such in sync this game.
Oh, we do see Galaxy waiting very patiently in that pixel bush by the Lord. Is going to go ahead, get found out by the Empire, and dash away to safety. Both teams trying to find a great position for this next Lord, just under half a minute before the Lord spawns again. Mikasa coming in with that Bravest Fighter form. He's going to use that flicker to land a stun onto Zia. The rest of the team, hook lands onto Zia, but does not land a stun. You can see Kakami is trying to get away, gets caught, and is getting taken down by Zia. The rest of the Empire is in fray. They're trying to run away. Can the rest of Ackerman close the distance? Alex in a little bit of trouble. Big hook lands onto Kush, but it's not enough damage to take him down. They're going to go ahead, start on this Lord, while Kush goes ahead and cleans up this lane.
And it's Kokomi who flickers in and tries to capitalize on Zia getting hooked by Reckless, but Zia's already out and Kokomi flickers to his death. The rest of Empire has to turn tail and run. They do enough damage though to pull this Lord. Probably going to try to leash it here just to give Kokomi more time to spawn.
Yeah, and that might be a little bit of an unfortunateness for Reckless. I'm not sure if he landed that stun onto somebody else, but Zia afforded an opportunity to get away, uses it, and actually baits Empire's own jungle or own marksman into that fight, down to about 10% on this Lord. Alex not in a great position to kind of come in. He comes in anyway with that heavy spin. Kush going to use that Thorned Rose with the retry to go ahead and find the securement on that Lord.
I actually love how Empire played that. They knew they were down in the fight. All they had a chance was a steal. Everybody else plays passively, and it's Alex heavy spinning in, tries to get the steal, but cleanly escapes. Had they lost members there, we're talking about game-ending situations. Now that they're all 5 up, they're able to push waves and manipulate this push into Ackerman. They can, if they do this correctly, they can deny all waves being synced, but then you have Grok, who can kind of create his own freezes and things like that. It's a really cool interaction here coming up.
And we have started to expand this gold lead to about 4K. Conceal play coming in. Toinks is going to find Alex. Not going to go ahead, really put too much damage onto there, because that's really not the fight you're looking for. You're looking for one of the squishies, but great placement and great eyes by Alex to go ahead, get that vision, and make sure he is the first force, the first person that gets wind of these conceal plays for the side of Empire. Lord coming crashing in at the top. A little bit of a wall there just to kind of ward off the Lord just a little bit. He is going to go ahead, charge up, charging into that tower, take it down to about 3rd%. Oh, beautiful set up there. Nicolette trying to get away from this heavy spin, is getting pinned against the wall. On the other side of the map, you can see that the tower, the Lord is going to go ahead and take down that tower. Heavy spin did its job. Galaxy takes down Kakami. And Mikasa is here fighting for his life against 3 members of Ackerman who are charging in. That is another high ground tower picked up for the side of Ackerman. There is only 1 left for Empire. Kush still sitting here inside the base. He is not afraid. We have Galaxy and Zia. Galaxy gets taken out. Overstayed his welcome, as is customary.
Yeah, as is customary. Exactly right. Galaxy never knowing when to leave, always wants the smoke. And I love that out of a fighter, but it's going to be a little bit of a price to pay here. It's not too influential for the rest of the game as we move into it. The Lord isn't up for another 65 seconds. They weren't going to end there anyway. But I was going to talk about how unfortunate it was for Empire to lay so many skills onto the side of Ackerman, getting them in their base, in turret aggro, but it felt like everybody was on their different page of the playbook there, right? Reckless lands a hook, Alex heavy spinning someone else, and if they had just coordinated their effects there, they would have destroyed at least 1 person and maybe saved a second high ground turret. Now losing 2, they lose out on a lot of map pressure. Unfortunately for them, it's both of the lanes that are nearest to the Lord, which means that it's that bottom lane that still has to be pushed for the side of Ackerman, right? Joy's going to go down in there and do that now with all that mobility.
I do like that the second Nicolette set up with that feathered airstrike, Reckless was in the perfect position to land a hook to try to take her down. Like, that's just a snap, immediate decision making from the Empire that you're going to need if you want to take down Ackerman. The lead still narrowly at about 4K in favor of Ackerman here. So still anybody's game, I want to say, still slightly in the favor of Ackerman, but very much anybody's game as we are starting on this next Lord.
I was actually thinking if Joy was going to join this team fight or not. It looks like Lapu will, but now Joy is able to push in and grab a lot of pressure on this lane, threatening the split push to end the game on this 3rd inhibitor. They have to have it. It's the problem with Alex. Alex can be a one-man army at this Lord. Neither jungle can really flex because Alex can always heavy spin his way into a steal, and it's unstoppable.
Look at both of these jungles just sitting here memeing each other at the Lord. Neither one wanting to start any type of damage, waiting for their team to get set up. You do see on the back line, Kakami does take down that orange buff, looking to get a little bit more damage, and we're still looking. It's on the rest of the team. Kush and Alex, they know their placement. They know what they're supposed to be doing here. They're waiting for their team to find the pick, and right now it could be anybody's game.
Yeah, I think it's really important if Farsa actually burns the Purify here. Franco lands the hook. That's the Farsa's Purify gone. Now it's going to be Farsa. Can't join this team fight anymore because she just has 2 vulnerability.
Yeah, you do see a big pop up there. Does land heavy spin coming out as well. Demon gets taken down by Kush. Zia finds the kill onto Kakami. You do see that stun from Reckless. Does catch Zia, but he's now able to get away. Immortality has been activated. Reckless gets taken down by Zia. Mikasa in the fray against 3 members of Ackerman. Is he going to be able to get out? He does use that little bit of a scoot. He might not be long. Immortality has been activated, but that is going to be all she wrote. Down comes the feathered airstrike. Nicolette does activate that immortality from Alex, who's trying to get away from the rest of the members from Ackerman, and they may have secured game 1 against the Empire.
Ackerman absolutely decimates Empire in their own jungle there, and it was all fun and games when we're memeing at the Lord, right? We're all recall spamming, throwing emotes, but when Ackerman decides to pull the trigger, Empire has nowhere to escape, completely ends that game, and very clean end for Empire, excuse me, Ackerman there, as Empire controlled a lot of the early game pacing, very aggressive, pushing in the jungle. Ackerman finds 1 point in which they can get back into the game. Empire has to find a way to do things more cleanly and not allow these high-level teams to find that one position to take back the game.
It's very interesting to me because we did still see shades of a few of those weaknesses from Ackerman. Yeah. Galaxy did get caught a little bit overstaying his welcome into the base. But especially for that last Lord fight, it's almost as if Ackerman didn't even really need to waste time because they waited for a flank to come in from the side of the Empire and then just went ahead and CC'd them down, chased down the marksmen, got the kills one after the other in the order that they needed to. So, I mean, it's a very well played game for Ackerman and very tight composition and rotations for them.
Very close game for me, predicting 3-0. I'm kind of like shaking a little bit because Empire put up like a really good early game there, and I have to commend them for that early game start. It just seems to slip in the mid game, right? And I feel like Kokomi was picked off a couple of times positionally, right? It felt like Ackerman was able to pounce on that a couple of times. Kokomi dies, Kokomi dies, Kokomi dies. And Kokomi started at 4-1, I believe. Had a great start to this game. Was their damage to win these team fights. But if you die early, you can't pump out that damage. And I feel like that was in these a little bit of elongated chase downs from the Lance and the Joy. They didn't have the damage to fight back from the side of Empire.
And this is kind of what we've talked about when it comes to some of the teams. And like I said, Empire have earned the right to kind of be called veterans now here in North America. However, they are newer than teams like Ackerman, than the players who are there. And this is what we were kind of talking about. A great start for them, especially the kills and what they were able to do to shut down Galaxy on this Joy. However, as we started moving on into this game, Zia started getting fed. You can see they're 6-3-0 and never actually able to finish the job onto Nicolette. Maybe not getting as many kills that you want for a KDA, but 7 assists ain't too bad.
I feel like Nicolette's communication with the rest of the team is top tier. I think playing Farsa into this comp where there's a Lapu, there's the Franco, it's really tough. But looking at this team fight, look at Zia's positioning. Just looking for Kokomi here. Flickers in and finishes Kokomi. Kokomi could have flickered back into his own jungle, but goes forward, and Zia's there to pounce. And from this point in the team fight, this is Nicolette not even here. Lapu's already joined the fight. They're fighting a 4v5. Nicolette just comes in and helps clean up. Nicolette wasn't in this fight. Ackerman do it with man down, and they do it well. This is the game-ending push for them. And I mean, after Kokomi goes down here, the game's over for them. They can't fight back. They don't have the damage to fight. It's Empire walking away, trying to escape, trying to salvage something, but Ackerman, they're not letting it happen.
Yeah, and just when it comes to that fight too, you even saw a beautiful stun there onto Zia from Reckless, able to go ahead and suppress him down, but the rest of the Empire not in a position to capitalize on it. And that is from what I was keeping track, that's 2 times that Reckless was able to latch onto Zia with a suppression, and the rest of the team was not in the position to take Zia down, which allows him with that speedy light wheel to just start raining down damage. You could see there, not even bothering to hit and move. He just stood, planted his feet, and just started unloading on Empire.
And I think that's the gameplay of some attack speed marksmen. Once they're in, they're in. We're trading with lifesteal and attack speed now. If we die, we die, right? There's no getting out of this one. But I wanted to talk about in that Lord push where they broke the 2 high ground turrets from the side of Ackerman. And I think we saw shades of it throughout the whole game for Empire where they were just on different pages. I feel like everybody was trying to make their own play rather than everybody making one play on one guy, killing him. Now we're in a 5v4. Let's fight, right? And taking that advantage. Let's see if Empire can bring it back together and really coordinate their attacks, because when you look at Twinks and Nicolette, extremely coordinated. Twinks lands the stun, Nicolette's already in the feathered airstrike, laying on damage on it, right? But it felt like Empire was a little bit spread out and they were hitting multiple targets and multiple things. And if you don't bring a lot of damage to the equation, you need to be very centric on one, killing the next one before you go on and have this big old fight.
Well, it's not just that, it's when things don't go your way. Every single battle plan is kind of like derived from the fact that everything is going your way, everything is smooth. You saw from the beginning of the game, they were able to shut down Galaxy, able to run around, able to get some objectives, able to rotate. The second they started losing engagement, it's like they forgot or they just didn't have a game plan to fit them back into that role, to fit them back into where they were in a controlling position for a lot of these matches. And that's something you need to know, because games, we've talked about this before when it comes to Ohio Brothers. As much as I respect how well that they do here against a lot of North American teams, they've never actually been tested or never actually been brought down to a point where they're behind and that they might actually need a game plan to kind of bring back up from being behind. So we're going to see how well, this is what Empire needs if they want to have a chance of taking on Ackerman, because Ackerman have showed they can come from behind. They just got done with a grueling battle against BTK where it was just going back and forth and they kind of kept that focused mind. If you want to compete here, if you want to get into that top 3, Empire needs to show that they can pick themselves back up again.
Yeah, and I think we're discussing mental fortitude, right? And Ackerman here has shown it in spades. They play the 5 games, they go down in game 1 of this series and find one moment and they run it back and through. And it's so indicative of what top level teams can do if you just give them one little mistake. And I feel like that's the moment of that game where everything switched, where they walked over the Lord, they contested territory that wasn't really theirs, and Ackerman pounced. And then with a little bit of advantage, 2k gold lead, right? That's it. They started pushing and taking things incrementally, take 5 turrets off the board and really push through the game. So game 2, let's see if Empire can get more coordinated. Maybe either play with a pick comp where you can really move somebody and everybody can pounce on them. Something where everybody can be on one page. I feel like they have the early game down pat, like they've got it in spades. Pressure's amazing, but it's that mid game. It's that transition. How clean can you chain these objectives?
Yeah, and that's going to be the interesting part. Some very familiar bands coming out here, except for that Joy going to be taken out for Ackerman, them not wanting to go ahead and give that away. Not exactly the opening that you would have wanted with the Joy, but still a big respect there from Ackerman for that character as well. On the other side, you do see Fanny getting taken out there, still kind of keeping out. We still have the Valentina out there. We still have the Arlott out there as well. So it's going to be very interesting first picks here from both teams.
I think Fanny is just such an annoying hero to deal with, right? And when you've got a player as skilled as Kush, it's like, let's not risk it. Let's take that one out anyway. And Arlott, who was banned in the game 1, is first picked this game. Mikasa does pick up the Arlott. Mikasa was a threat early, at least, on the Lapu last game. Got an advantage in the lane. Now with the Arlott, man, if Arlott gets going, if it's the damage version of Arlott, can really snowball a game. But Glue, taken right in response, a great lane matchup for and against the Arlott.
Yeah, we're going to find out, and it's going to be very interesting. We already got our XP lanes picked out here, so now we're going to be looking for those mages. Eve is a decent pick. We haven't seen it picked up too often. We saw it in the last, maybe not the last series. I wonder if it was the one before that. No, it was Nicolette who picked up the Eve as well. But the only problem now is kind of that the mobility of the Eve, especially because it's basically kind of like a Farja, but you don't have that wings by wings to kind of help you escape or to get away. You do have a decent amount of shield, a little bit of a anti-CC, unless it's a stun. And on the other side, we're going to go ahead and see the Empire picking up that Lancelot.
And see, I was really expecting Martis to come through because of Martis and Arlot's synergy of creating marks for the Arlot. If they get snowballing, Arlot can dash again and again and again and again, right? The Lance, I think, is just a safer pick for neutral objectives. And we saw it there last game when both junglers are standing in front of Lord, and who cares? We can't kill each other. Lord can't kill us. We'll just stand here forever. Kokomi, going back to the Beatrix, struggled a little bit positionally last game. So let's see what Empire can draft to create maybe a field around him to give him a little bit of a room for error.
Yeah, and now that we have the Beatrix out there, kind of wondering what we're going to have for, I mean, you still have the Arlot to kind of dive maybe into the back line a little bit. I'm wondering if we're going to start seeing this tank slot. It's very interesting to me because it really depends. Arlot can be hit or miss. It depends on how well you do in the early game. If you're just nailing people down, you're going to basically be able to carry your team. But if you're kind of falling behind, I feel like he can become kind of a problem for his own team. We do see that suppression picked up in the form of a Franco for the side of Ackerman, which is now going to carry us into the second banning phase.
It feels like meta shifting away from Kaja and moving towards the Franco as far as when you need suppression and that really ability to tie someone down. It's just so interesting, Kaja being left open, which would have been first picked a lot of times. Now Franco is being preferred, and I think that's just the range advantage, right? It's easier to land those hooks from further away than it is for Kaja to just run at you and get you. I was thinking about Arlot in this game, and I think because of the Franco and the glue, he has to go the tank route rather than the damage route, because if you go damage and you dash into a team with a Franco, it's gonna hurt, right? You're gonna get instantly destroyed. Kind of that same idea as with the Joy. But into the lane phase with the glue versus Arlot, I feel like glue even demands respect in that lane. The level 1 potential coming out with the first skill is just so oppressive for a lot of laners, especially melee laners. So I believe Mikasa will have to go the tank route, which now tanks a lot, plus Arlot tank. They have a lot of beefy fighters, if you will. That gives Kokomi a little bit of room to play around. I still want to see something more. Maybe the Grok, maybe the Lolita not ban out this game.
Yeah, that's gonna be interesting here. We have the Franco and we have the Hook. However, what do we have on the other side? You have Arlot, you have Lance, you have Beatrix, all of these heroes with mobility, with dashes who can get away from a lot of those hooks. So I guess we're really kind of praying, or we're kind of playing around a ganking ability where we get everybody in this little ball of like confusion, and then Franco can kind of unlock a hook or maybe even check some bushes. It's going to be very interesting because I just don't see a lot of targets that Franco's going to be able to take down unless you're just great Franco. I mean, I don't want to take anything away from Toinks. He has played some great Francos. And if you're landing hooks, if you're able to land these hooks without Empire being prepared, yeah, you're going to be able to take them down. It's a very risky play, but it does show a lot of, I want to say, confidence that they have in this character.
What a flashy matchup we have in the jungle, actually. Ling versus Lance. A lot of dash, a lot of pizzazz going on between these. But I think Kush is going to now have a split push pressure, right? Which I think last game they lost in the Joy when she got so far behind. Couldn't really pull that off anymore. Now Ling going to be able to kind of answer that. So Ackerman opening up even another win condition for themselves. The Glue and the Eve together. They're so sticky. Eve will most likely build the Ice Queen's Wand, which gives Glue so much opportunity to get on targets and lock people down. Franco involved in that as well. But now that they have a team fight, they've added the Ling in there who can team fight and split. So I think I see multiple win conditions for Ackerman here.
Ooh, we do have the Harith pickup from Zia here. I'm not gonna lie, I haven't really seen a lot of points when Harith has been like, oh man, it's so glad that they picked Harith because that was like a game-winning strategy. I mean, Zia, I'm not gonna take it away from him because he has played some very solid Harith games here in the NACT. There is a lot of CC on the side of the Empire, and these points that kind of shine for the side of Ackerman, where if you hold them still, you can kind of get a great hook for Toinks. I feel like that same kind of game plan is true for the side of Empire, because you have a Kadita there. If you can kind of get them into a general ball where you can hold them down, get a decent amount of CC, Kadita can come in there with that Petrify, pop them up, and then you have rough waves coming in to finish the job.
Yeah, and speaking about that combo you just talked about, I mean, Arlot, final slashes a few members into the same spot, Grok Wild Charge, Candida on top of that. Empire has drafted themselves a Wombo comp. If Ackerman gets caught by multiple, they're going to evaporate multiple members of their team.
Yeah, it's going to be very interesting to see how this is played, but it is game 2. Empire need to start getting some momentum if they have hopes of going to the semi-finals. Ackerman taking on Empire, game 2.
$2,500 on the line right here. Empire, how bad do you want it? Show us. We want more games. 5-man series again. Let's do it.
We're going to see how well it comes into for some of these plays right now. I mean, both teams have a lot on the line. You can see a big amount of pressure kind of mounting here in the mid lane.
Oh, wow. Early, actually, Nicolette being pushed out, chunked out, and Frozen Demon having so much pressure already on the Kadita. Twink's chunked out. He's going to have to recall at some point. It's a little bit of a pressure advantage, but it's not going to manifest itself just yet. Let's see what happens once the next wave pushes through.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be very interesting to see how both of these teams kind of manage. Ooh, Alex gonna kind of come in there, steal away that Litho Wanderer. Nice retry from him as he comes in, getting a little bit of speed boost.
And what we talked about early, one of the points we made, Glue, level 1 in the lane, already pushing Arla out of lane, able to push his wave, roam into the jungle of the Empire, and find out where things are at. Vision is so important for these top level teams. If you can see even where somebody's not, you know exactly that they're on the other side. It's a process of elimination.
Yeah, Kush gonna go ahead and select onto this minion. Nobody really. Oh, we do actually see a little bit of a gank starting to head down to the bottom lane, trying to get a little bit of a fix onto Zia. And Alex gonna come in here. Zia sees it, is gonna go ahead, dash his way back to safety into that tower. But you see, he is kind of surrounded here. But the rest of Empire really not able to capitalize on that.
And to talk about Empire's draft a little bit, I really like how they picked up the Grok here to give Kokomi a little bit of space to play. Kokomi actually, as we speak of it, requests a pause, chunked out low, needs some time to go home and recall that didn't go the way I wanted to. But the Grok here, I think, provides so much, the Grok plus the Arlot actually with the final slash ability, provides so much zone control for Kokomi to do damage. Now I doubt you'll see Zia be able to go forward here. Does have the Purify, Nicolette as well, but isn't going to be able to go forward into that final slash, into that Grok to kill Kokomi. Should be a lot more help for Kokomi here. I think the only caveat to that is the Ling. Kush is going to be so bloodthirsty for Kokomi this whole game.
Well, and that's the thing too, especially with somebody like Kush, who has the mechanical ability that he does when it comes to these high skill cap heroes, like the Ling, like the Hayabusa, like the Lancelot. We can see here from the last game, just a lot of explosions coming here, as we were talking about before. Zia locking on to Kakami there on the back lane, and then getting stunned out with that suppression, and nobody there home to really take advantage of it. But if we're talking about this game that we're watching now, I do feel like, especially when it comes to Ling, there is a lot more versatility. Yeah. When it comes to like going against these objectives, Lancelot's going to be able to kind of sit in that turtle pit a lot longer. However, Ling, especially Kush, is going to be able to get in there, get those. Ooh, actually, as I say that, Alex comes in with a Thorn Rose, steals it away. So, Caster Curse there, I'm just going to shut my mouth when it comes to how these retries are going to go.
Yeah, Alex just walks up like the big man he is and takes over the turtle. With Kush, thank you so much for leashing for that, doing all that work. I appreciate it. You're going to take that over. Like you said, Lance going to have a little bit of advantage when it says to staying in the jungle pit. But I think both these jungles, very mobile and have the ability to make themselves immune. So they both have steal potential from each other. Should be a great game of testing each other's retries.
Yeah, and it's going to be a very interesting game, because it's not just about the retries, and that's kind of what I was going to get into, is that you can, with the Ling, you've got the ability to split push, get back to the fight immediately with that Finch pose to be able to walk on the walls and get around very quickly. Ooh, almost a little bit of a pull there onto Reckless. Toinks finds the mark, but not on the target he intended.
And Ling automatically up to the top lane, just so we talk about that mobility, moving around the map, so much more macro availability for Kush here on the Ling, but maybe a little dive here, bro.
Ooh, Zaman Force comes out for Zia, trying to put on the damage, and down goes Toinks. You do see on the back end, Nicolette coming in here. Alex gonna zoom his way in, but still not able to find a kill. However, that is a death on the side of Ackerman, unanswered, 1-0, first blood going to Empire.
First blood goes to Empire, but I have to say they haven't played as much of a pressure game as they have before in previous games. Oh, misses the final slash there. That could have been a little bit of trouble for Kush. I'm not sure Mikasa had the damage to go for it, because what we talked about, it is the tank build.
Yeah, we do see Kush in a little bit of trouble here. Is going to have to use that. Is going to have to use that ultimate to try to get away. Is going to have that Finch pose available. Galaxy landing on top of Mikasa. Not really going to be able to get too much out of here. Final Slash comes out. Galaxy in a little bit of trouble. Is down to about half health. Does have those abilities. Trying to put some damage out. Is going to get back to the safety of his tower. Still a 2v1, but Alex going to go ahead and reset on the map.
Yeah, and it feels like when the Arlat goes tank build, he's relegated to a lot of CC and kind of lane clearing and just soaking a lot of damage, but it's due to the draft of Ackerman here. He couldn't go damage, even though he probably wished he could go in this Arlat because there's so much against him. The Franco in the backline, the glue in the front, there's just not enough room for a squishy Arlat to play in this.
We're starting to do very well on the side of Empire. This is shades of the last game. 2 great objectives for the side of Empire. It's 1-1, so not exactly a kill-focused game. Suppression does a land down. Zia gonna go ahead and pick up the kill onto Reckless. Big kill for the side of Ackerman. Gonna go ahead and open up this bottom lane? Possibly. They don't have the minions just yet, so maybe a little bit of mistiming for the side of Ackerman.
Again, these Francos just walking into the enemy team. It feels like Franco has such audacity just to be able to walk into. Here he goes again, looking for the pick onto Kokomi. It looks like he did miss the hook as Alex comes down here, sees the pressure, and needs to lend some aid.
Yeah, Zia and Toinks do see the little bit of oppression coming from in the form of Alex and Reckless down to the bottom lane. Nicolette gonna come down for a little bit of support, getting some vision there as well. I mean, they're still kind of continuing on this pressure onto the bottom lane, not trying to let it go, maybe trying to bait out a little something from Kakami.
And I was looking at the side of Ackerman. They keep taking these Purifies. Last game they took Purify. This game they take a Purify. It feels like if they can just get out of 1cc. And I think it's for the Demon Petrify, right? If Demon's able to come in with the rough waves and Petrify, it's going to be over for whoever sets it up. Either Mikasa or Reckless.
Yeah, big damage landing on there, and that's going to be 4 members. Oh, we do have a beautiful suppression that lands on to Kakami, who gets taken out. Zia going to go ahead and find the kill there. Rough Waves comes out. Alex finds the kill onto Toinks. We do see that real-world manipulation coming down. Alex going to take a heap of damage. Nicolette, a sneeze away, and Demon going to go ahead and clean that up. That is a one more. That is another tower on the side. Zia's going to go take it down very low. Kush coming in. Zia with the dancing moves, avoids a wall. Reckless. Tempest of Blades lands on top of his head. A is not going to be able to get away. Kush picking that up cleanly.
Empire punished for their aggression here, and they go in a little bit, and Ackerman just pounces on this Link, so mobile, able to finish the fight. It was really unfortunate. Reckless actually missed the wall there onto Zia, and Zia does get to walk away with 1 HP left. Alex just didn't have it in the tank. That tank slot, known for his tankiness, not so much for his damage.
I mean, amazing for Reckless to have the presence of mind to know where he was, to try to throw out that last little ditch effort. But still, and that just shows you how much Zia is always thinking on his feet, always ready for even the least expected move to come out there, especially in the form of a wall from Reckless that would have easily taken him out.
I think Ackerman has the tools to hit Kokomi even harder this game. I thought it was going to be the Ling, but wait a minute.
Yeah, real-world manipulation comes down, but this is what we were talking about. A lot of those dashing abilities from the Empire can go ahead and see their way out of that. In comes Galaxy, is looking for a split. Split has been activated, half health right now. We do see that the turtle down to about 10%. Galaxy coming in, does a land on top of the lance, is gonna go ahead and try to get away. We do have the Zaman Force has been laid down onto the ground. Tempest of Blades comes down, Reckless has been taken off the board. We do have the Rough Waves coming out. Galaxy trying to get out of dodge. Alex in a bad way, gets picked off by Zia. As we see, Zia does get taken down by Kakami, and the rest of Ackerman is going to disengage. It is a 2-for-1 trade. Turtle going to be going over to the side of Ackerman.
Yeah, it's tough to call that worth or not. Nicolette does finish the Ice Queen's one, and I think this team fight is going to be so sticky from now on. Now that Nicolette can slow people and Galaxy can apply infinite CC stacks, it's going to be so easy for Toinks, Kush, and Zia to land their pointed abilities on these heroes and knock them down. Looking at the itemization, it looks like Glue has already built the Dom-Ice into the Arlat, which hurts so bad as Arlat. You need, number one, the attack damage, but you also need the regeneration from using your second skill, and Glue's going to deny all of that. Moving on to Franco's first item, Athena, making sure he does not die to that Kadita. And Kadita really hasn't gotten going yet, even though at 103. Just kidding, I'm sorry.
Big pop-up lands on the Zia. Real world manipulation is going to zone out Reckless. And now we're seeing a little bit of a slowdown on Alex. It is now a 5-7 game. Still pretty even on both sides, unless we're talking about towers. Kakami's gonna come in here. Tempest Blade's coming down. And Kush gonna go ahead and dash himself to safety.
There's more private.
Suppression onto the mid, and Toinks gets taken out by Mikasa. We do see that split Galaxy landing on top of the head of Alex, and he has nowhere to go. Gonna get taken out deep in enemy territory.
Yeah, it feels like Glue jumping on a Ling is generally a bad idea, right? But he had to do it to get safety for himself there. And I was just thinking about, like Kadita getting in this game and being a big factor. And right when I open my big mouth, Demon gets another couple of kills. Now Kadita has kill pressure on most of the members of the side of Ackerman. If there's a CC and available setup, there you see it.
Ooh, Zia gets caught again, and Mikasa this time picking up the kill there. Zia, I mean, having a little bit of a trouble when it comes to kind of gauging the distance from these bushes or what is a safe area. Toinks here on the side is going to try to get some vision. You see Mikasa and Reckless doing a great job of trying to zone him out. Nicolette going to have to use that wings by wings, but the suppression going to save her life, and down comes the real world manipulation. Meanwhile, we are still fighting at the Lord for our lives. The Empire, Ackerman clashing. Tempest of Blades comes down, couple of dashes, but Alex secures that first Lord. Demon going to go ahead and pick up the kill onto Kush. The rest of Ackerman are trying to run away. Just kidding, we do land the hook onto them, and there goes the Thorned Rose. Mikasa's gonna go ahead and pick up the kill. Galaxy does go down. Zia coming in, trying to put on some more damage. Reckless goes down. The rest of the Empire trying to get away. Thorned Rose. Alex has a sliver of health, is gonna find himself an escape. It is just Mikasa and Demon trying to take on Zia. Nicolette, stop it. Is not. Zia goes down. Mikasa is an animal on this Arlot right now. Nicolette's going a little too close, is gonna try to get away, and down goes that tire. Ackerman in a little bit of a rough way. A little bit of PTSD from Nicolette as Mikasa dives in. Real manipulation comes out with the suppression, aided by Toinks, and down goes Mikasa.
I was going to say, if Mikasa doesn't die now, I don't think he's going to die the rest of the game. That was an incredible 5-0. Before that kill, Twinks does finally pick him. Mikasa, though, standing tall in this tank Arlot, making it work.
Ooh, Tempest of Blades is going to come down looking for a couple of dashes. Tush, Petrify lands onto Kush, going to take him out with those rough waves. And we just missed checking that bush for the side of Ackerman. Toinks just narrowly missed that pixel bush up there. And that is where Demon was hiding. We are still now pushing on to these turrets, and a great job. They're going to go ahead and take down this Lord. But, I mean, they lost a decent amount of, I want to say, lead there for their side.
Yeah, I think so. I feel like Ackerman was a little bit more control this early game than they were previously, but Empire this time is the one who's found this point in which to push through in the mid game. Now, multiple members on the side of Empire have locked in the Radiant Armor. This means Nicolette and Z are going to be doing a lot less damage as this game goes on.
Yeah, and it's going to be very interesting. Right now, 13-9, just over a 1K gold lead for the side of Empire. I mean, we've seen this before. Like I said, Ackerman does have what it takes to kind of come back from it, keep their head focused on the target that they need. But right now, it's the Empire, and they do shine when they are ahead, when they know what they're doing. You can see Mikasa going to go ahead and land on the Kush. Tempest Blade has been activated. Alex going to come up here with the backup. We see that Finch pose is going to go ahead and clear a way for Kush to get out.
Yeah, landing all that on Ling is like really flashy and really cool, but it's Ling who can just dash infinitely.
Big suppression onto Damon with the real world manipulation being laid down by Nicolette. We do have the final slash by Mikasa coming down. Big Thorned Rose coming onto Zia, who's trying to get away. Phantom Execution coming on. Zia trying to get backed off. Reckless in a bad way is going to get taken down. Alex cleans up Zia. Kush cleans up Reckless. Down goes Galaxy. We have a 2-for-1 trade, or 2-for-2 trade, actually. Both teams taking down 2 members. Who's going to be able to come on top? Kush dives in. Tempest Blade's coming down. Ooh, he's going to get picked off by Mikasa. Outplay there, and in a bad way. We have a hook that lands onto the Empire, but now you are down 3 players. Your name is Ackerman, and you are not going to be able to get this Lord.
I'm sorry, Ackerman, but that is Mikasa Ackerman you're fighting right now on the Arlot, doing God's work.
Ooh, as we say that, Mikasa does get a suppression. Nicolette gonna go ahead and lay down that ultimate, trying to get away now, taken down. Very dangerous. Sniper does miss, and Nicolette is getting out of dodge. Gonna go ahead and tell the story about how her team was slaughtered, and that's gonna be a Lord going over to the side of Empire.
It feels like they're not paying a lot of respect to this Arlott being left unchecked. If they don't focus him down, this is a 7-1 tank version of Arlott, who seems to have all the damage in the world, at least enough to make it work, but also enough tankiness to withstand everything that Zia and Nicolette are putting on him. Kush, with the attack damage, has to focus him because Nicolette and Zia can't do enough damage through the Radiant Armor to kill him. If he's left unchecked and able to dash, he's gaining over 1,000 HP every dash.
Yeah, and this, if you're going to be telling the story of Ackerman, there's going to have to we do have a suppression with the flicker, is going to get Nicolette a kill onto Kakami there. We do see that split coming on. Arlott's going to go ahead, try to pick up some damage. Mikasa dashing back and forth. Rough Waves is out. Toinks with the immortality. In comes Kush off of the Finch pose, trying to put the damage onto Demon. We do have the Tempest of Blades coming out. Kush going to go ahead, secure his escape. Mikasa way deep into the back lines against 4 members. Is he going to be able to get out? Mikasa picks off Kush. Zaman forces laid down, but Mikasa in a bad way, stuck in the back end of the Ackerman tower. He does get picked off there, 18-14 in favor of the Empire.
This might be the best Arlott performance we've seen in NACT. I'm not sure, we'll have to check the record books, but Mikasa is making Arlott look so broken, especially on the tank version of the Arlott. Absolutely diving in way past normal standards, taking so much damage, but still feels like has enough damage to get the job done. If you look at the stat line, look at the items actually, if we can. The HP that Arlott has built through the Thunderbelt, Radiant Armor, and the Athena Shield, getting so much back from every dash.
Yeah, and that's what I was talking about before. Reckless is going to be able to get away from that hook. But like I said, if you were writing the story of Ackerman, there needs to be a chapter dedicated to the frustrations that they have when facing an Arlott. Whether it's the Empire, whether it's BTK, it's something that you need to start. It's a hole in your game plan that we've been seeing here. They just don't have the plan. Big pop-up lands on the Galaxy. Speaking of which, as Mikasa going to go on, split has been activated. Diving deep into the back lines is Alex. Definitely a tank slot there, as he doesn't do too much damage, but more to try to ward away the rest of Ackerman.
And the setup isn't that clean from Empire either. I feel like they're just forcing. They are actually tied in gold, but it's Arlott who seems absolutely unkillable at this point, forcing the advantage that Mikasa is able to provide and kind of making it work in these team fights. It usually starts off with Demon getting a big chunk off of somebody, and Mikasa just being this unkillable CC with damage force. It's unfair almost what Mikasa is able to do in a tied situation here. I want to see Empire close this game cleanly. They have such an advantage in Mikasa here. I want to see them pair this with an objective and win the game, though.
You were just talking about the respect for Mikasa on that Arlott. You can see blindly Final slashing into that bush is going to find Kush. And now he's going to have to go back to base while the rest of Empire are going to go ahead and start on this Lord. Toinks in a great position to keep on this vision. They are kind of slow playing it a bit, not narrowly down to about half health is this Lord. Rest of Ackerman starting to get into position, but they're not going to be here just on time. Reckless lands a pop-up onto Toinks, and that's going to be a Lord going over to the side of Empire. Rest of Ackerman trying to disengage, or at least making a decision about it. Mikasa getting a little bit closer there. A slow lay down by Nicolette as we reset on this map.
It's a complete flip-flop of what we thought were going to happen. We thought Kush was going to have this split push pressure, but Mikasa's gotten fed to the point where no other member can go in that lane. The only reason that Kush can is because he can always escape. Mikasa's providing this win condition that we did not see in draft because it's so far ahead. Nobody can deal with this 1v1 in the lane.
Yeah, and it's an amazing point there, too. The split push, you have to be afraid of Arlott coming to meet you in that lane. He has such a distance, such an ability to close that distance as well. Kush going to go ahead, try to get out of here. Not sure if he has that Finch pose. A few people starting to chase after him while this Lord is still trying to go up at the top. Ackerman trying to land a little bit of a defense here. Mikasa diving in. Big suppression lands onto him, but they're not able to take him down. Going to expend that flicker into the damage onto Zia, who takes down Mikasa. Down comes the real world manipulation. Lands another hook with the flicker. Kakami, not long for this world, gets taken down and beat up. That is another death for Ackerman. Another kill for Ackerman, by the way. There's 2 kills now. Demon coming in is going to have to use that ability to get away. Big pop-up lands to stop the push onto Demon. Onto the backline. Alex coming in there, using that Thorn Bros. Here comes the Tempest of Blades. No pop-up. Landed onto Alex. And now we are trying to put this push onto the mid lane. Big slow there from Nicolette coming onto the backline. You see Galaxy trying to zone out the rest of the Empire. This might be the push that Ackerman was looking for. Down goes Alex. Zia with the great pick off there. Another tower. We are down to the high ground at the mid, and Ackerman does not look to be slowing down. They got just a tiny bit of an advantage. Galaxy gonna have to use that split to get himself back to safety. Oh, but Mikasa still on the little bit of a trip there, is not gonna go ahead and continue that chase.
Man, I feel like it's deja vu here. Empire winning the game, find their legs in the mid game here. They're pushing into the base of Ackerman, and they make a couple of mistakes. I don't know if it's a forced error or not. It's Twinks catching Kokomi with that hook again and again and again. Kokomi's got to play a little bit more respect to that hook. Now in this game, it's caught him a couple of times. Once Mikasa and Kokomi goes down, it's full retreat for Empire, and Ackerman takes so much off the map.
Yeah, I mean, right now, Ackerman, I mean, they're showing why, like, all they need are just those little bits. They take advantage of I want to say, maybe a lackadaisical push by the Empire, because I don't really feel like Empire made too many mistakes. Just a little bit overstayed their welcome, and a little bit of more knowledge from the side of Ackerman of knowing when they can kind of push back. But now that they are pushing back, they kind of have captured this lead a little bit over 1K. Not exactly like a huge lead. It's still anybody's game here at the 20-minute mark. Ooh, actually, as I say that, Kush comes in. Yeah, he does have to go expend that Tempest of Blades. He's going to go ahead and dash, but you can see Alex there on the way. Kush is going to expend that immortality, gets taken out right before this Lord. Ackerman, the rest of them are going to have to back up. They know what this fight means. The Empire going to go ahead and close the distance around them. Zia going to go ahead and lay down that Zombie Force, trying to put on the damage to the rest of the members of Empire. Down comes Nicolette with that real-world manipulation, able to pick up the kill onto Demon. Ooh, nice snipe lands onto the rest of Ackerman as they are still. Galaxy comes in there, lands a little bit of a stun onto Mikasa, who dives in onto 2 members. Galaxy gonna go ahead and use that split again. Phantom execution from Alex, gonna go ahead, get him out of harm's way, but Mikasa got drug into the side of Ackerman, getting taken down here. Immortality has been activated. Is he gonna be able to get away? Stun lands down. He is dashing back and forth. Big suppression landing down onto him. Alex get picked off by Kakami on the back line. Alex trying to get away. Zia securing a kill there. Toinks goes down. It is now a 2-for-1 trade in favor of the Empire.
Ling is up, so we'll have still potential here. The poke potential from Nicolette on this Lord, and look at all the pressure they've got in this bottom lane. So they do save this Lord for at least a little bit longer, buying their time so the Galaxy and Points can get up. Still 30 seconds on these guys. Empire trying to make the most at his time when 2 members are down. This is a 3v5.
Yeah, unfortunately, you still have Kush up right now, so he's going to go ahead, show himself, just to put that fear onto the side of Empire. Let them know, I'm a Ling, baby. I can get around this. If you want to go ahead and continue on this Lord, if you want to make this little 50-50 coin flip here and see whose Retri is stronger, I'm game. As they go ahead, latching onto Nicolette, taking dangerously low, got a little bit too close, and down goes Kush as well. A great little setup there for the Empire. Down goes the mage, down goes the jungle, and this is going to be a very smooth and very easy pickup for the Empire.
Like you said, Private, they show a little bit too much right there. They show fear. Empire says, hey, this was all just to get you here so we can kill you and then take it. Empire absolutely punishes the position there from Nicolette. Nicolette walking up a little bit too far, trusting in the purification to get her way does not happen. They have too much chase with this Arlott Lance. Chase down, do the damage. Now it's Lord pushing in. 2 members dead, 20 more seconds.
Yeah, just over a 2K gold lead for the Empire. We do have the kills narrowly in their favor, 5 up for them as well. Ackerman needs to be able to put up a successful defense. All lanes, well, at least the top 2 lanes starting to crash in. Hook does land onto a minion. Toinks not wanting that is going to have to back up. The rest of them, Zia taking a heap of damage, is going to have to lay down that Zombie Force and get the heck out of dodge. Nicolette laying down her ult as well, but the rest of the Empire zoned out enough where where they are not taking enough damage. Up at the top, you can see Ackerman trying to battle out this Lord. Galaxy gonna get taken very low. Split comes down, and that immortality has been activated. Galaxy might not be able to get away, is gonna have to expend that flicker. Great defense by them, but they have no more high ground towers left. The rest of the Empire closing in around the tower right now. Big fights coming out, big damage. Damon able to take down Toinks. Kokami takes down Kush, and that's gonna be a wrap. Game 2 going over to the Empire to tie this series up.
What a game from Empire right here, standing tall in game 2. This will not be a shutout. It will not be a sweep. We're going to have at least 4 games. We're hoping for 5. Empire standing tall here, just sewing up a few of their weaknesses in their armor that first game, and come back in game 2 here, punishing Ackerman, walking a little bit too close to the neutral objective that was not theirs. The positional error there, and they take full punish. Good signs of life from Empire here in game 2, not rolling over. They want the money, Private.
They want the money indeed. I have to say, though, this Arlott has been the bane of the existence for the side of Ackerman when it comes out. They just do not have the plan to deal with him. Not just that, but it does, like you were saying, it feels like they almost don't respect his speed and the distance that he can close on a lot of these bushes. They get caught in a lot of these bushes that they shouldn't be, because he can kind of get in there with that final slash and be able to kind of and just clean up. It's amazing how fast and how much damage he can output as a full tank player there too, as well, which is the crazy part to me.
Yeah, and I think it's his CC and his sustainability in those fights, and it feels like he has a good bit of damage, but it's the other members providing it, right? Mikasa here at 9-4 and 7. I think at one point Mikasa was 9-1, and it is not lost on me. This is Mikasa playing against Ackerman, and the beauty of that storyline here, and Mikasa being a major reason why they just won this game over the Ackerman bloodline here. Game 2, look at the stats, Private. 4 Lords going over to the Empire, 0 for Ackerman on the Ling.
Yeah, with a Ling there, I do have to say, Empire did a great job of capitalizing on that. Even with that said, with how deep Mikasa was going in there, the problem for me is I feel like Toinks only had one save on his mind, and it was always to save Nicolette. You saw she was only like 3, 2, and 12 there. She only took 2 deaths, even as much as Mikasa was diving in on her. Here we can see another replay, Ben.
Yeah, and you see Kush and Nicolette showing face here, and they realize, oh, they're alone. Look at the chase Alex and Mikasa can put down. You can't escape these two. Look at the dashes to close the distance. Nicolette's gone. Now Kush is like, okay, I'm here alone, gets stunned, and then punched against the wall. These 2 dead means easy Lord take, right? But it's their death timers which allow the Empire to really set up a great Lord push, and what comes after this play to cleanly close the game. And yeah, they trade. Ackerman does a great job of defending. It's just not enough there.
Definitely. And with all said, the Empire, the Ackerman actually, they're actually been showing us that they want to give us a full show with these 20-30 minute games. So as we get these players ready, let's take a short break, and coming back next, let's see if Ben's right that we're gonna have 3 more games.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to move right into the draft. It's going to be me, Private Dancer, and Ben bringing you guys back, minus the holy geisha lights. Trying to get that a little bit fixed for you guys, but we're going to move right into it. It looks like Ackerman have learned their lesson. Going to go ahead and quickly take out that Arlot.
Yeah, I think win or loss, they were going to ban that, right? And honestly, I needed a little bit of break myself. I was sweating after that game, as I'm sure the players were as well. What a back and forth. There were a couple times I think both teams kind of made mistakes that allowed the other back in, and really back and forth game here. This is for the money, right? $2,500 on the line for the winner of this game. Loser takes home only diamonds, which is not nothing, but I'd rather have cash in my hand.
Not nothing indeed. I think everybody would like a little bit of extra cash in their hand. Not just that too, but like it still puts them, it still means that they have a chance. It still means that there is a little bit of life pumping in them, and they still have that means to kind of take themselves to the top. We just saw Ackerman had a very close game with BTK, which could have gone either way. If that happens again, you're talking about second place, which is a significant jump when it comes to the winnings that you'll be getting there. As we move on into these bans here, you can see Wan and Yuzong going to be taken out for the side of Ackerman.
Yeah, I love the Arlot ban, and then complement with the YZ ban. Now you're like forcing into the Lapu, the Benedetta, those others, other picks besides, I would say, like the S tier team fighters. I think Lapu is kind of up there, but he has also a lane dominance with him as well. So that pick's probably going to be a contingent come here. Glue is not banned, right? So we've seen that Empire loves to take Glue, but Jordan's not in the lineup. So it's not as much of a priority for them. Glue is left on the table for the beginning of this draft.
Also on the table right now is Valentina and the Faramis out there as well. So we're going to see what we're prioritizing here. We talked about it a little bit last game, at least the last two games. Fredrin really not making an appearance here. So that's something that you can take off the board. These teams really don't have it. And as I say that, Faramis gets picked up. In answer to that, Alex going to go ahead, pick up the Lance for the side of Empire.
Yeah, it feels like Lance is taking that S tier position in the jungle, right? It feels like everybody wants their hand on the tanks a lot. So mobile, neutral objective control, fast, clear, and does provide a decent bit of damage, especially in the early game, but can have like the sustained damage. It's not a lot, but your tankiness allows you to hit your skill rotations multiple times, which allows you to get a lot more damage in an extended team fight. The Lapu pickup is there. I was thinking that this was going to be a Valentina instead to grab the Cult Altar away. Interesting to see if they pick this up third. If not, I would guess that Ackerman bans it out in the next round bans.
Yeah, very interesting here, because I kind of feel like you go for the Valentina to take away the counter for the Cult Altar immediately. However, I mean, we don't even go for that. And we ban out the Yuzong, but leave open the Lapu as well, which both kind of serve the same purpose, where it's coming into the back line. Maybe I want to say Yuzong has a little bit of a better time getting to the back line, a weaker laning phase. So it's very interesting here to see the decisions here being made. Glue going to be picked up for the side of Ackerman as well.
I think Glue is much more of a frontliner, whereas Lapu is that backline diver for sure. But in the lane, they usually cut even. Lapu likes to hit all his abilities on Glue and all of his little bloblets to get it back max health with a couple of skills. But the Glue has a bit of a poke advantage and sustainability, especially in the early first 4 levels. Lapu needs that ulti. He needs the bloodlust to be able to really do work here. I was expecting Valentina, but if Empire don't take it here, they prefer the Claude, which probably wouldn't have been banned out later. So it's interesting to see Kokomi being put that. I think maybe the Beatrix taken away from the Ackerman side is why they prioritize Claude here, because it feels like if Kokomi didn't get Beatrix, you got to get him something, or we may have more arrows.
Well, what's Claude lacks in the laning phase on the Claude, he makes up for in the amount of AoE damage that he can do. It's usually something that you really want to pit against the Faramis. It's something that you're going to want maybe for, like you said, with the bloblets from Galaxy here on that Glue as well. So you're able to spread out that damage over to everybody and then kind of continue that damage when that Cult Altar comes out and resets the team. It's a weaker phase though for Claude. He takes a lot of items, 3 items to be able to kind of come online there. So it's gonna be very interesting to see how this is played and if Ackerman can kind of close up the game before he becomes an issue.
Yeah, and just like we talked about, the Valentina ban comes out immediately, so there won't be a Cult Altar answered on the side of Empire here. And so there's a lot of layers to this draft, which I think are really interesting here. Understanding that Kokomi wanting the Beatrix and taking that away, banning out a couple of other marksmen themselves, Melissa and the Wanwan being out, now they're really relegated and pinching that marksman pool. If Kokomi doesn't have a wide pool, hasn't been in play a lot of games. They've been preferring Jordan and running this fighter comp, but now moving back towards that, want to make sure he has a good game. So I think it's smart to prioritize him, but that the cost of that is a Cult Altar, right? Now Ackerman has this huge team fight advantage, which a little bit answered by Lolita. We have to give him the credit, but usually we see the Valentina take it.
Very interesting choices here. Kush did pick up the Fredrin earlier in this series against BTK. Didn't exactly do great, and I almost kind of feel like Kush is kind of chained down by what Fredrin can do. Fredrin, I mean, I feel like Fredrin isn't a very mechanically intensive hero, and there are just heroes that you can shine on if you have that ability. Fredrin, not really one of those. And like I said, he was kind of shut down by BTK in the last series. Not just that, but I feel like we might be lacking a little bit of damage on the side of Ackerman as well, because you're really kind of only pointing at the Beatrix and the Faramis to really be putting on that damage with a very thick and a very heavy front line.
Yeah, and I think that Lunox was picked up to shred the Fredrin, the Grok, the Glue, right? They're building a lot of HP, a lot of armor. Lunox is going to shred that late game. The Claude will provide that AoE, which you talked about is great into the team fight. But I actually think that Lolita maybe gets a little bit countered by the Fredrin, gets countered by the Grok, even the Faramis, the Glue. There's a lot of opportunities for Lolita's Numenon Blast to be interrupted here and waste that ulti. So it's going to be really cool to see how these teams fight back, taking counters to themselves back and forth throughout draft.
And this is something we've seen before, but we're going to be moving on to game 3. Both teams tied 1 game apiece, looking to go the distance. Neither one trying to sing that swan song and go home just yet. Ackerman taking on Empire, game 3.
Yeah, and I don't think anyone expected Empire to put such a fight up, especially in that game too. I mean, I predicted 3-0, and already they've proved me wrong. They've stood tall here. Demon on the Lunox. I'm not sure I've seen Demon play Lunox before, but I'm sure he is a very strong member of the Empire's team. I'm sure he's going to be able to provide all that late game DPS. The Claude coming in. I worry about their early game damage though. Besides Lapu, it feels like they don't have a lot of opportunity for damage early.
Yeah, a little bit of a clash here for that Lithowan. We're going to be cleaned up by the side of Empire. We're going to have that little bit of a speed buff from that as well. Toinks coming in with Nicolette, going to go ahead, try to put some damage into that mid lane.
I think mid lane is going to be really important for the push, right? You see both supports there clearing out the lane, providing these mid laners already roaming around. And Faramis has to go back. Demon roams out, but like doesn't go anywhere. Going to provide another push here. 30 seconds on the turtle, but they go bottom lane. They don't push this up to the top XP lane. Going to put some pressure on a Beatrix.
Yeah, really interesting here. Toinks only at level 2 just now. He's going to need to be able to put a little something extra in if he wants to have that level 4 by the time the turtle comes up, because right now he's actually a little bit behind. Reckless and Kokami, the rest of Empire kind of setting up for a little bit of a push down at the bottom. And you can see here Demon and Mikasa kind of just set up everybody a little bit more comfortable now as we move into the 2nd minute. Turtle is now up.
Yeah, that mage walking up to grab the XP from the XP lane, both get level 4, and they walk down to the pit level 4. Faramis has his ulti as well. All ultis available for this team fight.
Yeah, unfortunately, Toinks only at level 3 just right now. Doesn't have enough. He's probably not going to have that ultimate, that wild charge, a little bit of a pull. And you do see Alex coming in with that Thorned Road, going to go ahead, clean up that turtle. And now we do see that Numenon Blast coming down, but followed by the Cult Altar. So both expending their ultimates, and no worse for wear as both teams do not lose a single player.
Yeah, Reckless gets actually the level 4, and I think maybe that was to Turtle, and then is able to lay the Numenon Blast, whereas Toinks level 3 cannot wild charge. And I think we talk about it a lot in a lot previous casts, actually private, is that the Numenon Blast kind of dictates when the Cult Altar has to be laid. And so I think that's the point of picking the Lolita into the Faramis. Even though you don't have Valentina, you don't get to copy it, but you do kind of get to force when it's played.
Yeah, and that's the unfortunate thing is that Toinks did not have that wild charge yet. He was still at level 3, not able to counter that Numenon Blast, so Nicolette had to end up expending that Cult Altar, which, I mean, it could have gone either way there. Ackerman probably could have answered with a little something extra if they had that ultimate, but that's just what we talk about. It's these little min-maxing at the beginning of the game, making sure that everybody has those level 4s, and these little bitty mistakes might add up in the favor of the Empire.
Yeah, and Empire not playing that early push game that they're known for playing, but it looks like we have another fight, mid and bot here. A lot of push back and forth, but it's Ackerman pushing into Empire, where it's been Empire's game for the past like 5 or 6 games they've played across the season to push into enemy lanes, get vision, get pressure. It's now Empire soaking all the pressure from Ackerman.
Yeah, big soul stun there, landing on Alex. Is going to go ahead and dash deep into the line. Nicolette coming here is going to try to land the pull. Numenon Blast coming out, does have that flicker. Going to land it on the 2 members. You do see that Cult Ultra coming out as well. Reckless pays for that, so does Demon. That's 2 kills down on Empire. Now they are trying to retreat as Ackerman in a good position here at the 4-minute mark.
The value of that Cult Ultra right there, able to save your team, give them enough time to turn around and not take 1 kill, but take 2 kills onto the side of Ackerman. Early lead. Actually, for the Empire, I'm looking at the gold now. Empire somehow found themselves. It probably was the turtle, I guess, that gave them a little bit of gold advantage. They lose 2 kills, which is 400 gold total, and they're still a little bit behind in gold as it's being matched up.
Yeah, we do see about 4 members. We're starting this great positioning by Nicolette to go ahead and drag this turtle to get in a great position for Kush and the rest of Ackerman to try to take it down. It's a big value. Have it on your side. That means the rest of the Empire is going to have to push onto your side. Kush is going to go ahead and clean that wild charge. Does miss wide. Numenon Blast comes down, lands onto 1 member, takes down Toinks. You do see that Alex going ahead, diving deep onto the back line. Nicolette trying to get out, gonna get taken down by Mikasa. There might be more and a bigger fight here. Kush trying to come down, lays down that Appraiser's Wrath, does not find a kill. Alex in a bad way here. Galaxy trying to put on the damage, is not gonna be able to find it. You see that Thorn Rose coming out, and Alex is gonna be able to get away. Oh, Galaxy coming in, still looking for the kill, is not gonna be able to find it. Thorn Rose outplayed. Galaxy goes down.
Galaxy knows no depths of over-aggression. He can never be too aggressive. He's going for the flicker stun. Almost gets Alex. Alex is able to outplay just a little bit. Lance so slippery.
You do see that stun landing onto Kush in the name of a Numenon Blast. Mikasa in a bad way, getting bursted down. Pop up there as well. Kush not able to finish the job. Nicolette with that Cult Altar as well to kind of keep his team topped up. Unfortunately, for the side of Ackerman, they are not able to finish the job on some of the members of the Empire.
2 members of Empire right there skate out with only a little bit of health left. There was a couple more skills that went over. They would have been dead for sure. But now Nicolette uses the Cult Altar there at the end of that fight. I think it's such a long cooldown at this point. It won't be up for the next turtle fight. This is a great position for Empire to take their first turtle of the game. Oh, excuse me, take the advantage of turtles.
Yeah, and that's going to be the very interesting part here. We've been talking about this too, about having a lot of these ultimates ready when it comes to some of these objectives, especially as we move later into the game. If we're expending these abilities for a tower push with the Lord and you have run out of ultimates before you are even matched onto those high ground towers, it can be a failed push for you. Right now, we do have a great game being played by both teams right now, 3-3 apiece, and basically tied in gold.
It's something we haven't mentioned is actually the gold lanes here. Beatrix already pushed down a turret in and of itself. Done deal. It's over. 1-0 lead already on Zia, and Kokomi needs so much more time on this quad to get going.
Yeah, we do see 5 members. In comes Mikasa diving onto Nicolette, who takes a heap of damage. Now we are in a skirmish as Galaxy trying to come into the back line, taking a heap of damage, does get stunned by Mikasa. Kush gonna go ahead, focus in on this turtle. They're trying to drag it back. Galaxy gonna go ahead, activate that split. Is he gonna be able to find himself a target to land onto? He does not. Trying to go into the back line here. They want to find some focus onto Alex. We do have the turtle down to about 10%. Alex comes in, steals the turtle, as is been customary for the side of Empire. Nicolette gonna go ahead and activate that Cult Altar to help her team escape, but that is another turtle going over to the side of Empire.
I saw a lot of the chat and actually the BTK versus Ackerman talking about retries and how Kush versus Zane retries were in such contention, right? But here it's Alex taking retry advantage over Kush multiple times at the same level. It seems like Alex just has a mastery of this Lancelot to be able to get into the back of the pit or the side of the pit, combo it with the roses. The retry comes down and takes objective after objective away from Kush.
Yeah, well, and that probably comes down to the abilities that you have. A Thorned Rose does a lot more damage in combination with the Retribution. And Kush only has that first ability that Fredrin can do to lay down some damage with a Retribution. It's just that the Lancelot can do more in combination with the Retribution. So, I mean, it's probably it's not exactly a player gap as much as it is a hero benefit.
Nah, say it. I'm taking Alex Retry to the bank. The man is winning. He's out here stealing objectives. Get it, Alex. Private can't shine on your parade. Keep going.
Yeah, I mean, like you said, it does come down to the heroes and the players as well as how they compete when it comes to a lot of the stress and the frustration during these fights. Doing a great job is of Empire to really kind of hold the line. We talked about it. This is the top 4 teams in NA. Big pop-up in the Mikasa, who's going to have to expend that flicker. Numenop Blast coming down. Toys a little bit trouble, gets taken down by Alex. We do have the Cold Ultra coming out, and then Brilliance coming out from Damon as well. Zia in a bad way, trying to get out of there. A nice auto attack from Demon is going to be able to finish the job, but Kush and Nicolette are going to make Demon pay for that. As we say that, Alex in a bad way is not going to be picked off by Galaxy. Now is running. Now, I don't know if he knows where he's trying to go. He's trying to pull the jukes onto the team, but he is not long for this world. Going to get cleaned up by the side of Empire in the form of Reckless there.
If you can never find Galaxy, just look in the very, very deep back line of the enemy team. That's where he's at. Every time, Galaxy providing such pressure to the back line. Sometimes it works out, sometimes it doesn't. But always diving into the very back here. Galaxy way too deep, and it offers a trade of, I believe, 2-1 there for the kills on the side of the Empire. Gaining the 1k gold advantage here, but it's really just about buying time for Kokomi to get into this game as Lolita actually requests a pause.
I was going to say, Galaxy has a very limited vocabulary when it comes to R words. He doesn't understand things like run, retreat, return. So he's going to always be, he's pushing to the max, and he's always going to be in the back line for the better or for the worse of his team. But like you said, we have a pause here. And what do you think, I mean, of the compositions that we have and what these teams need to do to kind of take over for the other ones?
I think it's a great point, but let's talk through this. This for me was Lolita. The flicker in, stunning everyone, forces the Colt Altar out, and just actually look at the Lunox here, goes deep for the kill on Nicolette, and right here it's a 2-for-1 trade. But Galaxy actually finds himself way too deep in the back line and offers a 3-for-1 trade actually for Empire here. Now gaining gold in this game, they're 1,000 up, buying so much time for Kokomi to get in this game. When you come to scaling, yes, Zia's going to have that long range sniper poke, but when it comes to the team fight, Kokomi's going to offer so much AoE in this late game.
It's no mistake that I have been a huge fan of Ackerman in this entire series, but when it comes to teams that have improved the most, Empire continue to impress me. Reckless in a bad way is going to get taken down. Kush going to find that kill. Now that you are down 1 on the side of Empire for this first Lord, you can see them trying to zone out the rest of Empire. Kokami at the bottom with a blazing duet. Nicolette actually has to activate that Colt Altar, but Kokami does have that split chasing him deep into the back lines. And we are just about getting away from this turtle. Kush picks up the kill onto Kokami. Alex in a bad way. The rest, this is a huge clash right now. Toix goes down from the damage from Alex, and Galaxy in a bad way being chased away by Mikasa. Kush and Zia. Zia gonna go ahead, find the kill there. That is 2 down for the Empire with 1 on the side of Ackerman. Both teams not really wanting to focus on this Lord just yet. Zia picks up the kill onto Damon. Now we have 3 down for the side of Empire. This is the perfect time for Ackerman to go ahead and pick up this Lord. You can see Alex gonna go ahead, be on the side bush, looking for his available targets, trying to come in. He wants to be able to steal this, but he is gonna think twice about it. This is gonna be a clean pickup for Kush.
Yeah, it feels like Empire just kind of got caught out here. You see Kokomi goes aggressive onto Nicolette, has the Colt Ultra though. Then when he comes back, is then burned down by the rest of the team. They chase him down and punish him, really securing the Lord over for Ackerman here. Empire a little bit too aggressive. They had a little bit of a lead here, and then they throw it again. Now it's a 2k gold lead for Ackerman, and they have Lord pushing down. It's only 1 turret down for Ackerman. They have complete map control, and now they have a Lord.
Woo, Toix taking a heap of damage, does get that immortality activated. Mikasa giving chase deep into enemy lines as Kush comes in through the mid to try to stave off their escape. Does gonna go ahead and activate that taunt, but you see Kakami putting on the damage, and Appraiser's Wrath is not gonna be enough. Kakami's gonna go ahead and use that battle mirror image to get out of the way. Brilliance is gonna go ahead and secure the escape for Demon.
Yeah, and I was just going to talk about how Beatrix has so much. It feels like Zia's hitting way harder than he should. Look at the damage there, Pride.
Yeah, that sniper shot that lands on the Kakami. Now he's running for the hills. Galaxy is out with that split. Numenal Blast comes out. Flicker does catch one member in the name of Zia, but now they're going to go ahead and land the pop-up. Reckless in trouble here. Gets taken down from the damage of Zia on that Beatrix. I don't know if we're done yet, as you see the rest of Empire kind of resetting here, and they're going to go ahead and back up.
Not only does Reckless die again right there, but he burns the Flicker and the ultimate. They won't have the Flicker ultimate enough for another 90 seconds. This is advantage for Ackerman. They can push in so much with this range of this Beatrix.
Ooh, as we say that, Demon gets caught out and taken down. Thorn Rose from Alex as he's going to go ahead and find a little bit of placement behind this tower. Kakami doing his best to try to take down these minions that are coming onto the tower, but you can see the forced pushing here from the side of Ackerman, trying to keep all lanes, trying to keep all of the pressure onto the side of Empire.
They have to put some pressure onto Zia here. Zia's chunking out their team in ways that they cannot withstand. The range of this Beatrix sniper, and it's also not the range, but it's this target selectiveness from Zia, chunking out very vital low HP members on the side of the Empire, forcing them into good team fight situations. Again, Zia is able to find poke on Kakami. He can't come into the fight anymore, and that's a lot of AoE team fight damage off the table.
Yeah, especially at right before you want to engage. That Zia has been doing such a great job of kind of seeing through the mist. As soon as that smoke clears, there's Kakami, and he finds a great shot, which forces Kakami to have to replay, to have to retreat back to the base before these engagements happen. He has been a huge difference maker when it comes to these pre-engagements.
Just the damage right there. That was a tank-a-lot. Alex chunked at least 20% of his health in one shot from Zia. If that had landed on a squish, you remember, it would have been at least half their HP bar. And when you look at this, what tools do they really have to go kill Zia? Look at the items that they built. It seems like they have the tools, but they haven't gotten back there. Lance it's actually picked up a little bit of damage late with his War Axe.
Yeah, and the problem here is that the only person that you can really probably use to catch him would be Demon on that Linux, just because he does have that Wind of Nature. So it's going to be very interesting to see how they can kind of dive back there, expend that, and maybe be able to find the kill. We are going to go ahead, start on this Lord. You see the rest of the Empire trying to set up positions, while Kakami going to go ahead and put the damage on the lane as he split pushes there. Now we are still slow playing this Lord, almost down to about a half health. Ackerman on the side. You can see Galaxy up at the top, deep onto enemy lines, is going to have to activate that split. Toix comes in with a beautiful flicker into the ult, and now the rest of the Empire is forced to disengage. That's going to be a Lord that's going to hopefully go over to the side of Ackerman. Great pushing from their side to go ahead and secure this.
A very good way to zone out the side of Empire. Great wild charge out of Toinks. We've talked about his flexibility, but now he's playing in a zone control kind of way where he's doing enough damage, pushing, getting vision of the right people, and that allows this Fredra and Kush to take the objective without a steal potential from Alex, who's got hot hands this season.
Yeah, and it's going to be amazing. Now you can see the gold starting to climb on the side of Ackerman. Just a little under 4K over for them at the 15-minute mark. That's a huge amount right now, and especially should be on their mind. Oh, look at that. Kokami putting on actually a pretty deep amount of damage. They're forcing out the ultimate from Toinks, and Reckless gets caught, almost baited in there because of the damage that Kokami did. Split out from Galaxy. You see the damage. Are they going to be able to protect and mount a tragic defense here for the side of Empire? The Lord goes down pretty quickly. Nicolette is going to have to go ahead and she does use that Shadow Stampede, tries to get a pull there. You see the Cold Altar comes out. Zia lands a kill onto Kakami. Now we're diving deep. Is Kush onto Demon. You do see on the back lines Nicolette getting attacked by Alex, who's trying to get out of the way. He does land that Phantom Execution. He is not long. He's going to have to activate that Immortality. He's going to be able to dash away on the backside. You see all of the high ground towers are down for Empire. This is their last breath right now. They want to get this and want to get this defense. Zia gonna go ahead and find the kill onto Alex. That is 2 down for the side of Empire. Numenor Blast gonna come down. Toink's gonna come in. That is 10% left for the Empire's base. Crystal and Nicolette putting the auto attacks on the back line. That's gonna be all she wrote. Game 3 actually going to Ackerman.
Zia had so much damage in that game and got rich too fast. Playing the Claude into that lane gives Beatrix the opportunity to push down the turrets and really have pressure in a lane where other heroes can push her out a little bit and keep her in check. But Zia takes full potential of that Beatrix into the Claude, gets so rich, and then it feels like no one else on the side of Empire can withstand the damage, especially not in those late game situations. You saw Claude go in, die. You saw Lapu go in, die. Lance go in and die. Everybody went in and died to Zia.
Yeah, and the Zia, I mean, we talk a lot about Kush. We talk a lot about Nicolette, and then we talk a lot about Toinks. It does sometimes feel like Zia can be on or off, but I really feel like sometimes it takes a few games for him to really kind of get into his position, get comfortable, and just start unloading. Because I want to say, those last few games against BTK, a lot of these games that they've been playing against the Empire, Zia has been on fire. He has known what he had to do, especially there against or on that Beatrix, being able to find his way through the entirety of Empire, to find those picks onto Kakami, to put that damage on, the forcing a lot of these retreats before the engagements.
Like you said, we talk about the other players, and Zia sometimes kind of left in the shadows, cleaned up the kills of those late game style heroes where on Mage, you get to shine a little bit more in the early game. But on the Harith and then on the Beatrix, he's looked so good in this series as well as the later games of last series. And what else would you expect from an M3 performer, right? Having that stage experience, being able to go the distance here, Zia has more gas left in the tank.
10, 1, and 2 for Zia, a menace that Empire had to deal with. In the early game, like we said, Empire can usually stay in the early game. It's just as you start getting into that mid and late game that they start having issues trying to keep or maintain that lead, or to actually climb themselves back up. An absolute travesty on their side. Also, Nicolette, 1, 1, and 12. I mean, you usually can see some type of damage coming out of the Faramis, but Nicolette did a great job making sure that she was also present in a lot of these team fights and a lot of these angles, especially in the early game. But take us through some of these replays, Ben.
Yeah, this is towards the end of the game, right? This is final push, and the Lord comes in through a high ground turret that doesn't exist, providing all this push into it. But it's not a synced push. It's actually a pretty lazy push from Ackerman here. They could have used the Grok to extend this push and had all lanes collapse at the same time. They clean up Lord easily, but look at the Zia's damage here. As Claude is going to dive into the back line, gets evaporated by Beatrix. 3 hits him. He's now dead. Now it's Alex who's going to try his luck, and then the Lapu after that going to try his luck. And if they would have just done it all at the same time, maybe they could have killed Beatrix here. As Alex dipping, dodging. Oh, he does get out. Watch him come back into Zia here and try to get the kill on him a little bit later. The damage that comes out from this Beatrix just untouched. All this happening in the beginning, but then Lapu, right, goes in for the kill, can't get it. You're going to see now pushing again. They just can't touch Zia. And honestly, it wasn't the rest of Ackerman providing. He did it by himself. You saw very separated from the team there, doing it by himself. And the rest of Ackerman was then pushing into the Empire team.
Well, and that's probably what you get, the value you get from like a 3-tank front line on the side of Ackerman. You have 3 of those guys just front lining. Zia you saw him in the background. He wasn't even doing a lot after he killed the Claude. He was just like, all right, I'm just gonna wait a second, look for a little bit of an opening, until the team kind of like, they had to engage that front line. Empire had to engage it, had to go on there. And then suddenly now you have Zia coming back in with that Beatrix, and you're like, oh yeah, there's this hero that we have to deal with, and then just coming in and pretty much laying waste to the entire team. But it's do or die time for the side of Empire. Ackerman sitting pretty comfortably right now, one win ahead. They're going to go ahead and take out Wanwan. They're going to go ahead and take out Joy. On the other side, Empire, they need to make this up. They need this win to take this to a game 5. They're going to go ahead, get Melissa off the table and Fanny.
Yeah, and not the R-Lot yet, which is an interesting choice. If let gone free, I would expect Mikasa to first pick that. Empire will have first pick in this draft, so I'm expecting an R-Lot ban to come through here. Interesting that the Valentina was banned out early. I thought that was a really big point, and I think why a very big point of winning that game was Nicolette's Faramis pick. Yeah, it does get banned. But Nicolette was able to use Cold Altar with no real counter. Yes, the Numenon Blast forces when it's used, but it doesn't really counter the effect of it, just completely negating damage and saving teammates. And we saw it again and again. Empire would do something good and they go to finish the kill, and Nicolette's like, nope, nah, sorry, you can't do that right now. We have a Cold Altar here. And the rest of Ackerman would turn on that. And I think that gave so much time to work in the team fights. And speaking of time, I thought Kokomi would really come online later, but it felt like Beatrix just did even more damage than Kokomi.
The problem was when you had that Claude out there, to actually get the damage onto the entire team, you need to get very close to that front line. You have Grok, you have Fredrin, you just had so much CC there that could pretty much upset that that blazing duet and actually stop it because of the pop-ups there. So there weren't very many angles to be able to use that Claude, and that was very unfortunate for the side of Empire. Here, we're seeing a little bit more familiar picks. Gonna have Kush on that tanks a lot, and Zia gonna go ahead and pick up Beatrix again.
Yeah, and I think Zia looked incredibly strong on Beatrix last game. Very, very strong. I wonder if the Empire will go back to Kokomi now on the Claude, because they've seen that they need to prioritize that pick early. They traded it for Valentina, which was a big cost last game. Now, banning out the Valentina themselves, they're able to take the Cold Altar and the Numenon Blast and the Kai. What team fight pressure Empire's brought thus far in the draft. I'm really excited to see actually that come together. That's quite a combo.
Yeah, this is very interesting for me too, because you kind of opened it up for the side of Empire. They go ahead, pick up the Cult Altar, and they pick up kind of, I don't want to call it a counter, but it's something that kind of delegates, like you said, when the Cult Altar is used in that Numenon Blast from Lolita. So do we have something that can kind of stop that Numenon Blast? The only things I'm thinking of, maybe a Kufra, an Atlas, some type of setting potential from their side. Maybe even a Franco, if he's well placed out there, can stop it. It very much depends. I feel like hopefully Ackerman have a plan for that, because those are very big. That's a very big setting potential combined with a lot of, I want to say, outlasting potential with that Cult Altar.
And I really love the Grok ban here, further emphasizing your point of keeping that Numenon Blast ultimate intact, right? And I thought Reckless actually played a little bit of Reckless last game and was flickering in when his team wasn't ready, was caught in the backline with the Faramis pull, things like that. A little bit reckless on the gameplay with Lolita there, and sometimes burning it when his team wasn't ready to go with him. We've talked about it before, a little bit of like not on the same page sometimes in these team fights. One guy has an idea while one guy's going back to base, and we want to see that 5-man come together. But it looks like in this game, that's kind of happening. Faramis, Lolita, Akai, what team fight pressure they have. Something I think they really lack right now is damage. So I expect these last two picks to be full of damage. I want to see what Kokomi is going to play here. Will he go back to the Claude? Could he go the Leslie route? Beatrix, I don't know about that lane phase, but the Claude is no early game monster anyway.
Very interesting thing for me is you have a Yuzong taken out by Ackerman. You have a Lapu Lapu taken out by the side of Empire. What are we using to be able to dive onto Nicolette once that real world manipulation comes down? Because I know Eve has not been a main member up at the top of the meta right now. There's just a lot of people who can close that distance on it, but we've taken out the two big XP laners that are the biggest problem for her. So it's gonna be very interesting to see what we go with here as we move on. The banning phase is done, and we're moving on to the last few picks.
Ooh, man, an XP lane special right there. If the TZ is locked in, Terizla has the such availability to make plays with the penalty zone and the flicker, the new way that flicker interacts with it. What a playmaker set potential coming in for them. I wonder how that will play into the Faramis Lolita combo though. Speaking of backline dive though, Glue is available. Not really a backliner, but can get back there with the ulti. Benny is available as well. Could go that route. I think the R-Lot being taken off the table is a big diss. I wanted to see it just one more time, but that's okay. Carry, an interesting choice for Kokomi because there's not a lot to shred here, right? You think that into a Fredrin, it plays okay into the Lance lab, but Lance is more like HP rather than armor, so the true damage is going to be a little. Oh, are we seeing like a little bit of a Wasians vibe right here with the Khalid? I know T-Rex is like chanting in the background. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, especially with Khalid, the early game he provides, well, and that kind of actually reminds me, that's going to be an XP lane to try to maybe burst down Galaxy. I'm actually not very versed on who would actually win that matchup. Galaxy, pretty tanky, penalty zone, especially with those abilities that he has to kind of take down HP and stuff like that, and then a little bit of true damage on, I want to say that first ability that comes out. It's going to be very interesting to see how that plays into Khalid. The squishier heroes on the side of Ackerman do need to be afraid because Mikasa is going to be able to rotate. Does have a lot of momentum or moving ability on his side to be able to kind of close the distance on heroes and unleash an amazing amount of damage, especially in the early to mid game.
There's the Franco you were talking about, and you talked about how it could play well into a couple of these situations. It plays well into Numenon Blast, it plays well into Carry, and it can take Khalid out of his heal as well. So Franco, a great pick here. I wonder though how suppression will be used in this, right? Probably just a combo with the CC of the hook to really take somebody and pin them down, but we're not seeing it played into like an Assassin's where suppression would normally be used. But Private again rings the bell true with another draft prediction.
Yeah, we're going to see how well it plays into it, though, because there's a lot for Franco to do here. We are moving into Game 4, do or die time for the side of Empire. Game 4 of Ackerman taking on Empire. Loser will go home. Winner will continue on to the semifinals tomorrow.
Yeah, and I think the lane matchup, which to speak to that point a little bit more, between Galaxy and Mikasa will be a skill matchup here. There's so much mobility and poke between these two. You see, look at Mikasa, the early trade, but Galaxy can poke from afar with the ability that does damage over time. It's so much of it as well.
Yeah, and it's going to be very interesting to see. I think the biggest thing for me is the rotating ability for the side of Empire when it comes to that Khalid. Actually, as I say that, Ackerman, you can see that this Galaxy actually able to kind of come in just a little bit earlier. So it's going to be very interesting. A lot of pressure kind of mounting here at the mid lane. Damon doing a great job trying to clean up these waves.
And to speak to the carry into the Beatrix on the other side of the map, right? The carry, I think, provides a little bit of advantage early, but as soon as Beatrix can get a little bit of items and use that sniper poke, she starts to kind of take it over and has such a range advantage over carry, which is a very short range marksman. So I'm looking for Zia again to be a master with these sniper rifle shots.
Oh, big heavy spin is going to call out that flicker from Toinks. That means that there's not really much you're going to be able to do at the top, as Zia going to be having a safe little lane there against the tower. He's going to go ahead. You see him doing a great job kind of picking his battles back and forth from this tower as the rest of the team of Empire trying to go ahead and choke him out from that gold.
Ooh, and Mikasa takes a chunk of damage there, but both of them are very, very sustain-oriented XP laners. As soon as Charizla can get to the Bloodlust, he's going to have so much spell vamp off of skill 2, and Khalid has it built into his kit where he goes down and he heals forever.
Galaxy taking a heap of damage, does still have that flicker, I believe. Is he going to be able to, oh, he does use it at the last moment to go ahead and bait out those dashes from Alex. Big pull onto Nicolette, going to have to expend her own flicker. That is 2 spells down for the side of Ackerman before we go into this objective fight. Toink's going to go ahead, get some vision on this bush. You can spot out Reckless. We do have that manipulation coming out from Nicolette. Cold Altar is out as well. Still waiting to see how much damage. Numenon Blast coming down, does not catch Kush. Great zoning ability from the side of Ackerman, still kind of continuing. No deaths either way. First Blood has eluded both teams. We are still continuing onto this turtle, taken down to about half health. Galaxy trying to zone out the rest of the Empire. Alex is going to go ahead and get pushed out, and this is going to be a first turtle for Kush.
Yeah, if you use that heavy spin early and you're kind of losing position on the turtle pit anyway, you're not able to heavy spin into the objective to be able to steal. So with that off the table, Empire wisely retreats here. I think it's a really good and intelligent move. They got their head screwed on tight this game, not pushing into an early game objective, which Empire's kind of been known to do a little bit, and playing it very smart here. If they've won they lost a lot of battle spells on the side of Ackerman, but then Empire lost a lot of ultis.
Ooh, big suppression onto Alex, who's going to be forced to back up. Now he's going to have to catch a quick ride home. And you see Toink's actually going to go home. He needs to get a little bit more mana up there. Still 0-0 for both sides. Starting to narrowly edge ahead is Ackerman.
It seems like the Khalid's being poked out of lane a bit as Galaxy's able to push in the lane again and again and then roam, right? Galaxy coming over this mid lane. There's no farm here, but just look at the mobility across the map here. 2 members of Ackerman, the Empire, down in the bottom side where it's the rest of Ackerman pushed up onto this top side, pressuring Kokomi as much as possible.
Ooh, we do have a missed hook there as well, which is going to go ahead and let Empire know that there's a gank here waiting to happen. And as you were talking about that, Mikasa might be wasting the potential of this this Khalid as well. Oh, and we do have Kush going to go ahead, start diving in here. Phantom Execution comes in, hook does land, but does not land, as both Empire members are going to have to back up. They do put a little bit of damage onto the tower, does Ackerman, but not able to find a kill.
Yeah, and a great way to soak pressure there. I wish actually Empire backed off that objective completely and didn't burn their flicker on Kokomi, but still didn't die. And yes, a little bit of gold goes over on the tower, but it's not much.
Yeah, big suppression does land on the Demon, who we do see a Cold Ultra come out there. Demon does get taken down by Galaxy, and in the back line, Nicolette gets stunned up by the Lolita. Reckless gets taken down for that effort, and a little bit of a hello from Twix, who gets taken down. He's DBMing there and does get taken down, and Galaxy pinned against the wall by Alex with that heavy spin. In comes Mikasa trying to put on the damage. Pullback does take down Alex in the form of that Shadow Stampede. Ooh, you do see Zia coming in trying to put on the damage. Alex taken down very low as Kush comes over to go ahead and start putting damage onto this turtle.
I love Twinks, but it holds a special place in my heart when someone's recall spamming and you kill them and run the team fight on them. It's just a special moment here in Game 4 coming out. Empire showing signs of life, not giving up.
Ooh, Kush able to still pick up that turtle. Now the rest of the Empire trying to back up. Alex actually taken down very low. Thorned Rose coming out, and Alex gonna have to use that ability so that he gets a little bit of shield from that Kai. Reckless comes in, does land a stun onto Toinks. Thorned Rose coming out for Kush. Kakami in a bad way. Suppression onto Reckless as Reckless gets taken down. 0-2 for that roam right now.
I think that play actually highlights the difference between these two teams. Kush was going on his own play onto Kokomi, but Twinks hit the hook. He immediately turns off of it and follows the rest of his team's play, because if they all hit the same person, it does so much more.
Ooh, big heavy spin onto Toinks, getting pinned up against the wall. Kakami doing a great job laying down the damage, and that's going to be quick work of the roam. Down comes a real world manipulation. Kakami gets taken down. Zia with the finishing touches. Great combination and combo from the side of Ackerman.
Zia looks so good on Beatrix. No more Harith, man. We want Beatrix from now on.
Just about to say, Numenon Blast coming down, and Reckless does get popped up from that penalty zone from Galaxy. Great job by him to see it coming out and react accordingly. Ooh, I don't even know who got that. Was it Mikasa or Kush who came in there? I believe, yeah, Kush actually able to go ahead, take up that orange buff from the side of Empire. They're having a rough time, is Empire, to try to stave off this push. Big suppression lands onto Damon. None of the team from Ackerman in a position to take advantage of that, though.
The pressure coming out here from Kush in the jungle just took the bottom half of the jungle away from the Empire, and Alex not looking to like scale or do a lot of damage. He's using heavy spin to win, but then Kush takes the bottom side of the jungle, takes a turret, doing a lot of work on this lance.
Yeah, ooh, nice little hook there, but is going to get countered there by the heavy spin from Alex. Doesn't get pulled back there, but right now we are starting to push in without much of an answer from the Empire. That is 3 towers in favor of Ackerman right now.
3,000 gold lead for Ackerman at 7 minutes, completely flipping the strip on this early game pressure of Empire. Alex pushing an objective, but he doesn't have heavy spin.
Yeah, Kakami comes in there trying to put on the damage with that speedy light wheel. Galaxy comes in with that penalty zone to zone out the Empire's marksman. You can see up here at the mid too. Oh, big stun on the Toinks, who does get himself out to safety, and that is going to be Kush picking up the turtle. The rest of Empire still trying to make him pay for it. Speedy light wheel, or be damned. Kakami not able to put the damage onto Kush there. Doesn't have enough items. We've talked about this before, how late you have to be. Demon's going to be picked up by Kush. Heavy spin is going to go ahead and zone out Zia. Mikasa in a bad way does get hit with that Thorned Rose and a big amount of damage. Ooh, Phantom Execution, but Kush is not able to close the distance.
This game is snowballing out of control. Ackerman really working on this incremental gold lead. Now 6,000 gold up, pushing into these tier 2 turrets, looking for the next play.
Ooh, Galaxy is going to get caught up there. Not able to actually clean up this mid tower is the side of Ackerman just yet. They do miss a little bit of an engagement there, but that does still mean that this jungle is open. That's the value you get when you take down these mid towers.
and pushing it no less the blue buff over to, the purple buff over to Nicolette. Having that as a mage is so good. It's so good to get purple buff onto mages who are very mana intensive, but also the cooldown reduction.
Ooh, look at that. Big amount of CC trying to put Toinks into a coma. But on the side of Ackerman, Nicolette lays down the law with that real-world manipulation. Big damage coming down. Reckless going to get taken down by Galaxy as well. A little bit of hello from Toinks. This time is not going to die due to BMing there. And now we are pushing it as 3-8 in favor of Ackerman.
Yeah, Toinks absolutely Art of War gameplay right here. Get in their heads, disrespect them to win, you know. And I don't subscribe to the same playstyle, but Toinks making it work here. Such a versatile roam. Has played the Grok, Lolita, Franco, Estes, you name it, he plays it.
Yeah, and been doing such a great job too. Galaxy actually gonna get caught back here. Very tanky as we see. Mikasa trying to go in. Numenon Blast coming down. Galaxy gets caught by the flicker from Reckless. In comes the Cult Alter as well. The rest of Ackerman forced to disengage. Hook from Toinks does go wide. Zia is forced to go back to the base. That is 2 members for the side of Ackerman who have to return with a Lord up.
Yeah, Lord's up, but there's 7k gold down. And I think that's the gold difference. You can see there's only 2 members of Ackerman up here by this Lord. 5 members of Empire won't even walk forward. They understand how far down in this game they are. The problem for them is they don't really have this late game scaling advantage. It's a carry into a Beatrix. Both do a lot of damage in the late game.
Yeah, and you can see the entirety of the Empire. Conceal play comes out. Galaxy spots it, does have the vision on it. The rest of Ackerman going to go ahead and back up. Great vision for the side of Ackerman with their placement on these bushes. Ooh, a hook just narrowly goes wide for Toinks. Still not in a great position, and Galaxy doing a great job of slow playing this Lord and still keeping the aggro for the side of Ackerman.
I can't tell if this is like tempered aggression from Empire here or desperation. That conceal play without checking a couple of bushes really kind of told their hand. And the rest of this is Khalid at the top lane. He won't have the mobility to get here. It's a 5v4. He's in vision.
Yeah, now we're going to go ahead and start fast playing this Lord. You're seeing a lot of the damage there. Oh, it actually got reset. Yeah, you see that Ackerman has to reset on here, but up at the top, you can see the split push on the favor of the Empire. They're going to be able to get 1 tower out of this. Kush cleans up this Lord, but that's going to be, like we said, 1 tower for the side of Empire. So getting a little bit of value out of letting this Lord go.
Oof, that, like, if that's what we're going for here, it's really bad strides for Empire here, really down in this game, but they have the mental fortitude here to take an objective rather than just dive in and lose the game. Alex going deep.
Yeah, you can see Kush goes in there, lands a few little dashes there, gets well into the deep line. Oh, we land a hook, and a suppression is going to be enough to take down Kakami. And now we are starting to march into the high ground towers of the Empire. Now we're on desperation mode. Nicolette landing down that real world manipulation. The Lord still has a little bit of health. It's going to get taken down by the base crystal. That is 2 more high grounds left for the side of the Empire. Ackerman in a great position in what could be the last game for Empire.
Yeah, the saving grace for this push is that the other waves weren't here, right? Very delayed side lane pushes for the side of Ackerman. Buys Empire a little more time. Kokomi just spawned.
Yeah, and now we do have the Thorn Rose coming out from Kush. Side lanes are starting to push. That is 1 more high ground tower taken down, and Ackerman in a great position here, still continuing on the push. Great damage coming out, having the health of Kakami as Zia, just the American sniper here right now, doing a great job of unloading that and finding the targets he needs.
It feels like everybody's looking at Kokomi on both teams. Like everybody, every hook, every sniper shot, every ultimate from Nicolette is laid down on Kokomi. It's the whole world against this man. What can this carry do? Level 12, a little bit behind in gold, very 10k gold down actually.
Yeah, Toinks has been hit or miss with those hooks, but he's throwing out so many that the Empire really has to be waryful, and they're on target as well. He's doing a great job because you are afraid of it. Every single time that comes out, you have to be waryful of it, because if he catches anybody, the entirety of Ackerman is going to be there to go ahead and pounce. Right now, 3-9 and just about a 7k gold lead for the side of Ackerman at the 13-minute mark.
Yeah, relegated to their base right now. They can't come here and they send Demon, but it's actually Alex who should be checking these bushes with the heavy spin and able to get out of this. They can't even walk to their own purple buff here as they're pushed down to their last bush. I was saying they're relegated to their base. I think even stepping into this bush may be a little bit more of an aggressive position than Empire can afford right now.
You catch Alex, a suppression has landed onto him. That's not the person that you want. Heavy spin is going to be able to get him out of the way. You can see that the Empire tries to dive into the back line, but is not going to be able to do enough damage. Kush going to go ahead and negate that with a Thorned Rose and then a dash into his own back line. Even when you catch a target, Empire has to be very wareful of who you are catching.
Yeah, and that's 10 seconds on the Lord. Heavy spin is down, right? And even though Alex isn't the target you want to catch, you still get value out of it because now Alex can't contest this Lord. He has no heavy spin to come here and push everybody out. That neutral objective control, it relies on heavy spin to get in there. Hopefully the cooldown reduction's at 100% because he's going to need it.
Yeah, Lord is being worked on, and you see the spread by Ackerman. Conceal play comes in. Demon's going to go ahead and rush into the front lines. Here comes a real-world manipulation. Galaxy going to go ahead and land onto Demon, trying to put on the damage. Flicker has been expended. In comes Mikasa, a slow onto the back line for Kakami, and a Cult Altar going to go ahead and keep the Empire topped up. Saying that, Reckless gets taken down for the roam for the Empire. Big suppression lands onto Mikasa. Zia going to go ahead and finish the job. Immortality has been activated, but down goes Toinks. It is a great trade. 1 for 3. Zia picks off Alex, and now you have a numinous Lord marching down the mid aisle. The Empire poised to lose this in desperation, looking for an answer. Down comes the real world manipulation. Demon goes down. We have a Lord coming at to the mid base. The base crystal is down. Ackerman survive and are going to the semifinals.
Now that looked like Ackerman playing at full potential right there, getting a couple of snowball heroes, playing from the early game advantage and really rolling over Empire in this game 4. But it's Empire. I said it was going to be a 3-0. They take a game off of Ackerman, which is something that they rarely did in the whole season out. So we have to give Empire props. Improved so much this season, but you got Ackerman standing so tall up there on that mountain. It feels like there's a little bit of a gap. This first team, then these second 2 teams, and then the 4th team each have a gap between them.
Not just that, but both of these teams have been playing, I want to say about 5-6 hours now. So you know that fatigue had to have been setting in, but in the end, Ackerman, just such a display of strategy and a force there. Let's take a look at these stats, Ben.
Yeah, and it's kind of a one-sided story. 8 turrets to 1, 2 lords to none, 3 turtles to none, right? Very much in control of this game the entire way through was Ackerman. And I think that has to do with Toinks on the Franco providing such threat. But then into the lanes, right? You take the Beatrix into the carry. You take the Galaxy into the side of Mikasa, and it feels like Ackerman just won lanes and kind of won game from there. They had so much pressure able to roam out, and these neutral objectives, you would think Akai would have more pressure, but really didn't get anything for it.
Yeah, and also when it comes to Mikasa and Galaxy, Mikasa was not able to make those early rotations to really get the value out of that Khalid, and it just kind of provided Ackerman with enough, especially when you moved into the mid game.
Yeah, and looking at this replay here, we can see just a gold lead, right? This is a 10k gold lead pushing down here. Alex heavy spin, somebody who's already dead. They do trade Toinks out here, but then 2 members get picked off. You see Zia here at the end, charges up to Alex and able to just shoot him down. So much damage. Zia looks so good on the Beatrix. I have to highlight that once again, shining bright.
Yeah, and just lopsided stats here. Ackerman did such a great job of shutting down the picks of Empire through the early game, even with the Cult Altar. Without a real answer for the side of for that Cult Altar, they were still able to kind of just, I don't even know how to say it, just unleash with such a lead that the Cult Altar didn't even matter. Toinks doing a great job, some great picks, some great hooks by him. But man, Zia pulled around. We were talking about this before. He doesn't always get his name in those bright shining lights, but I want to say today's games, especially here versus the Empire, Zia popped off.
Yeah, and here, this is actually an early game. It's very, very close. Game 2 probably, I think here. Or is it game 1? Alex was on Akai. Very much closer games. The first 2 games, yeah, this is the first game. These are much closer games. But game 3 was not close at all. Ackerman hit a snowball, and it's just unfortunately that was the last game for Empire could play. And they play some unconventional picks. You saw the Khalid come through. You saw a couple other things that you wouldn't really expect to, and they got punished for it in their must-win game.
Yeah, I mean, that was a great example. You saw Zia there just kind of chasing down the members of Ackerman there, and a great going ahead and picks here as well. Mikasa coming in, doing some great job on that R-Lot. This was one of those losses that Ackerman took there. Yeah. We said they had a problem with R-Lot, did have to ban him out because he was just able to find those great dashes, find those ultimates to be able to take apart Ackerman. Watch, this is going to be a great surprise. Going to be able to land on the Zia, put on the damage, even under the tower. It was just amazing to see how well he could do and why you need to respect those R-Lot picks.
Yeah, I think Mikasa earns a respect ban on the R-Lot from now on. Whenever Empire is played, the R-Lot will be banned. Looking unstoppable, and that was a really good game. And here, Reckless, Luminon Blast, big value, but Nicolette saves the team here with this use of the Cold Altar. Demon goes in deep to get a kill, but it's Galaxy again overextending to the backline. He goes on Alex to try to finish, but he can't. It's a 3-for-1 trade in the favor of Empire, but it doesn't matter. Ackerman still take this game away. Such good gameplay from Ackerman, even when behind, right? Even in positions where they maybe make a couple of mistakes in the early game and they give it away, they find their way back into this games and they find a way to win.
Yeah, it's just an amazing gameplay there, especially Ackerman here into the last game. You can see that Cold Altar still so far behind was Empire. Nicolette doing a great job, but Zia kind of coming in, laying down the damage, especially with the suppressions that they got from Toinks there. Even Alex, even with the heavy spin, still taking down a heavy amount of damage. And this was going to be all she wrote the last game for Empire. I mean, one of these teams, we said, it's going to be Ackerman moving on to the semifinals, but Ackerman, I mean, an amazing experience and an amazing amount of knowledge that they have gained through and probably fans here in North America.
Oh, absolutely. If you're not a fan, both these teams, honestly, I've been a fan of Ackerman, but now I'm a fan of Empire. Honestly, if I had to give the most improved team award away, it'd definitely be the Empire, right? These guys started with a rough start to the season, but really gained a lot of stride and impressed me beyond words how what they were able to do in this season, and massive congratulations to them. Even though they're going on in 4th place, they just squeaked out, didn't get any money, but what improvement. Hope to see you guys back.
Absolutely. And you guys have been mentioning, big round of applause to Ackerman. They've had the mental strain in the early 2 games, and it's understandable because they've been playing for almost 3 to 4 hours straight now. You don't see that a lot in the tournament scene. Even if you play on the same day, it's usually separated by a few matches, but Ackerman had to pull through for basically all in a row, and then they were able to show that they're still dominating towards the end. And big shout of applause to Zia, who's actually my first in-game friend for the ML, got me into NA community 3 years ago, and he is going to be the MVP, well-deserved MVP of this series. I mean, Private, you talked about how he really popped off in the past game, but you're watching the earlier games, even against BTK, Zia was also making a lot of plays, carrying the team towards the late game.
Yeah, we've talked about it before. Unfortunately, Zia, usually the odd one out when it comes to a lot of people kind of congratulating Ackerman. You hear Nicolette a lot, you hear Toinks a lot, you hear Kush a lot. Zia sometimes does take a little bit of time to kind of get that momentum going, but tonight you saw it. When all the dice are down, when everything is left out on the table, when it comes to those late games, when it comes to those 5-hour series and those nights, Zia comes through and showing that that professionalism that got him through M3.
Yeah, I think you said it right, the professionalism. He's been through it, right? He has that onstage experience. He did not falter as it starts to stretch. 3-4 hours. It felt like he got better. And I have to say, I don't know if I've seen Zia play Beatrix many games before, but I was massively impressed with the gameplay. A lot of pressure was put on him, and Ackerman as well pushed his lane in and gave him a lot of gold early, but man, he really shining so bright on that Beatrix.
And they will shine brighter as we move into tomorrow's matches. But quick refresher of today's games. We saw the OP team outplayed, I will remember that name from now on, third time's a charm, versus Empire at a 3-0. BTK versus Ackerman at a 3-2. Rough games. The Empire versus Ackerman at a 3-1. A lot of our casters are pretty correct today, so we'll see who in the end will rise on top. Would it be Eunice? But tomorrow we're going to see the Outplay versus BTK first half, and then Ackerman versus whoever loses out of, oh my god, OP and BloodThirstyKings. It's just not getting here. They're too overpowered to be outplayed. But we will see who's gonna make it to the grand final tomorrow. A lot of exciting matches happening, and tomorrow I'm expecting 5 games in a row for both series. That's what I'm hoping for. I'm hoping to see BTK come back strong and have very meaningful fights against the Outplay. Oh my goodness. It's a long day, guys. You've had a long day. We've all had a long day, but definitely OP. All the games were very, very intense, very thrilling. And casters, what do you guys feel?
I mean, it's going to be an amazing night. If you thought tonight was close, and I mean, you were talking about how the casters were kind of right on the money. There were a lot of matches, 2 series indeed, where it was actually pretty close to us actually being very, very off the ball on a few. I don't think anybody expected the BTK Ackerman game to go to the 5 matches there. So an intense night and an amazing NACT. This being, I want to say, my 4th one. It has been an absolute honor to cast it for you guys, and especially along somebody who holds the professionalism here that Ben does as well.
Man, there's nothing better than the shining potato early. He illuminated us all, and I really appreciate Private. He's been an amazing partner. But on to the series tomorrow. I think you're going to have an action-packed day. You know, OP and BTK, that's kind of the matchup everybody was wondering as the season started, and it's been OP who've had the upper hand massively against BTK thus far and throughout the season. Can BTK show like a new level, a little upgrade, the next version of themselves in playoffs? Because it's time to do or die, right? Whoever wins this goes to MSC. Will Zayn not go to an international competition? There's so many storylines to go on and things to talk about in this match tomorrow, right? And then the loser of that plays Ackerman, who had gone the distance today, shown themselves to be a really strong team.
And you're right, Ben. This will not only, if BTK loses tomorrow, it would not only be the first time in a while that Zayn is not going to go to the international tournament, but it's also the first time ML has a chance to go to the IESF. So that's 2 tournaments that he'll be missing out. So a lot in stake right now. But before we end the show today, casters, I know Private, we're gonna see you in Vegas. That is correct. And for Ben, this will be your last day casting with us. So give us some last thought. What do you guys want to say to your fans? And make sure to mention your socials so the fans can find you there.
Well, as most people know, you can catch me on Twitch, a little bit on YouTube as well, at Private Dancer with an 8. It has been, like I said, it's been an absolute honor to sit here and cast for the NACT and cast for Mobile Legends. Yes, I will be catching myself a flight, hopefully sneaking onto somebody's luggage over into Vegas there. But yeah, maybe get myself a little overhead storage, get myself snuggled up in there. But Ben, like I said, it has been an absolute honor to cast with him, the professionalism, practicing with me, all the effort that has been put into here. Not just that, but somebody who can help and match the energy that I bring to it. So like I said, I couldn't have asked for a better partner.
Man, I feel kind of, I'm blushing. Private's gassing me up over here so much, man. No, truly, I feel like I've made a friend in Private. Honestly, he's an incredibly gifted caster. His voice, honestly, is just unmatched sometimes with how he can talk about the game, and he makes it so much fun. It's been a blast to be on the Desz production, Dave, all the people in the background, the host. It's been incredible. Thank you guys so much for having me, and thank you for the fans. You've given some, constructive criticism, some unconstructive criticism. We've taken it all and tried to make ourselves better and try to get better for the next one. Thank you guys so much.
You guys have been quite amazing. Nothing can compare. And for me, this will be my last day hosting as well. Thank all of you for the support. We are all going to see you tomorrow. I'm going to be watching the games. I'm going to be typing in the chat. So make sure you also follow me in the socials. And the show has just started. See you all tomorrow. What a wonderful day.